I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens. Sofia, Bulgaria. Day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium. Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm and Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm gonna do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm gonna do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Going on. Thanks there. Hi everyone. Day 3. It looks like I haven't moved. Maybe I've been here all night. But no. I have moved. And we have got 3 runners. I was going to say riders. But the 3 runners lining up near me. I assume you're coming with me. And 2 from Ireland, Liam and Stevie. Liam Butler, Stevie Mack. And now Psycho, I think that's how I pronounce your first name, from Thailand, Psycho Athiruth. Athiruth or Atiruth? Welcome. So we'll be setting off in a short time. In a very short time. So it will be, that's what we'll be doing. I'm very chatty at the beginning of the day. And I don't feel, I've got a new system here, so I might be able to make this work. Ooh, I should do this. And poof. There we go, people running by. What are doing, what's the route today? Ooh, I've forgotten what my route is. I'm in Watopia. And do I have to tell them what route I'm on? I'm on the 10.5. It's a quarter marathon, so four times around this one. I think it's called the canal side. Interesting, it doesn't have a name. Dashboard. Events, activities, goals, notifications, settings. No, well, I thought I knew what I was on. Oh, I can't go into the thing on that. Yeah, anyone tell me what the thing is? I think Ocean Run, or something like that. It's got a little person next to it, so it's a running thing. People are running back the other way as well. There we go. Oh, now there's more runners. Oh, there's just people running around. People running around.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Steve Moss from Wales. Well done, Steve. Or hello, Steve. I should say well done. We haven't done anything yet, have we? Ah, from Trail Runner Michael is from Austria now. What's that do?
For the Zwift companion.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
No, you've got the thing. You've got the details there. It's the main detail.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is to get it from the App Store.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, bugger.
Or I can do it later.
No, hang on. So this is my one, but I'm not signed. Is this signed into me? Does it look like mine on front?
It does say, yeah. It just opened up. So.
1 minute to run, 1 minute.
Thank you.
Mm. 30 seconds.
We'll figure it out.
That's not my thing. So it's
Okay.
so you got to talk to. That comes from Jim. Got to talk to Jim about how to do it.
Okay.
15.
Super stuff. It's a small group. It's a more bijou group today because probably 3 marathons, 3 days.
5 seconds.
Ooh,
3, 2, 1.
Bingo, and we're off. Now when I press this button and it goes up to, what am I going to take it to? I start at 7.5. I'm off from the running, but welcome to Rebecca. Oh. So hello everyone in the world. We're now out there streaming on Izzard.com, and you can go, as you probably already know if you're watching this, that you could donate through Izzard.com to the crowdfunder button. So that's going to be good. And that's from anywhere in the world you could donate to that button. Anywhere in the world. And all your wonderful donations go to charities that make humanity great. That's what we're doing. So, I'm tired already. So we'll be talking to people, but this is Sunday, isn't it? So a lot of people are going to go, oh, I don't want to do anything on Sunday. But I have to do it all the time. Yep. So what today? I'm running on a course on Swift, which is the Ocean Boulevard run. I think it is 10.5 kilometer run. 4 of those, 4 times round. And well, I've done a marathon, so that's good. So, well, there's more people. More people. That's the brain. Try that button. Clive Finnemore is back with us. I think Clive. You did a marathon. Have you done it 2 days in a row, Clive? I think you have. Hi, Clive. Rebecca Wensley. Shout out to you, Jason Mitchell, Matt Renshaw, Richie Keeley, Dave Little, Oliver Farr, Leslie Allen, and from Thailand, and I'm going to get your name wrong, I'm afraid. My pronunciation is not really great because I'm dyslexic. I'll try it. It's Anuat. It's Anuat. It's Anuat Pumarin. There we go. Hopefully that works. So yes. And Ben Rushton's nearby as well. Right, Ben. We've got Scottish flags, we've got British, English, but Thai. We had some Irish earlier. And I'm running today with the Spanish flag. We are celebrating Madrid and Spain today. And so if you have any photos, selfies of yourself, or pictures you like of Madrid, or if you're out running today in Madrid, do just put them online, Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and but put hashtag on it, hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, and then we can find them online and we'll pull them up and put them in the stream behind me here. Yes, indeed. And make sure you say Madrid somewhere in your message so we know they're pictures of Madrid. And if you're in Rome, or you've been in Rome, or got any pictures, videos of you in Rome, send those to us. That's for tomorrow. Again, put Rome, Make Humanity Great Again. And then the marathon after that will be in Malta. And so, Valletta in Malta. Pictures of that, again, put Valletta up there. Make Humanity Great Again with a hashtag that. And we can find it and put them in the stream. That's for Valletta's in 2 days' time. Is that right? Madrid now, then Rome, then Valletta. Oh, I'm knackered. Could have opened the windows. So I'm going over a virtual bridge here. Not so chatty this morning. More knackered chatty. Oh. Got the thumbs up happening. I don't seem to be allowed to do a thumbs up today. I find whenever you start running, you want to pee almost immediately. But I'm going to take breaks. Well, I'm planning to, unless I need to take emergency one, at 5 to the hour. So wherever you are in the world, 5 to, I take a break. And then sometimes we'll chat to people on the hour. Oh. Oh, lots more people there. Oh wow. We've got tons of people running now. So apparently you can go on, if you go on and you want to run with me, you've got to follow me, search for me, find me, follow me, and then somehow you can choose how to go on. Sarah, do you know how to do that? You can't talk to me now, can you? Unless you get on the...
No, I can.
Oh, you
I'll
can?
talk to you for a minute, yeah.
Do we have the details of how to get on?
To run with you?
Yeah,
Yes. Let me,
to read that out.
I will, yeah, I'll get that in a comprehensive form and read it out shortly.
So anyway, I'll do a continuing shout out to Steve Copeland, Rach, from UK Penguin Publishing, Liz Griffiths, Marius Colts, Linda Heskamp, Monica Kazmieska, and then you got Jurket Donkerst, Johannes Gratz, Martin Fitzpatrick, Liviu Manol, Andy Robinson, Ben Rushton, Tim Dowman, Michael or Michal, I'm not sure the correct pronunciation, Letzak, getting excused pronunciations if I get them wrong, Ray Mosley, Daniel Miller, Kelly Schofield, Eddie Winter, EDI, Emil Klitmos, Marcus Gerth, Eric Jäger, Mark Denbo, there's tons of you. Chloe Norton, Niels Van der Sande, you're gonna have to do this next time, there's too many of you. Kamal Chaisri, Stefan Bender, Michael Huiskes, Darren Wally, Felix Wurm, Yvonne Tournagel, Simon Jones, Daniel Fritz, David Richards, wow, on and on. Fabian Hervé, Alexei Propofoliev, Fabian Hamer, Kende Giai Messi. Sorry, Kendi, if I've done your name wrong there, pronounced wrong. Grant Smith, Steve James, Brigitte Salkowski, Salka Skater, Brigitte, Joseph Gretani, no, so many people, Alessandro Puglielli from America, so you're up very early. Thank you, dear. Joska, Eichmann, Vic, Kostzek, Vic, sorry, I would never got this. Vic Kostzwecki. No, Kostwazowski. Sorry, it's tricky on my tongue. Edwin Van der Clift, Jay Sweeney, Jen Moore, Chris Chu, Scott Beard, Jal, Richard, and there's a third name that runs off my screen, Skajal, and then Sam de Burke, and Adolfsen, Angie Stiegler, Claire Billingham, and Eva Lena Svensson. That's it. Whoa. That's so many. Well, thank you. Maybe now they'll let me do it. Now, Sarah, I'm gonna come off the app so you can go on it.
Great, I'm on now.
Oh, you're on the actual companion app?
I've got it. I'm not on, but I will when you come off.
Okay. I'm out. I just pulled it out.
Great, I'm in. And shall I read out the instructions for people to run with you?
Well, actually, before you do that, just say, can you go through the countries and the flags?
Oh,
that are
yes.
out there?
This will test me. This sometimes takes me a minute.
Have you got the app? We've got flags of
Yes.
all the world.
Give me a moment, and I'll make sure I'm correct.
There we go. Been going 12 minutes and it feels like an hour and 12 minutes. I do find at a certain point it evens out. Yes. So donations, it's all about donations to charities that make humanity great. That's all. Just easiest way, go to eddieizzard.com, anywhere in the world. You can click on there and there's a crowdfunder button. Take you through to there. In the UK, we've also got a text number that comes up on the screen. And I'll let you work that out. Phone a friend. Hi there, it's Eddie. You just going into the app for doing social medicine. Do you need the number or are you okay? Number, oh right, hang on. I'll bear with me a sec. Tell me when you've got it. Okay, will you need it again? Because I thought no. Good. Once you're on, you should be able to stay on. Just don't sign out of it. Okay. All right. Thanks. Bye. Oh, so there we go. In London, I looked around at the temperatures around Europe, and well, a lot of us in about 3 degrees, except Malta, which is coming up in a few days' time. I think you're in a balmy place there. Actually, I could tell everyone. So there we go. Madrid, you're at 6 degrees, and we're at 5 degrees here in London. Rome, you're at 7 degrees, so all pretty similar. Paris is at 4, and Valletta, Malta, capital city, 17 degrees. There you go. I would say go there, but no one's allowed to go anyway because we're all on lockdown. But if you're already there, that seems balmy, as we say. Not balmy with an R, but balmy with an L. 2 English words. Maybe they're British English words. Balmy, and yeah, with an R is a bit bonkers, and balmy is very nice. Nice weather. That's how we use that. Oh. So, when I'm running a marathon, my technique really, is to just get myself to 21 kilometers, 21k, and then I go, well, it's half the marathon done, so now you can count down. I seem to be counting up to that, but I was trying to, well, I sort of use that as a distance and then I count down, but I really should. If I get into trouble, I start going, well, there's only 40k to go. It was 42k, now 40. We're already done 2. So it's less than 40k. That's it. I said to myself, less than. It's less than 40k. And then you go less than 35, less than 30. But doing that too much reminds me of how much there is to go. So I prefer to do it from 21k on. If you're still doing your stuff in miles, then the numbers are harder. It's all 26 and 13 and 6.5. Just not so easy to use the numbers. And yes, the metric system, interesting. If you use the metric system, it is in use in every country except America, Myanmar, and Liberia. That's what apparently it is. And in Britain we sort of use it. We use it for everything except for driving cars. And if you come visiting as a tourist, you don't know how far things are. So it all seems backwards, but that's all. That's all a historical thing hanging around us. But yeah, I like to run in 5Ks, 10Ks. And essentially the marathon is a 40k deal, but it's actually 42.18. Why it has to be that? And the whole story about the first marathon, that's curious. I think his name was Philippides, and the idea was that he came and told the city-state of Athens, because they were all city-states, like, instead of states as we have these days, it was just the city, everything based around the city. Rome was the ultimate city-state, you know, a huge empire based on Rome, not on Italy, but on Rome. And yeah, I think his name is Philippides. Anyway, the story, there's a few stories about it, but one of them says they won the battle of Marathon, and he ran back from Marathon with the news and dropped dead. And that seems a waste of time, see? Because if you won a battle, there's no urgency. So I'd say you'd saunter back. You'd take a ride in a cart, wouldn't you? You'd take ages, you'd have sex along the way. You'd imbibe and drink along the way. You get back, 3 or 4 days later and say, yeah, we won. And it's great. But why you have to run so fast? But then there's another story that says, maybe the same guy, whoever that guy was, ran from Athens city-state to Sparta city-state, which is the capital city, the main city there, and said, we need you guys, because you guys are nuts. You guys go out there and do all this killing, and you'll be in a film called The 300. Well, you were, because it's the Battle of 300. That battle, that was with Leonidas, and that had already happened, I think, before the Battle of Marathon. I believe so. But anyway, was it, or maybe he was running, anyway, not sure quite the time details there. This is all about 200 before Charlie, BC, before the Common Era, and somewhere around now. He ran to try and get help, and then dropping down dead. You can understand it because it's an urgency, but after you've won, no urgency. I don't see. Any names of flags that are coming up, or instructions or anything?
Yeah, so I was just looking to see where everyone's from, and it jumps around a bit as everybody's running near you. But some of the countries everyone is from are Spain, UK, USA, China, South Korea, Germany, Norway, Australia, France, Wales, Japan, Netherlands, Italy, Ireland, Canada, Portugal, Denmark, Chile, Chad, Austria, and South Africa.
Wow.
So that's a selection
And
of
those are the
people
ones-
around you.
People around. Those are runners nearby, so I assume.
Oh,
Yeah.
Switzerland now as well.
Well
There
done,
you go.
Switzerland. And yes, all coming in to help. If you're nearby me, I assume you're coming to help and encourage me on. And you know that this is all to make humanity great again.
There is Mark
Hashtag.
Mozas from Spain.
Oh, Mark.
He's already done 17Ks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's not badly. Oh. This is tough today. And you're going to do instructions, aren't you?
Yeah, shall I read those out?
Yeah.
So this is for how to run with you on Zwift, yes?
Yeah, a lot of
Okay.
Swifty people will know this. Zwift is the app I'm running with. If you have a treadmill, I believe you could run outside with a stride kind of pod, a run pod attached to your latest. Maybe, I'm not sure. I haven't tested it out. But anyway, here are the instructions from Sarah.
Okay, so to run with Eddie on Zwift, so you need to. So there's the two Zwift apps. So you need to download the companion Zwift app and the main Zwift app.
Do you need to have both of them?
Both of them.
Okay.
So then on the companion app, you need to search for Eddie and follow.
Okay. There's a search that comes on the three buttons on the right, bottom right. I think is it the more button.
Well, now you may be being more expert than I.
If you go into it, probably you're just reading out instructions, but I think it's bottom right. There are those three dots. It says
Yes,
more.
I think it's in more. Yes.
And then you can put my name in, find me, click on me, and follow me. And then
Yep.
that's where I'm not sure what happens
And
after that.
then you go on to the main Zwift app.
Right.
Then you want to pair your device or your foot pod or your treadmill.
Don't worry about that because they should have that set
That's
up.
true, actually.
Right.
Everyone should be ready
Yeah.
to go on that. Then the main menu, anyone who you've friended or followed will be highlighted in the user list. So you should then see Eddie in the user list, and then you should select Eddie and click Run with Eddie. And then you should be there. Yeah.
Excellent. And people are making donations down here at Riverside Studios between the Thames and where I'm running. People can go and you can make a £4 donation with your machine. So that's nice. The machine went a bit on the blink yesterday, and now it seems to be back making positive noises.
Yes, we might have melted the donation machine.
Yeah, which is quite good in itself. So yes, if you have only just downloaded the Zwift running app, you do have to get your treadmill to link up with it with a stride pod so that it knows how fast you're going. Sometimes when you search for it, so I said don't mention this, but you have to do a search for what it is. And this Woodway running machine I'm on, it sends its own signal out, which I've linked to it, but there's also a run app or a stride thing or some sort of pod that you put on your laces. It picks that up and then it knows, it matches what you're doing on the machine to that. So I should mention, I've mentioned Zwift, they're sponsoring us. Mizuno, I'm dressed head to toe in Mizuno, apart from my hat. And so, started by the brothers Mizuno in Osaka in Japan. So, I'm up, not sure what time it is in Japan. Japan is just about probably late at night now. But thanks to them, they've given me some kit and some money to help pay for the infrastructure here. It's not a huge amount of infrastructure, we're trying to keep those costs down. But it's just so that we can get in, so that your donations go straight through. And then we have iPro Hydrate, which I drink, and they've also given us buckets of this to keep you going. So thank you to those people. And I'll just keep pounding on. I'm going to have a rest at 5 to the hour every hour.
Shall I do a readout of everybody running with you at the moment?
Yeah,
Okay, so we have,
it's a lot.
yeah, that's a lot. Anna Mikalska, Ewan Gillespie, Richie Keeley, Ricardo Quintiero, Linda Bogart, Benjamin May, Ben Jones, Dave Mell, Steve Copeland, back again, Rach.
Rachel Penguin.
Yes. Leslie Ellen, Oliver Farr, Amanda Moore, David Little, Chris Nolan, Matt Renshaw, Hartlepool Monkey Hanger, great name, Clive Finnimore,
Yes,
Jason
Clive.
Mitchell, Rebecca Wensley, Liz Griffiths, Wim Swisen, G. Austin, Valerie Fortin, Ronnie Thomas, Herto, Peter Jacobs, Bethan Edwards, Mate Adrian, Helena Anna, and someone has just dropped off and someone else has appeared. Gunther Kunz. There we go.
Thank
And
you
Sven
for,
Temming.
thanks to all of you who are coming out and running. And as you probably worked out, you can come and run for a bit, as most people do, and then go and relax. But it's Clive Finnimore, who's been out. This is just third marathon. Not sure what he was running yesterday. I'm losing track of things. But yeah, excellent stuff coming out. Definitely third day. Could be the third marathon. This is the time. You've heard me talking the other days. The first 10 are tough. Sounds glib, but it's just weirdly true. You get 10 under your belt, and it's like you're trying to get things to sync, and the brain will sync with the body. It goes, oh, this is what you do, and then off you go. Hey.
Yes, I just looked up local time in Japan as well. It's currently 9:30 p.m.
So it's just before bit before Melbourne and Sydney time, I think. What time did you say?
9:30 p.m.
Was that Osaka? Is there other different times?
That's Tokyo. Let's check Osaka. Yes, same time. GMT plus 9.
So they're on what, 9:30 you say?
9:30 p.m. Yeah.
And Sydney's now, Melbourne's now on 11:30. And Wellington's off into the morning. Yeah, we could actually do a roundup of times in the world. China, there's someone from China running, wasn't there?
Look up that.
They must have multiple time zones.
Yeah, that's true.
I suppose they've got the capital city. Got Peking first. Beijing. I should say.
So Beijing is 8:30 p.m.
Just a bit early. I need to talk to people, so I've really got no one to talk to until 3:30.
I think we're going to talk to someone at 1:30 now, which will probably
That's
be
better.
coming up on your screen fairly soon. That's hot off the press.
So, message out to Chris Wilson is bring people to talk to me. I will happily talk. But although this should feel like the easy beginning of the marathon, this is actually the continuing hell of the third marathon. So it'd be nice to talk to people at 1 or a quarter to, or anytime. Anytime. And you're going to get on this thing, yeah, at some point?
Yeah, I will. Will that be weird?
No, it can be okay, because you can always switch the screen off and then go quiet, and then you can come back on and
Yes, that is true.
chat.
I do feel with the mic I sound like I should be doing some kind of telling you your train's been cancelled rather than a chat.
The only thing, the light is going to be weird on you.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to turn around. So yes, I'm sitting on a table with the windows behind me, so otherwise I'll be a bit silhouetted, won't I, on the screen?
Yeah.
I'll turn myself around.
You could come around to there.
Yeah. Yes, because if I turn myself around and I've got my back to real you, that's going to be even weirder, isn't it?
No,
If I'm zooming you.
not necessarily. We can just
Okay,
muck about
try.
it until it all looks right. So yes, images of Madrid. Buenos Dias. You just say Buenos, don't you? That's what we learned. You just say Buenos in Spain. You have to say, yeah. So that's what I'm doing. Got a dog going woof outside. Dog obviously wants to donate. And if you wonder which avatar I am, my avatar's got the blue top and the pink shorts. I'm trying to match what I'm wearing at the moment. So she's almost looking like me. But not quite, because there's no leggings available. But there we go. Some thumbs up coming in there. That's nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Cheers. People donating down here at Riverside Studios. They're taking a walk, COVID safe walk, and we have a little machine just outside the window on the Thames Riverside of Riverside Studios. And you can see me pounding away here. And you can make a little donation, but you can also just go to eddieizzard.com, hit the donate button, goes through to the good people at crowdfunder.co.uk, and crowdfunder people will take your donations from anywhere in the world. And you can also do texts as well if you want. You can see that on your screen if you're watching on the screen. That's how that works. 70810. Just write 10 or 20, whichever amount of pounds you'd like to donate. £10 is about €11, about $13.50. And we'll just go eddieizzard.com. But yeah, I usually just talk it away. If I can talk away, then I can talk away the feeling of my legs. They start to just forget about things. And you see, everyone's running together. I can have a chat with them, but unfortunately, in the future, I think that'll be able to work. Actually, are you on the app? Do you want to come out of the app and I'll go back on? I'm going to see if I can do dictation. You're out? I've got a new setup. We're constantly adjusting our setup. So I've got a little new mini iPad here. And there we go. Ping pong, ping pong. There we go, loading the map. What's the... Oh dear. Oh no, it doesn't. Hi to everyone running with me today. Full stop. Glad you can be with me, even for a short while. Full stop. Best wishes. And this is my first message dictated into my iPad. Full stop. This is interesting. I think I did a message that was too long. Now it's gone a bit bonkers. Not happy. Full stop. Thanks for joining me, and this is my first message dictated on an iPad. Full stop. Eddie. There you go. Fortunately, the messages only come up very quickly, but yes, I can now dictate messages. It's up there for about 5 seconds. Oh, lots of thumbs up coming up. Hi, Clive. That didn't work. Clive Finnemore just said hello to me, so I tried to say that back. Hi, Clive. There we go. Because you're probably hearing me say this and then seeing me dictate it was a bit bonkers. But it did protective text on me. I said hi, Clive, and it came up with some gobbledygook. Oh, thanks, David Little. Thank you very much for that. Steve Copeland, thank you. Oh, I can see people's messages going by. Ah, this is much easier. Look at this. This is great. I can see if I just stay on the nearby thing, I can see everyone. I don't have to look at that tiny screen. I can watch it on the big screen. Nice leggings. Thanks, Rach. The good people at Mizuno gave me a choice in the red ones, the red Mottle Effect leggings. They're good for me because I'm not wild about my legs. They're a bit too built. But I think in the women's leggings range, the Mottle Effect, you can have the one colour, which does one thing if you've got perfect legs, and if you've got the Mottle Effect ones or ones with designs on them, then it breaks up everything. And so They work quite nicely. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, Rach, I'm not sure. There's if you go on Mizuno online, that you can, if you want to get some, but they're at the end of the season, so there might be very few left. Because I couldn't even see these online. They just turned up. Hi, Vida. Welcome, Vida Sorensen. Thank you, Jason Mitchell. Wow, I can now see people. This is great. What snacks have I got today? I've got little bits of chocolate bars, protein bars, and other things which are carbohydrate bars, little tiny bits. And then I'm drinking my iPro Hydrate, which has got stuff to keep me going. But I found when I've done loads and loads of marathons, I don't need stuff. It's at the beginning. Clive, oh, you won't be with us. Clive, have you done 3 with me? I think this is the 3rd you've done in a row, which is, I'm impressed. You know, anyone wants to come and run, but tomorrow you're going to go back to work. Okay. No full marathon, but jump on when you can. Excellent. I can now see people's speeches. Do send me messages. I'll try and notice them on the list. Everyone else who's not running along, hello to you too. I'm going to try and jump between everything now. Oh. Chocolate fudge, there we go. Right, 3 p.m. I'm going to talk to Javier Sancho, calling in from Barcelona, coordinator of Chagas Disease Global Coalition. Excellent, have a good chat with Javier there. 3:30. Anuvab, Pal calling from India. Anuvab, that's our friend Anuvab, yes. He's a journalist and writer and a historian, not a historian as well, but a stand-up comedian. What's the time? Is he in Mumbai? I think he's Mumbai based, isn't he?
Yes, I think so. Let me check what time it is for Anuvab.
Thank you. Waving to people outside now. So at 3:30, talk to Anubab from India.
So I think Anubab is in Mumbai. It
Yeah.
is 6. Oh, it's a GMT plus 5:30, so it is 6 coming up to 6:15 p.m. in
Okay,
Mumbai.
6:15. Hi, Anubab. So I'll talk to you later when it's. Yeah, he could talk earlier. We could get Anubab. What's this 3 p.m.
We
moratorium?
actually might have someone. We might have Clive calling in very shortly.
Oh, Clive Tullow.
Yeah. So we're going to try and get
Excellent.
Clive on
Don't
the
forget,
line.
I've got a thing happening, haven't I? A break in 10 minutes. Will he be like a 1 o'clocker or something?
We're trying to get him now, actually, but I think you could carry on through the break if you wanted with Clive.
Yeah, it'd be nice to. Well, if Clive could go to the loo, well, I guess. Everyone must go to the loo at the same time. 3 in a row. Clive Finnemore. I've just done Clive Finnemore. Yeah, another Clive. 3 in a row. Thank you, Clive, for coming on 3 days. That is the most sterling situation we've had. So anyone out there thinking, how do you do this? I think Clive will agree. It's all up in the mind. It's a mind thing. I met ultra marathon runners back in 2009 when I was running around the UK, and their joke to me, I said, "Is it about the body or the mind?" And they said it's 90%. It's 90% in the mind, and the other 10% is in your head. So I didn't quite put it that way. Is it mental? Yeah, is it mental? That was the line. Is it mental or is it physical? So 90% mental, the other 10% is in your head. There's me doing the joke correctly. But it's kind of true. It is completely controlled by this. So this thing, even if it's a mess, this thing in an emergency, if you can set up an emergency, you can make it do it. And thank you, someone donating. Thank you very much. Another donation going through. Do donate at Izzard.com. Just click on there and you can donate from anywhere in the world. What was I saying? Oh yes, mind control. It is. My example for this is emergency. Imagine a medical emergency for a loved one. Someone, family member, anyone you care about. And it was it's weird talking in COVID because we're not supposed to go anywhere. But say it was a, you know, God, the stars forbid, but you know, terrorism lockdown or something where, you know, it was just tough, and you knew that 21k, 13 miles away, there was medicine, there was something that could help. You'd get there and you'd get back. You'd have the motivation, even if you weren't a runner. If you filmed it all, it wouldn't look pretty, but you'd get it done. That's the motivation. It's the thing that makes these things, Clive coming here on the third day, anyone else who does, and they do much longer, ultramarathon runners, respect to them, they do much longer. And then you've got the elite athletes who do much faster. I'm just an endurian. I just keep going. Like a famous shuffling runner in Australia. It's a famous runner in Australia, if you Google that. And he ran in Wellington boots. And he used to run around his extensive farm trying to get the cows together. And he won the whole race. I think it was 100 miles. Could have been. Hi there. There's a donation button there, but I don't know if you've seen that. Oh yes. But now reading the thing. There's a little thing there. If you want, don't have to. Yes. Now they're reading. We've got little posters up outside on the wall. It explains what's happening. It's quite nice. I can see people's faces. And you, hopefully they read it because it reads what's going on here. And they go, yes, that seems fun. Excellent. Nice people are doing things. Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm waving. Everyone's looking at cheese. Is that happy, buddy? Thank you so much. There we go.
Hi Eddie.
Hi there.
How are you? It's Clive.
I am very good. It's Clive Tullow, ladies and gentlemen of the world who are watching. Clive,
How are you?
you're an experienced runner, aren't you, Clive?
Well, I have been in the past, but I'm in awe of your concentration and dedication and determination. It's incredible.
And we are both inspired by his father, unfortunately passed away now, but your wonderful dad, who came with me when I was doing the UK. Tell the world what your dad did.
Well, I don't know if you can see in the background of my head, there's a thing there, you might be hard for you to see, but it says
Can you
Schweppes Tonic
Can you
Records.
either take your camera to it or take the picture to your camera? Maybe
There
take
we
it
go.
off the wall. So what does
There
it
we
say?
go.
Yeah.
And that, it was in 1969, my dad, Bruce Tullow, ran across America, and he had been a great Olympic 5,000, 10,000 meter runner, and he decided that he wanted to finish his career by doing something a bit different, and so he decided to run across America.
Spectacular, I think would be the word I go for. He did something spectacular. Got the world record, yeah?
Yeah, he got the world record, and I think probably was the inspiration for Forrest Gump's when he did it in the fictional.
I think he wasn't actually, Clive. I don't think it
Wasn't
was because, see, Forrest Gump, great Tom Hanks, wonderful person. It's a great film, but Forrest never knew why he was doing it, and he just stopped. Whereas your dad knew he was doing something. It was a test of humanity, and he was doing that. He was sponsored. We say Schweppes up there because they sponsored him. They helped him get going, and it was just your mum and you in a car as backup team going.
Yeah, and my godfather drove another car, so we had like two cars and a tiny caravan. And when you first did your first marathon, you went and sought out his advice, didn't you?
Yes, indeed, and he came and joined me as well. And
you won't remember this, but when we started that run, your very first one.
And this is 2009 around the UK. Ended up as 43 marathons. Yeah, carry on. Sorry, Clive.
And we've been commissioned to follow you to make 3 1-hours, and the BBC rang me up and said, "Well, what happens if he stops on day 2?" And I was like, "Well, we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it." And then you set off, and you've recently done another documentary. So you said, "I just want this documentary to be just about the running."
Yeah, because the other one was the Believe documentary about my entire life.
And I remember thinking, oh my goodness, so we're going to have 3 hours of Eddie running around America. So, and the nice director, Rob, said, what are we going to do? I said, we'll just follow it, it'll be an adventure, we'll follow it. And we went for it. And then on about day 4, you got into Wiltshire.
Yeah.
So I rang Dad up and I said, run with Eddie, and then ask him why he's doing it. So I surreptitiously got him to sort of interview you while he ran along, so we would get lots of material.
Oh no, it was okay. I mean, the why I was doing it was okay, and I could have told you that if we'd had a conversation. I just didn't want him to go in, your trans, sexuality. Where did you grow up? What's your favourite colour? That was less on my radar. It's more about,
It was great. It was an inspirational program. People loved it.
Well, you see, we'll always have the last day, because on the last day, you joined me. You were pace setter for me. Pacemaker, pace setter. Pace setter. Yeah, just before.
You were running well then.
I was going good, wasn't I?
You were running. You done about a 4-hour marathon that last day.
No, that was a 5. We were going for a 5. Because I had already done 42 marathons, but it was a 5. We're trying to break 5, which for the world record holders is ridiculously nothing.
I think you did it easily, because don't forget the bike broke as well, so we had to stop.
Oh. But
you were running about 4-hour pace most of the time.
Well, I was right. Yes, we did have a 20-minute delay, and I was going pretty fast. I was 30 seconds past 5 hours in the end. That's how it was. But there was a 20-minute where the cameras lost it. And if you think, why did I wait for cameras? People out there listening might be thinking, why did I wait for cameras? Well, part of it is ego. If you get to the last one, you want to get it covered. But the two, for trying to encourage people to donate, if they can't see what's going on, they can't see the problems, then what's the point? And if I hadn't, because they were all stuck in traffic, they were on, it was Ted, and other people on little, what do they call them, the wheelie things, the
electric tricycles, really, weren't they?
Yes, what are the things that we have in Soho, in Covent Garden, Soho. They have an Asian name which has gone out of my head, but those little things. But if we didn't wait for them, there would be no one with me for the rest of it. It'd just be an invisible rest of the journey, and we couldn't have that.
Yeah, so, you're right. Because it's very interesting, because when Dad gave you advice, the main thing about it is that he found it, he just wanted to get it over with, so he would try and do the run almost as quickly as possible.
Yes, I understand.
He was like, oh, just try and get it done, and then you can rest, And then what I said to him afterwards, I said, what we didn't think of, Dad, is that obviously him and you are very different animals, and you are a communicator and you like people. And I said, in the end, when we were running through Bath or Bristol, Eddie didn't mind how long it took him, really, because it was doing it, which was important, and stopping and seeing people and raising their profile. And
talking to people, crazy people. I was in Bath, running down the road in Bath, and someone came running along. What are you doing? I'm running. Okay, he says, you're nuts, you are. Yeah, but good nuts. And then he ran off again. So that was the thing, and in a way I've slightly become more like your father in my recent ones, because when I ran Europe back in February of last year, I had to keep to deadlines in order to get coaches and trains and a few planes to get around, and now I have to finish to do my show at 7 p.m. But yes.
I mean, I think this one is almost mentally tougher, I think, because
I think so.
Because you're just on the treadmill, and I've been watching you the last couple of days, watching the last 5 or 6 kilometres, and I could see sometimes the people you've got with you are chatting away, and I could see you're really struggling, and you're like, guys, talk to me, ask me a question.
I'm going to do a break here. This is 5 to the hour I do my breaks.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to go and have a shower.
Yeah, and come back when you want to.
I've just been for a run, and then I'll join you again when you're back on the treadmill.
Yep, I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Excellent.
But you can take as long as you want. All right. Cheers, mate.
Cheers,
Okay, I'm going back live. So hello, Domino from Verbia in Switzerland. Yeah, Steve. Everyone's gone. I had a break. I'll say I'm back running. Full stop. Eddie. Good morning, Ohio.
Thank you.
Hello, France.
Hey, Eddie, I'm back.
Oh, you're back, you're back. Excellent.
I showered.
Excellent.
How,
Clive,
talk me through I was reading that, I was reading the writer, I can't pronounce his name, Haruki Muchikari, What I Talk About When I Talk About Running. Have you read that book?
I haven't. As a dyslexic person, I heroically read nothing.
Yeah.
But wait for the audiobook. He probably has an audiobook out there.
And he runs in the same, Mizuno, he runs in the same shoes as yours. He's a Japanese writer.
Right, I'm on the Wave Rider ones, which were recommended by the person who does my orthotics. If you have
Yes.
difficulties running, I don't know if I don't know if you have used orthotics, Clive, but for the rest of the world, do talk to a podiatrist about orthotics, and they can do amazing things. So my right foot pronates, which means it turns out to the right, and my expert guy does amazing. Paul Harradine, who is I'm going to do an advert for him. The Podiatry Centre in Portsmouth. Paul Harradine is one of the top experts. He makes the piece while you're there. It's the back half of the foot, and it's a bit weird because it's the back half and it sort of moves around a bit. So I put a little double-sided gaffer on it and just stuck it down, and then it makes my right foot land more correctly. So I've had no body problems. Well, it's only 2.5 marathons, or 2 and a bit marathons.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I do. Was that an answer to your question? Or just
No. I was just interested that because I've used Mizuno Waves. I think they're really good. They're and I like them. They're a nice understated company that make good shoes. You know, they don't go in for the big kind of, chest thumping that some of the other brands do.
Yeah, mine's called Wave Rider. Is that the same as what you?
Yes, I use the Wave Riders.
Oh God.
They're good. Yeah.
Sorry guys, I've got a shoelace under and I have to.
That's what you call an actual shoelace problem. My dad used to say a couple of times as he got older, he used to stop when he got to a style and he'd say tactical shoelace, and he'd just have a minute or two to rest.
Oh right.
Tactical shoelace stop, he'd say.
Well, I'd say things like, my body is talking to me.
Yeah.
And well, you see, this was the argument we were having. You might have heard some of the chat the day before, talking to Tim, my physio, and other people, that I used to run until it was done. This is also the comparison of me and your dad. Personal bests were not my thing. I kind of want to win the world record, but if I'm not going to do that, everything else is just. Well, what your dad said that thing. This is a world record for across America, and he did amazing things like when he sprained his ankle. He just strapped it up in a big boot and carried on walking instead of running, but he walked, 20 miles that day or something until it got better. So he walked it through until it got better. That's kind of amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is amazing what the body could do and how it sort of. I know. Anyway, I was reading this book this morning about Arikui, and then he was saying that he did an ultra run. You know, and you were talking about them earlier. You know,
Yeah.
like one of the 62-mile runs, and he said throughout the run, each part of his body would take it in turns to have a little shout at him. So he'd be running along, and his right thigh would be like screaming, "This is enough! This is enough!"
Yeah.
And then after a bit, the right thigh would give up, and then the left knee would start.
Yeah, that I have found that to be true.
As if all of them are intolerant, just have taking their time to, you know.
To just say
What are
weird
your?
things to you. But also, oh, you've gone small scale for some reason in our screen. I don't know if you pressed a button there. Oh, you're back. But I go slow enough that it doesn't damage my body too much,
Yeah.
which is interesting because your dad was doing an average of 40 miles a day, which is about 60k a day. You know, he was doing way over a marathon a day. And and I think I could get there, but I'm not desperate to do really the personal best person to be the, you know, I've got to break this record because
Also, I think from a kind of marketing point of view, you know, doing a marathon a day impresses people enough. You don't need to do 30 miles a day.
Oh, well, that is a very good point. I am trying to get people to give and be impressed enough that they say, well, let's go to eddieizzard.com, hit the donate button. But if you do a marathon, which is 42k, 26 miles, if you do a marathon plus another 5 miles, no one really gives a monkey's. Your average person doesn't because they don't know the difference. Double marathon, that's quite a good one to have in your back pocket. That's what I did I did that in South Africa on the last day. You know, I did 2 marathons back to back, and that was somewhat murderous, but hopefully I was trying to encourage people to really donate on the last day. And as you may know, in one of these things, people give, and we try to encourage people to give in the beginning, but they tend to wait until the end.
Yeah.
And then it zooms up. So I think we must have got a lot of money on the last day running the 84k, 56 miles.
Well, you raised a lot of money last year because it sort of snuck up on us. Was it a last minute thing, that the European countries idea?
We'd been talking about it for some time. It's just that there is a thing, Chris Wilson, who's a great part of making this happen. I've said to Chris, and he'll probably be watching now, he's in love with day one, and he says, come on, let's do a fanfare, let's do trumpets, and tell everyone we're doing it. And I say, I'm in love. He's in love with the first day, and me and Karen, who does publicity to the start, and we're in love with the last day. We like to build up, and it means you don't have so much pressure on the first day. I mean, the pressure on to start is a little daunting. You know, when it'll build up, okay, go. And as you said, the people at the BBC, when I ran around the UK, and I'd had no experience of running marathons. In fact, when I started on the Monday, my first marathon would have been on the Friday before. And they said, will it last? And Sarah Johnson, my road manager here, after 2 weeks, what was it, after when we got to the top of that hill, up to Brecon?
Yes. Yeah.
We went up a big hill coming out of Wales, going past place Skewen where I used to live. And
yes, that's right.
What did you do? You phoned to the BBC, you told them?
Oh yes, well when you were, when suddenly
Can you hear
everything
Sarah?
started to click.
Can you hear Sarah?
Yeah.
Hey Glo.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, 2 weeks in, that's right, 2 weeks in, suddenly everything started to...
Let's give the whole thing. So I started, you know, as Clive was saying, it was the first time I'd ever done it, 2009. I'd like to run around the whole of the UK. I don't know how long it's going to take. And everyone at Sports Relief went, isn't this just nuts? And what if it blows up? What if you stop?
Yeah.
And it was miserable. The first 10 were miserable. And it was about the end of Marathon 10 at the top of the hill in Brecon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So carry on.
Because I remember I checked that, you got medically checked out before you started, and
Yeah.
they said, I need to understand the worst scenario here, and they said that what would happen is, cumulatively your body's going to start breaking down. It's going to be a bit in shock, like of what you're doing. It'll start to deteriorate, and either one of two things will happen. Either it will continue to deteriorate, in which case you would collapse. We need to take you home, but you'll be okay. Or it will adapt, and they said if it adapts, in theory, as long as mentally you're strong enough, you will be able to carry on bar any injuries. And it was at that point that I saw that change happen, and it was really marked. It was a really marked change. And I remember watching in the van, and it was like your feet were like a metronome, and suddenly it was like a machine, and you just looked different, and you were aching less. And I thought, I think that change has happened.
It was from, anyone in Wales will know this, or maybe in the UK, but from Izzard Gunlice. If I pronounce it right, I practiced long and hard to say Izzard Gunlice. Going up towards Brecon, there is a hill that's like that. It goes on and on and on and on, and once, and I could do it. I wasn't going very fast, but I was going up this hill. It wasn't too steep.
Wasn't the weather bad as well?
It was very bad up to there.
Yeah.
Once I got to Skewen, it's sort of where I used to live, where Mum died.
That was
We had that moment, and that's where Rob, the director, turned to me and said, "Why have you come here?" I came to see where my dad used to work.
Yeah.
And he says, "What are you doing? What are you looking for?" And I said, "I don't know, but I always go back." And the wonderful people of Skewen, and Kevin Park, a big shout out to anyone, Kevin Park in Skewen, and they come and see me. So it's beautiful. And then when we got through there, we went up to Izzard Gunlice and then up that hill. At the top, it just felt when you had a commanding view. So endorphins and a view. The view is quite a useful tool to make the brain go, "Oh, this is okay." And then I thought, maybe I've finished 10 marathons, maybe this is where it begins. And then you said you're going to be at the finish line ready, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought, God, you're going to do this, short of, getting an injury, you're going to finish this. So I remember calling the guys at Sport Relief and saying, "Hey, we better arrange the final day. We better arrange the finish line because Eddie will do this." And I think there was everybody went, "Oh, right, okay, we better get on that."
And Sarah didn't tell me that she said that, but I just had learned that after the run had finished, the thing. But it's kind of beautiful to know because, it's all up here. Oh, so you're now on. You're on thingy now. You're
Am
on.
I?
Yes,
Oh,
you're on
no,
visual.
look.
We're
Cameras
live.
have turned
We're
around.
live. We can actually see you, Sarah.
Oh, how terrifying. My plans to avoid cameras have gone terribly wrong.
You're always being dragged into cameras.
Usually when you're
Well,
running.
interestingly, a similar sort of thing happened to Dad actually, because when he started off in Los Angeles, I think most of the Americans thought he's not going to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some crazy Brit. And slowly, the publicity built up over the as the run went through. By the time we got to Oklahoma City, which was halfway, there was more interest.
Yeah.
Then Thames Television flew out and filmed a bit of it. And then by the time he got to New York, like you, the publicity had grown and grown and grown and grown. He did this thing on the last. You weren't allowed in 1969 to go across to Manhattan by bridge, so you had to catch the Staten Island ferry across with all the TV cameras, and then they froze all the lights all the way down Fifth Avenue, so you could run all the way down Fifth Avenue and finish at where the mayor was. And a journalist wanted to run the last 2 miles with him.
Right.
And Dad, unlike you, hadn't really cottoned on to the publicity. He thought, fuck it, I'm not going to run all the way across America and have some guy run the last 2 miles with him. So he just kept picking up the pace until the journalist was dropped.
Well, I must say, there is a kind of truth in that. I do remember one of the marathons in South Africa. I'm always trying to get to the finishing line on my own, but I can understand from your father's point of view. If someone else is there, it doesn't make a great photograph. So you need to say to the guy, "You have your run with me, but please, can I just have the last bit? I've come too far." That's what you just get real about it. And then they'll go, "Oh yes, I see," because they won't have thought of that. But you must have ended at Washington Square Park then. Is that where you?
No, City Hall, which is wherever City Hall is in New York. It's where the mayor of New York.
Right. Right. People from New York who are now coming online. Tell us what area. Is that in Union Square? No, City Hall. I'm not sure where City Hall is.
So which was your favourite? If I had to say to you, you have to choose one marathon in one city, not because you love that city any more than any other, but of your last one you were doing in February, which one would you take your mind back to and go, that was a great day?
There was, I do love Europe. I'm a proud European,
Yeah.
and so they all had their things. I will say Valletta in Volta. Volta's having a wonderful 17 degrees today, but it was tough that day. That was a tough thing. But Malta itself has been through such a tough history. World War II, we were trying to keep it going, and they were being bombarded all the time. So they've had that tough history themselves. So I had a tough little marathon of history on that day, on my 5th day. Lisbon was beautiful because it was like over 20 degrees. Where we ran yesterday, and the 2nd February back then, and that was just like, it's right by the ocean. It looks gorgeous, and I felt like I was on a holiday. And Germany, Berlin, great to be back in Berlin. I do shows in Berlin, and I actually did a tour of Berlin with Dr. Gary and Tim, Physio Tim, and I said, this is this, and that's that, and that's where this is, and this is Brandenburg Gate, and that's where that in history happened, and here's the old Berlin Wall, and I took them to loads of places. I was a tour guide for the day. Paris was kind of beautiful, because at the end I did my first gig after having run a marathon. We didn't know what would happen, and it's a place called the Nouvelle Seine. If anyone looks up Seine, the name of the River Seine, it's on the River Seine, and it's right by Notre Dame. It's a beautiful location. It has a restaurant upstairs. We had a meal afterwards. Big long load of friends there, and the audience were there to greet me as I ran up to come in, and they gave me a nice round of applause, which felt great. And then I did the show. C'était excellent, formidable. So
I was with you the day you did your first gig in Paris.
You were there at the first one?
Yeah, because we were going to. I'd come to Paris to talk to you because we were doing Channel Izzard.
Oh yes.
And we had to have a meeting about Channel Izzard, like what was going to be in Channel Izzard. The Channel Izzard, for people who are historically au fait with Eddie's complete career, it was where Eddie took over the whole of Channel 4 for a night and programmed all the programs, and we made lots of ridiculous and funny and interesting things.
Speed archaeology, and I think we were before Time Team. Had Time Team come out at that point? I'm not sure, but I didn't know of Time Team. But Time Team was a wonderful archaeology program. In 3 days, they would find whatever they could, using the great methods of expert archaeologists. And that was one of my bugbears, which is it always takes so long to get it up. I'm an impatient person, so I was doing it with dynamite, so that was just a joke. But they actually did it so beautifully. Yeah.
But so we had to come and see you, and then you were doing a gig in Paris that night.
Yeah.
Your first gig. So you wanted to do the whole meeting in French.
Because you speak a bit of French.
Like, my French is GCSE at the best,
Right.
And I was like, eventually I'm going to ask. I said, 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes in English.
Now, was it the first ever gig, or was it one of the gigs I did, like one of the early gigs?
I think it might have been your first gig.
Okay. Were you at the gig?
No, I had to fly back because you did a whole routine on oranges, I think.
Oh yeah, that was the one. That was it.
Opening an orange. Maybe I was there.
It was basically, if you were there, it had a horseshoe-shaped bar, a round circular bar. It was basically a rock and roll pub, and I was up doing it with some chairs in front of me, with about 30 people watching, while about 50 people were having drinks at the bar just behind it, making a hell of a noise. It was not the right place to play, even though the Flesh Door, it was called the Golden Hour, which is probably a wonderful place normally. It's a great rock and roll venue, but wasn't good for me. And basically, I think I said, fuck, about 100 times before I went on, because I had not been planning to do. I wanted a little gig in a quiet room, which I have since. There are loads of them in Paris, and I just wanted no bar, no people there not watching, just about 30 people supportive, doing as I struggled through my French, and I lost all my confidence, but I got it done. I knew I had to do it, a bit like this. As long as you go for it. Anyone out there in life, attempt it, try it. It may be a rubbish. At the end of it, there's in the documentary, in the Believe documentary, you can see British, English-speaking bilinguals there, and whoever was filming it says, "What did you think?" And they went, you can see their brains looking for whatever words they can look for, and they go, "It wasn't good." That's all I can say. It wasn't good. Hi, everyone. Just waving to people outside.
Are you getting many people outside coming past inside?
Can we switch cameras for me, Dave? There's people at the window. You can donate through the little thing there if you do. Thank you. And Dave, can we switch my camera?
Dave, just working on that.
Oh, right, cool. Oh, is that a tricky thing to do on probably on Zoom? Yeah, so people can see this.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see.
That's great.
Yeah, and so
I'm
people
going
can
to come
donate.
down. I'm going to come down and have a wave in a few.
Yeah.
In a week or so.
Thank you so much. It's great. It goes bing bing, and then another £4. I think we should up that to £5, don't you? Why £4?
Yes, I don't
£4?
know.
No, £4's a good number. I think £4. £4's nothing.
I think that humanity would like. I'm doing it as a humanity spokesman here. Can they up that to £5 for tomorrow? Just because everyone, a £5, a £4 or a £5, everyone's okay with that.
Yeah.
I think, not everyone, but if you're gonna give, if you have money to donate, I know a lot of people don't have enough money, so don't donate. Just keep it for yourself. Keep yourself as good as you can. And thank you.
Where does your focus and determination come from, Eddie? Because everything you've done, you've said you'd do, and then you've done it. I'm always amazed.
Well, there was a point in my life where I was saying I was going to do things and failing, but I think determination for myself might be a genetic thing. I think I might have a gift of the genetic DNA card, because I look back to my reports cards from, say them all, from childhood, and some of them, a lot of them don't mention it, but some of them, occasionally they do say, "What a determined young child is one." If I'm motivated, determined when motivated, I think it's the same as most humans. When motivated, determined. When not motivated, I can't do the washing up. I did the washing up this morning, just to save me having to do it this evening, because we've got these 31 days of toughness. But I think that's the motivation. An interesting thing happened when I went to, my mum died, we went to a boarding school. We never went to boarding schools before that, but that's what happened. And then we went to a different one back in Bexhill-on-Sea. No, it was in Eastbourne, actually, near Bexhill-on-Sea, where my dad had been born in that town. And so we went to Beat School, and they held me back for a term. I didn't realize at the time, but I was in there's a thing called the prep school, the preparatory school, and then there's the pre-prep, and I was held for one term in the pre-prep. This is when I got to do I first stole my first line on stage in Beauty and the Beast, which is a whole story, which I quite like. Oh, I should tell that tonight. But they held me back. Then they put me up into the year I should have been in. I don't know why they were thinking this. Maybe I just can't work out why. Anyway, so I was put into the top stream, because I was lucky enough to be given a certain ability to do that. And in French, something I instantly liked. I didn't know my brother had already liked this. Dad was not into languages, but my brother, separately, my brother and me. And I jumped on learning French, and I was a term behind, which is quite a lot of work behind. But the teacher writes, Elizabeth Drake, she's my French teacher, and she was saying, quite determined and catching up and doing well, and I was battering around the top of the form. And it was motivation. I liked it, boom. And she made it fun. On Saturdays, we'd have to go to school for half of Saturday, and she would no work really. We'd play games in French, like Ludo, and if you won, you got given sweets. So that seemed like a very good thing. That's all. Learning French, eating sweets, that seemed good. And so I think it's a genetic thing, but also I'm built for this. I've said this before. I'm sure a lot of people in Special Forces are annoyed at me, but well, I wanted to be in Special Forces. I knew everything about David Sterling who set up the SAS, the Long Range Desert Group, where it came from, Paddy Mayne, who took it over when David Sterling was captured. The thinking out of the box. This is the interesting thing. Again, the Nuffield syllabus that I got, which I rejected initially, but now almost everything I do is out of the box. Since I came out as trans 35 years ago, running marathons, performing in French, German, and Spanish. I want to do Arabic, I want to do Russian. I will do them. It feels good for me, but it's not like I'm doing the biggest beer commercial in the world. Got the most amount of money so I can have, biggest car. I'm not into that.
You are. It's not just running, because I remember, I remember when you first said, I'm going to go and do stand-up in French, and I'm going to do stand-up, no, stand-up doesn't travel, so I'm going to learn languages and do it all around the world. And I remember thinking, well, that's nuts. And you did that. And then you said, I'm going to be an actor for a bit. And I was like, yeah, let's see. And then you were in major movies, and you did that really good series.
The Riches.
I really love that. That was
great.
Brilliant.
But I must admit, thank you for saying that, but I would never have said for a bit. I'm not going to be, that's one thing I wouldn't have said, because it was my first love, was acting from 7. And
no, but it wasn't like you said it, but I remember Chiggy saying, oh, Eddie's wants to do lots more acting, and then you just did it.
I should say Chiggy, Caroline Chiggy was my comedy manager, and Nikki Van Gelder is my acting agent. I had separate agents. I don't know most people have separate dramatic acting through Nikki and comedy through Chigs. Yeah. So I do that separately, and that happened in 1993, I believe. We've had that relationship since then, but I was talking about this, I was talking about this on stage. I do the show at 7 p.m. My early acting work was either terrible or pretty rough, because I knew that I had comedy instincts, and I had to switch them off, and I had to switch them off and develop my dramatic instincts, and they were different. I should say this, I'm going to have to cut off on you, but I'd love to talk to you more, Clive, but in 3 minutes I have to do a Zoom call with...
Okay. Well, listen, Eddie, I'll join you later on, either later this afternoon or tomorrow.
Keep in touch with Sarah.
You're just about to hit the quarter of the way through the day. 10.5 is exactly a quarter.
Exactly so, exactly 10.
And you're running well, you're looking good, you've got a good rhythm.
Thank you so much. I'd love to keep talking to you, actually, because there's more we can talk about.
All right, cheers.
Clive,
yeah.
Are you up for being a standby person? Because I need standby people who I can just
call definitely. Well, that's why I came on this morning. I heard you say, I haven't got anyone to talk to till 3:30, so I texted Sarah. But
well, that's great.
I'm working from home. I'll be a standby.
You'll be like a standby, like the wonderful doctors who go on standby. You can be a standby chatter, which is less high-ranking, but it's very necessary for me. It really helped me. Thank you so much. Talk to you later.
All right.
Cheers.
I'm in all. Keep going.
Thank you. Will do. Thank you from Richie Keeley. Has to go. So thank you for that. Sorry if I missed your messages on Zwift. Now, Angie Conway. So Angie Conway is a counsellor working with young people and children in schools affected by knife crime gangs, young runaways, interested to talk about comedy and the importance of my type of humour. Very good. So I'm going to be talking to Angie Conway in about 2 minutes' time. And Angie has already made a donation, and she either did it by text, 70810 in the UK. Then you can see it on the screen there. You can write 10 or you can write 20 for £10, £20. But the easiest thing for everyone around the world, eddie.com, hit the crowdfunder, donate. The donate button takes you through the crowdfunder, and off you go. And it helps. Oh. So, it's weird. If you're running a lot, I just find talking makes it so much easier. I forget about the body. And I think there's something that happens when ideas are sparking in my brain. It could be to do with the fact with performance, that this is somewhat a performance, and on stage I perform. And when it does that, this, is it synatogen? Is that the right word? No, serotonin. Synatogen's it's a prescription drug. Serotonin in the brain that goes pinging around. And I think even if I'm chatting, because I'm trying to learn things, formulate ideas, and it's suddenly serotonin goes up, and I feel better. Maybe there's an after bit where now I've got no serotonin. But anyway.
Not the same as the endorphins.
Endorphins, yes. Endorphins, yeah, I think they're linked to serotonin, not probably to synatogen. Oh. Shall I come down to 7.5? Hold on. Whew. Knackety knack. Dave, just before, is Angie coming on? Just do tell me that someone's on. I'm happy for you to shout even during the middle of things. You can interrupt because then at least I know what's going on. Or if you need me to look at the board to know what's happening, I'm quite happy for that. We're not doing BBC television. They do a wonderful job, but we're doing just us and linking up with what we can. Day 3. There will come a day when it says day 23 and day 13, which will be lucky day 13. Let's have a do that. Zeissenhausen. Hello from Zeissenhausen. Guten Morgen, guten Nachmittag. That's to Jay Janczek. Hello. Hello. And danke for being here. We're running in rain now, in virtual rain, which can be nice to run in gentle rain. And we got scenes from. Oh, can't hardly hear you.
You're going right to Angie, aren't you?
Thank you very much. Can you bung the details back up? Hi there, Angie.
Hi, Eddie.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm inspired. I'm totally inspired listening and watching.
Well, thank you. Thank you. As you say, there's a lot of people around the world. You don't actually have to be running on a treadmill. You might not have, a lot of people don't have treadmills, but it's you can just donate, and thank you for donating. And did you use the button? Did you go izzard.com or did you use the text thing?
I used the text. It was easier. It was it was easier, and I thought as you're doing 31, I would donate £31.
Oh wow! Can you do that? Did you just write 31 or what? Because I thought you.
Well, I couldn't. I haven't been able to do it. I did 330s, and but I owe the £1.
Okay, just don't forget each one you do. If you write 10, it does £10. If you do 20, it does £20. But maybe,
Yes.
Did you just write? Did you? Because you may have put a lot of money in there. Oh, well, I hope it's okay. Now, thank you. Yes. So tell us about yourself. So you're a counsellor, yeah?
Yes, I'm a counsellor. I've been working all the way through the lockdowns all this year, and I found out last week that I did have COVID at one point as well. So I've recovered from that. But I've been working with young people, young victims of crime, and young people involved in gangs and crime.
And you've been doing that for some years, yes? And
yeah, I have. Yeah, I've been doing it for a number of years now. I work for a small charity in London.
And how has COVID affected that? Made it worse, I presume.
It's made it worse in some ways, but in some ways it's made it a bit safer. Whereas young people couldn't go out and get involved in things that maybe they shouldn't anyway. So
right.
in some respects.
All right. Okay. That's good. And I've got a little information about you here. It says you're interested in talking about comedy and the importance of my type of humour. Is that just
absolutely? I mean, I've followed you from the start, and I think we've moved on now from the comedian to I think I'm a humanitarian European.
Yes.
And you inspire me, and and I use humour in my work. You know, as you know, with young people, it's not all doom and gloom, and the world isn't all doom and gloom. And I do believe that humour, you know, lightens the load a lot.
I think you're absolutely right. It is my trick when I do shows is I try and make myself laugh. So if I'm having a good time, I hope everyone else is. But it definitely, I was talking about this just before you came on, the serotonin or endorphins, they are linked. But anyway, the stuff that goes on in my brain, it makes it perk up and go, yes, this is okay.
Absolutely, and I woke up this morning and I came and I discovered you again. I discovered you on the first day actually, and it's just lifted my load today, and I feel so hopeful. And I go back to work tomorrow, and I just feel like I can do anything.
Oh, beautiful!
You know, it's just you're just such an inspiration.
Well, thank you so much for that, and it makes one feel good if it helps someone. But I am being very selfish, really, because as I say, it starts with trying to help myself, but in this kind of positive way. You know, if I do this, and I don't know if I think I can do this. I have done these things before, but the gig afterwards, doing an hour's worth of talking, is just, well.
I've just booked tickets, so coming to see you on the 18th.
Very good. The 18th. Oh, no, 18th. It's not a special. No, the 28th. 28th is in French, I should say to everyone listening around the world. The 18th is in English, but the 28th is in French because that's celebrating Paris. And we got the 13th, is it? And the 23rd? 12th and the 23rd.
23rd.
12th is Vienna and 23rd is Berlin. So those will be in German. So bear that in mind. That is written on the booking thing, isn't it?
Yes. We've told
that
people.
They will know people. So excellent. You will see me on the 18th. I might be quite good by then. Because I'm a little bit bonkers at the moment, and I have a show, a biography show, where I talk about things that I've gone through in my life, and so I'm doing a bit of that and certain amounts of old pieces. I'm remixing some of my older hits, kind of like the Rolling Stones have done, probably since the beginning. In music, it's much more acceptable, or wanted maybe, for people to go and can we hear the greatest hits? And I've never really done the greatest hits, but now I'm trying to find them, and I have to re-find them. I have this.
I look forward to that. I think you know a big rehash and will be fun.
A remix and a rehash, and we'll see where we get to. But and what area of the country are you in?
I'm in London. I'm just a few miles away from Riverside Studios.
Oh,
I might try and wave one day.
Excellent. Yes, you can. As you've probably seen, there are people going by. I can hear someone with a skateboard. Yes, it's people come by and they can make donations out the window. That's the fun thing. They go up.
Yeah, letting people know. So we'll share this and let people know what you're doing and get them to make donations. I think I worked once with Fair Share, one of your charities, fantastic charity. They supplied a lot of fantastic food for the women that I worked with previously.
Excellent. And so the age range of the kids, the people that you're working with, is young kids up to teenagers?
They tend to be teenagers, 14, 15, 16, 17.
That is always a tricky age, isn't it, for any teenager, any family, isn't it? Because in the old days, I look at this, but this is just me thinking out of the box, is that, you remember the bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah in the Jewish religion, that was you become an adult, and we changed that and we said, no, we're not ready, let's wait to 18, maybe 21 in America. But it causes a strange energy in a lot of families, and some kids go way off the rails, and some kids there's a lot of arguments in families, and there must be some better way of doing that. I don't know if I've got the answers to that yet, but
yeah, I think some parents just miss meeting their children where they're at, you know, even wherever they're at, even if it's a perceived negative place.
Yeah.
You have to meet people where they're at, where they're actually at.
And probably they'll get to that point where the parents have been used to saying, now we will do this, now we will do that. And the kids are starting wanting to say, I don't want to do what you want me to do. Whatever you say, I'll do something else. It gets so tricky.
And, you know, some young people are vulnerable. You know, they grow up in maybe, you know, families where they don't have the support they need. They don't have everything that they need, and they're vulnerable to manipulation and grooming. So.
It is tough. Well, thank you so much for everything you're doing. And
Thank you.
thank you for being supportive.
I'm inspired to go forward.
Yes. And keep.
And I look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for checking in and thank you for donating.
Okay.
Cheers then.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye then.
So, that was great. Yes, do anyone do donate if you'd like to at eddieizzard.com. If you have the funds, of course. If you haven't got the funds, if you're struggling, keep your funds and get yourself to a good place. But the rest of us, if you go to eddieizzard.com anywhere in the world and you can donate. Oh. Hey, 12K. Rebecca Wensley, keep going, yes. We're all trying to keep going now. There's people nearby. Oh. Good morning from Montreal, Canada. Sylvian Herbert. Hello. All right. 2 p.m. I'm going to be talking to Barnaby Matley, who is a wonderful person who has donated. So we're doing these things. If you do donate a nice amount if you can, and then could we'll have a chat on Zoom. That'd be fun. Barnaby Matley is an actor director based in Norwich, training to run marathon. We could talk about that. Is a dyslexic assessor. Interesting. Because I have been tested for my dyslexia. I insisted I was tested because I'm sort of a functioning dyslexic. Because I can sort of get by with coping mechanisms, but I'm severely atypically dyslexic. Apparently so. Love to Barnaby, very positive on the things that we're doing here. Ambassador for Humanity. Barnaby's seen Eddie live in Norwich a few times. Excellent. That'll be at 2 p.m. So anyone listening, I'm gonna do breaks at 5 to the hour. I'll try and do that, and that way I can, and then at sort of 5 to the hour I'll have a break for 5 minutes, and then on the hour talk to Barnaby. But I'm going to do that at 5 to all the hours, every 55 minutes I'll take a break. Because now that I'm talking to myself, I can feel the legs again. Legs are going, what's going on? I can talk to you, Sarah.
Okay. I've got a clock for you now as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You can just drop it here.
Yeah. Shall I try and
Yeah.
Velcro it on?
Yeah, bring a bit of, put double-side Velcro on the, not Velcro, but gaff, oh no. Yeah, Velcro would probably be a good one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come and stick it on.
You can do it there. So, I've done a quarter of a marathon, that's 2 1/4 marathons. When I get up to 21, I always like to get to 21k, because then I feel it's downhill. Thank you, someone's saying keep it up. Whew. Oh. La, la, la. Good morning from Maryland, USA. In Maryland, you'll be 5 hours before us. Coming up to 9, I believe. So good morning, Michael Moore. We are, yes, two people from the eastern seaboard in Canada and America now joining us. That goes up to Toronto, same time. In Toronto, it's the same time as New York and Maryland. Now I find it tougher again. It's not working. There? Yeah? That'll work. If it doesn't, put it up there. This is what the astronauts did. That's why they had Velcro, so they put things around so it wouldn't float off. Yeah, for the astronaut. Unfortunately, caused a big fire. Apollo 1, 3 astronauts died in it. They're still on the ground. It's because Velcro, it pressurizes with pure oxygen, explodes. Yeah, they never expected it.
Do you know the story of the whole pen that worked in space?
Yeah, well, it's a pencil.
Yeah. So America, engineers in America, I think, worked to make a ballpoint pen that would work in space in weightlessness.
Yeah.
And it was a whole thing, and then they managed to do it. It was great. And then I think
Russians were using it.
used the pencil. So
But still,
that's what I heard. I wonder.
but
I
both
think that's true. Unless it's an
countries were
urban myth.
doing amazing things just to get up there.
Well, I think I heard as well the way that the astronauts tell if they're in zero gravity is they often take a little mascot or a toy of one of their kids or something,
Right.
and they hang it up in the shuttle. And so when they see it start floating,
Yeah.
they know that it's zero gravity.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
It's a beautiful, simple way of doing it.
I'm going to take my breaks at 5 to the hour, comma, every hour. Today. Full stop. Eddie. Oh. Nope, hasn't come out. Oh, that's weird. Hasn't gone on.
Did you pick it set?
Yeah, look, it's not on there.
Is it spinning? If it's sometimes it means it's
No,
spinning,
that's the next person coming in.
Oh, is it?
It always comes out immediately.
Is that working all right?
Let's try another one there. Oh, come on. Thanks to everyone running with me today. Full stop. Eddie. Let's see if that helps. My messages are not going out. Could you? No, I'll call you.
I jump on the app and try and see if I can do it?
No, well, it should work from here. It doesn't.
I think that clock's pretty solid, is that okay?
Okay, yeah, great.
I think that's... Yeah.
I think, actually, I prefer it there. There's nothing happening on that middle thing.
Okay.
It's very, very bizarre.
Actually, it'd be safer there, actually. When you're good, I'll just hold it. Yeah?
Don't push it. I want to just see if that's the right place. Just it's slightly blocking me. Distance. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So I don't want it falling off.
It's not bright to see.
No?
Has it got a light? That's it. That's fine. That's fine.
Yep, okay.
Hi there. Okay, everything's great, thanks. If I just sent 2 messages out from my companion app and they have not come up on the screen. And I was thinking, what do I do? Maybe I just restart the thing and you go back in again. Okay. Yeah. I'll try that. Yes, I couldn't think of anything to do, and then I thought, oh, obviously, let's try that one first. So, yeah. Okay, I'll try that. All right, thank you. Okay, bye. No, no. Sorry if you just dug that in there. Sure, yeah, thank you. Could you go in the companion app?
Yeah, sure, I'll go in now.
Because it's just not letting me in.
It's not playing
And
ball.
if you could send a message, I'm going to take all my breaks today at 5 to the hour.
It's just loading. Still loading, and I'll just let you know when it's come up.
Mine one wouldn't load. It just sat there with the blue thing. Could that be our Wi-Fi?
I'm not sure.
Okay, could you do a separate thing? Just leave that for a moment. Can you go to that tablet there? Take that keyboard, hit the M button for mother, come over here, and just, you see you're tapping in. And,
Yeah.
can you see that? I'll tell you.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
I'm going to take all my breaks today at 5 to the hour. Going spelled wrong. G-O-I-U-N-G. That's it. And I-N-G.
Yeah.
To take all my breaks. at 5 to the hour. Full stop. Going for a break in 30 seconds. Yep, so put an S on there. Yeah, and then full stop, Eddie. Thank you. Thanks so much. And yeah, the return. Yes, that one came through. So. Okay, Dave, going for a break now. Back in a minute. Thank you.
1 second.
Going to Zoom, Eddie.
Hi there. Hi,
Hello,
Bob.
Eddie.
How are you?
I'm very well. How's it going?
It's tough. When
Silly question, really.
well, if you've been tracking earlier on, if you were listening earlier on the end of Zoom thing,
Yes.
I'm okay if I'm talking to people, and I'm less okay when I'm not talking to anyone. It's quite dramatic, the difference. But
Well, I'm here to talk to you and ask you lots of questions.
yes, do ask me, and I want to ask you. You're a dyslexia assessor. That's interesting.
Yes.
Tell me about
Yes,
that.
that's right. So, basically, I assess anyone from the age of 7, up to as old as they come, really, and try and help them as much as possible. People come to me different stages of life because they're struggling, and so it's my job to sort of determine how mild or severe they are and the kind of support they can have, really.
Right. I assume we have got better in schools at finding this, because I went through the 60s, particularly the 70s was my childhood, my teenagehood, and no one ever said to me, you're obviously dyslexic, but now it seems that I have, but I feel like I'm a functioning, with a dyslexic person with certain traits, and other traits you can't see. I love numbers, a lot of word blindness, sub-vocalize, very
Yes.
slow reading speeds, and I used to
Yes.
swap the letters round. I used to call it a Windows still for
Yes.
until about 10 years ago. I thought it was a
Yeah.
Windows still. I thought there was a T in there, but there isn't. It's a Windows still. But are we better at discovering it now? Are we better at...
I think we've come along. I think we've come a long way, but there's still much, much more that we can do.
Right.
Because it is 10% of the population, and I think the more severe cases, particularly children in schools who are really struggling, they do tend to get picked up rather than the milder cases who are able to function more and have more successful coping strategies. But equally, they're having to put in the hours behind the scenes, particularly older children. This is to compensate for that, which sort of goes unseen, really.
Yes.
So there's a long way to go.
And it can really affect kids' confidence and,
Yes.
and knock them back when they're going through school. Yeah, and this is
Yes,
This
it
is
can
big.
really affect confidence. Can I ask Eddie when it first got mentioned to you?
When I was doing stand-up. So I was stand-up.
Really?
Yeah. So I was in my 30s, and,
Right.
and people came up to me after the gig and said, "I think you have dyslexic traits." They must have been experts in dyslexia or people who knew about it, and they
Yeah.
said, "If your writing is all over the place, because my writing is all over the place, my letters all change sizes." It go up off the line and down off the line. My dad, my mum when she was alive, my dad when he was alive, and my brother all have wonderful handwriting, and mine I have to really concentrate to make it look good.
Yeah.
But they said this, but I also found out things sideways, and I believe a number of dyslexic people, I think there's a link between dyslexia and creativity, because a lot of dyslexic people think sideways and come up with stuff that no one would have thought of, or images, or plays, or comedy, or music. Is that a true? Am I making that up? Or?
I think what it can do is it can push you into different ways of solving problems and different ways of
Yes.
thinking.
Yes.
And I think that's a possible link between that and creativity, is that creativity doesn't run in straight lines.
Yes. And
Yeah.
it's better if it doesn't, because the straight line, everyone will know where the straight line goes. And what I think is beautiful about creativity is when a key change, a chord change, a riff like in rock and roll is like, oh, well, that's weird. Where did you get that one? Or comedy ideas coming from where? Or a story in film, drama, that's somewhere else. Paintings, yeah. So maybe that is it. But I like to put that forward as a positive thing for people who are dyslexic. You will be building a system whereby you can be very creative, because a number of people, they say, I'm not doing that, I'm going to art school, I'm going to get into this, and they find things they can really do well in creative areas, and they get paid for it as well. And so suddenly
Yes.
their value goes way up, which is beautiful.
Well, it can sort of encourage spontaneity. For example, in your comedy, you'll sort of play about with the material live, so it's never scripted.
Yes.
And it's a real joy to watch, having seen Wunderbar twice.
Oh, wow.
First in Norwich, when you did it at the Theatre Royal, I
Yeah.
think last October 2019.
Yep.
And then I saw it in the circus tent by the lake at the university when we were able to sort of go to the theatre.
In the COVID-safe conditions that we...
In the COVID-safe conditions.
Yes, yes. And that was beautiful. That was a beautiful gig. We also did the Dickens gig in the afternoon.
Yes.
I did Charles Dickens, my brother had adapted it. And I felt that gig went down wonderfully to the Norwich audience. And the stand-up gig went down wonderfully. They just both of them hit like boom.
Yes.
So I loved that. And you felt, was there a difference between the two Wunderbars? Was it?
I think because it wasn't sort of the big high-tech staging in the second one,
Yeah.
it just felt more spontaneous and more intimate. It was a much smaller venue.
Yeah.
And, you know, seeing bits that you've done there were some bits that were on Wunderbar that weren't in the second show, so there was new stuff as well. And then you decided to start at the beginning. Start with the beginning at the end.
Right, yes.
Yes. So
Well,
seeing you playing about with that, and the Gandalf routine in particular is still stuck in my head.
Gandalf and the butterfly, which is actually a moth. I've been going through the DVD extras and Peter Jackson talking about the moth and the actual moth that got to do it, but I made it a butterfly because he was a. I know, I must admit, I've never looked closely at moths. You never get the chance, but I just like the moth should have had his own film. The moth / butterfly.
And was it a reworking of the routine with Steven Seagal in the Great Escape?
Steven Seagal in The Great Escape or Steve McQueen?
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Steven Seagal in The Great Escape would have been most probably a dreadful film. But I'm sorry, Stephen, the film's not that great. But
it was Stephen somebody.
Yeah, it was Steve McQueen, the fabulous Steve McQueen, who was kind of out there. But I identify a lot with Steve McQueen. It's interesting. So
the bit when he's on the motorbike.
Yes, exactly. Well, I was thinking, what was I tracking there? The fact that the big point in my analysis of The Great Escape was that Steve McQueen, every one of the Brits was there. I must say there were three Americans in the story. James Garner, a very high-profile American, and Steve McQueen, so two very high-profile Americans. And everyone except Steve McQueen was dressed up as a tailor, a doctor, a tailor, a candlestick maker. They all had hats and disguises, and they'd turn their uniforms. And it seemed that Steve was disguised as an American man in sort of light-coloured trousers and a sweat top. And that just didn't seem. And then he went and he knocked a guy off a motorbike and stole his uniform. So that did actually make sense. But I mean, Steve was just too cool for school. He really was. But he was also. Unfortunately, Steve was dangerous. If you watch, there's a thing called Le Mans. Steve McQueen, Man in Le Mans, and his son there, Chad, talks about it. And well, Steve caused a car crash, and the woman who was his assistant who were in the car, they could have died that night. And it was irresponsible of Steve and what he did in Le Mans. I think he wanted to do this beautiful thing for motor racing, for the Le Mans, and he was an amazing thing. But he was reckless at the edge. Being reckless with your own life, okay. Being reckless with other people's lives, not so good. But he's still in my hero pantheon, and had such a troubled childhood. His mother was a prostitute, essentially. Had men coming and going. His dad was not there. So the fact that he got that far is kind of beautiful. Sorry, I'm waffling on about.
No, that's okay. I like the word pantheon, by the way. That's a fantastic word.
Pantheon, which goes with the Parthenon, and the French have got one, and the. Is it the Greeks or the Romans? Yes, it's a good place. But yes, so for this.
Can I ask you, when you saw Wunderbar back in Norwich the first time, you were talking about your political career, you were going to put comedy on hold.
Yeah.
and start. I think going for the European Parliament again.
What
Is that right?
recently or way back?
Way back.
Way back it was, no, I was never going to be an MVP actually, because I felt, well, I was encouraged to be MP or Mayor of London. They thought, my friends and colleagues in politics said, Mayor of London would be a good fit, but Sadiq Khan, he's a member of my party, he's also a Muslim, it's great to have a Muslim Mayor of London. That's his extraction, and I think that's great, and he's running again, and he can run as many times as he wants, and I want to be really inside the machine, so Member of Parliament is the place I need to go. So really, and when I was last touring, I wanted to get in on that last election, and that didn't happen for whatever reasons, but I am a relentless bastard, so I will be going for any good fit by-elections that come up, and if not, next general election, but I will go until I get in. Because, and this is political, so, you know, I'm here, it's human politics, world politics, 21st century, the coming of age of humanity, the things that you're doing, working for people, trying to get people into a better place, and they're doing all around the world, and it's a time of separation, and I'm encouraging people to make even stronger connections than before, because this century, we need to make it happen.
And I think you know, the pandemic has taught us so much about coming together.
Yeah.
You know, it's been so difficult. It's been such a difficult period of time. But, you know, I've seen so much love and kindness from other people and so much unity despite that.
Yeah, it is great. And this thing called COVID nationalism, which is not great, and that's people saying, we got the vaccine and you can't have it. That's not what we want. We want COVID humanity. We want people sharing the vaccine, people coming up with it, sharing how they made it, getting other people to make it, having the price as low as possible, and that's what we want with all drugs. We're not apart from, not only from the COVID thing, but anything. It'd be great if we could get the drug prices all the way down. They're crazy, the prices in America, and usually for the NHS they're better. But yeah.
Are you still going to swim the channel? Because you were talking about that in Wunderbar as well.
Yeah, I am planning. It's more scary than this. I mean, this is this again. It's a mind control thing, and I could get used to it. And I have sort of started my preparation, but I'm a reluctant swimmer. It was never my strong suit, but that is something that's in my mind, and I'm going to keep pushing on to see where I get to. But it's slightly parked at the moment, as we say. I put a pin in it, but. Yes.
Was it just to swim? I mean, you know, sounds silly, but to swim it once?
Oh well, yes. I'm not going to come back. It's just I'll get out there and I'll get on a boat and come back.
No, you're not planning on sort of doing more than one.
No.
Close together.
No, I won't do that.
No. Okay.
No, it's too tough.
You're in the Riverside Studios, aren't you?
Yeah, Riverside Studios in London. Yeah.
Is that the main auditorium, or is that small studio?
It's a small one. If you go in the entrance, it's off to the right. Called Studio 4. It's off to the right. And
I've been there. I saw Richard III there.
In this tiny studio.
In that tiny space.
Oh, wow.
I think it was Studio 4, and it was 2 actors.
Oh wow! Well, maybe you did.
Just a man and a woman playing all the parts, and it was just a drum kit. This was in the late 90s, I think.
Crazy.
Yeah, well, and it was quite. It went down very well with everyone. No one had ever seen anything like it. It was very slick. It was very quick.
That is interesting. That is, you can do this. I mean, I've been doing Great Expectations, just myself playing 21 characters in this version of Great Expectations.
Why Great Expectations? Did you have a choice about the Dickens novel, or was it just you liked that particular novel?
It links into the dyslexia again. Because I'm dyslexic, because reading takes so long for me. I realised I'd never read a work of literature at all, from any, British literature, American, anyone's, French. It just takes me forever. And so I thought, why don't I do an audiobook? This is my first thought. If I do an audiobook, one, you'll have to do a deal with a company and they'll pay you. And once they pay you, you have to do it because it's a contractual obligation. So I did this. I said there was a link with Dickens, I'm exactly 150 years younger than him to the day.
Okay.
7th of February 1812, 7th of February 62. So that was Dickens, my starting point. And then I put it to the company, and the company said, well, we like you to do Great Expectations because it was I think from a business point of view, you know, kids are often doing that at school. It's one of the more mature books, and it's often the thing that they have to read for English literature exams. And if they listen to an audiobook, it might be an easier way to get it into their heads.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that started. And I always thought I can use my stand-up technique, which has really come from Richard Pryor and Billy Connolly,
Yes.
to play characters and slightly turn your head about. It's about a quarter turn of the head, and you can play two characters, even 3 or 4 characters if necessary, in the same room. And that's what I do. My brother cut it down, my older brother Mark cut it down from 28 characters, I think it is, in the book, and I play 21 of them. So that's how it happened, and it seems to be, I started up the Edinburgh Festival, people seem to like it. It seems to be working. It's only an hour and a half, you see, and you can really grab the story. My brother's done a great job of getting the essence out of what is over 20 hours of book reading.
To 90 minutes. I mean, that's exceptional.
Yeah, because you would think, well, it wouldn't be able to work, but it can. David Lean, the 1948 film with John Mills, was 2 hours, but Mark brought it in at 90 minutes. So that's great, because an hour and a half is quite grabbable for people. And when I do it, I have an interval, so it's about an hour and 3/4, maybe 2x tops, but you have 20 minutes in the middle where you can have a chat and go and say, what do you think, and all that kind of stuff. So I love doing it, and Norwich was this is how I like to do it now, do Dickens in the afternoon as a matinee, and do stand up in the evening as the evening show. That's a wonderful way of doing things.
Did you find yourself in the evening suddenly thinking, oh no, I should be doing Great Expectations?
What now or back then?
No, in the middle of a routine, would you suddenly think, hang on, I'm in the wrong show?
No, because Great Expectations I've been doing all through the summer. I was doing in my twin hometowns, really, of Bexhill and Eastbourne on the south coast.
Yes.
Granddad was born in Eastbourne and Grandma was born in Bexhill. And I was doing them as charity gigs for the Delaware Pavilion, and then in the Italian Gardens in Eastbourne, which is a beautiful hidden garden thing down by the downs, by the foot of the downs. And it was for charity to help the venue and to help Camilla's bookshop in Eastbourne, which had been fire damaged, and a salute to headmaster Peter Pyrmont, who just passed away. So I did these gigs, and they were generally in the afternoon, so I got used to doing Dickens. I think people can grab maybe a drama in the afternoon easier than comedy in the afternoon, but you can do dramas anytime, but comedy in the afternoon is slightly odder in people's heads, I think.
It is. Favourite character from Great Expectations?
Interesting. I do like Wemmick.
He's the guy with the letterbox mouth, isn't he?
Yes, I do believe he is. I will put on my considering cap. He's the guy who can make things happen, and it's kind of a big detour because he lives at Walworth with the aged his aged parent, who can't hear anything. You just nod and wave at him, and he's got a drawbridge effect. And in the book, because you see, what my brother's done with taking the essence of the story out and laying that out, you see all these other extraneous things that are there, because Dickens was writing, monthly. So if he could make it a big long book, then there's going to be more cash coming in and paying the bills and all that kind of stuff. And he hated being impoverished. So at 20,
because it was one a week, wasn't it, in the papers, wasn't it?
What? How do you mean 1 week?
When he was writing Great Expectations on one of his books, it was published a chapter a week in the newspaper.
Yes, I believe it's either a chapter a week or a chapter a month. It was one or the other. But it could have been bi-weekly. Also, I can't remember which one it was or whether he changed that. But yeah, it came in installments, and but sometimes you think, okay, we don't really need this bit, Oh,
Well, there's
good.
a bit in Oliver Twist where it suddenly goes completely off the story, and I think he's talking about when Rose gets ill.
Oh, right.
And I think Dickens's mother was ill at the time, or it was a family member who was ill, and he's kind of went off the story, then went back to it. So it does happen in some of his other books as well, I believe.
Well, I think he has permission to, and as long as it's going on and people are buying it, that was probably working. It's like, how long is a piece of string? But I mean, he's a great writer, so probably people are loath to be negative about it, but you can say, this feels a bit blousy, Charlie. What's going on here?
But overall, he is a great writer.
He's a great storyteller, I think. He's a great writer, great storyteller. And sometimes he's got the Pocket family talking about stuff and kids falling over, and you go, all right, Charlie, we know that. Let's get back to the action,
Then you've got spontaneous combustion, in the next chapter.
Yes. Who did spontaneous combustion?
That was Bleak House.
In Great Expectations?
No, it was in Bleak House.
Oh, in Bleak House.
Yeah. No, sorry, I just thought I'd throw that in there.
I'm dyslexic, I haven't read it.
No, that's okay.
Does someone blow up? Does someone spontaneously combust in Bleak House?
Yes, I can't remember exactly the sort of the concept of it, but I remember he's putting his hand in what feels like candle wax, and it turns out to be something else.
Ooh.
It's in the opium dens. It's sort of halfway through the book, I remember. Now, this is me thinking back to A-levels, which was a while ago here.
Wow. Wow.
But I know I read it, and it's a very, very dense book. It's about up to 1,000 pages long, I think. So it's much longer than Great Expectations.
Well, this is a slight problem, because Great Expectations is, because you can measure it on, if you download my audiobook, if anyone wants to, over 20 hours of download. So, if you've got a lot of time, that's great, but you can, if Bleak House is twice as long or whatever it would be, you can...
Possibly 3 times longer. It is longer.
Can I stay this long? Anyway. But I'd like to see Bleak House or watch it or audiobook it, because I believe there's a lot about the beginning of the railways in London in there. A lot of London is being knocked down to put up the railways, which is curious because there was such a space-age thing in the Industrial Revolution. I believe that's the case, but maybe it's not.
I know there's a long-running legal case, Jarndyce and Jarndyce, which has been going along that no one knows what it's about.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Just comment on the legal.
Can I just thank you, just something to keep you going, Eddie?
Yep.
Just something to keep in your head. During the first lockdown, I read your autobiography. I read Believe Me.
All right. Yeah.
And it inspired me to do things that I've been holding back on doing, and sort of putting forward plays that I've written that I was a bit scared to have sort of performed, and it really sort of inspired me. So I just want to thank you for that.
That
really did make a difference to me.
Well, very good. I'm glad if anything I do can help anyone else, that's beautiful. It's I tend to do things to try and get me to a good space. So if anyone looks behind and goes, hey, why don't I try that? Because I think I've got this. Some people feel quite exceptional. I've always used David Beckham. David Beckham looks kind of amazing and played amazing football. And so you kind of expected that to go with it. And so if he does anything else amazing, you just go, well, that's David Beckham. Whereas I just look like some person. So if I do something, hopefully, the rest of the world who's not quite looking so amazing, they just go, well, if that idiot can do this, why don't I do that? Well, if he's doing that, she's doing that, I'll do this. Thank you. So I think I just look like some person, and that's maybe helpful in this thing. And are you wearing a very interesting hat?
I am wearing a very interesting hat.
This is the Make Humanity Great Again hat.
It is.
And I should say to people who are watching, you're probably watching via Izzard.com, and you can also go, if you go through to my menu and the merchandising, you can buy these hats and Make Humanity Great Again masks and t-shirts, and all the profits go to the charities. So they're there, and we will ship them out anywhere in the world. So that's a beautiful thing.
It's very comfortable, this hat.
Yes, it's very good. Hey. Alrighty, now I have to talk to someone else.
That's fine. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege speaking to you, Eddie.
Thank you very much for coming along and helping us. And All power to you as well. Cheers.
Thank you.
Take
Take
care.
care.
Bye-bye.
All the best. You do.
Okay. 2:30. I am now going to talk with Joe Kelly. Oh, Dave, remember we were going to type these out in capitals rather than small letters because it's difficult for me to read. But I'll probably leave it as it is unless you can do it very quickly, unless you can zing it because... Do we have Wi-Fi again?
I think my Wi-Fi is good at the moment.
So I'll go back on the...
Yes, I think give it a try.
Is it under Zwift or do I have to go a different one?
Yes, you would need to go to Zwift.
That's the Wi-Fi server, yeah?
Yes, to go on the to use the companion app, it has to be on Zwift.
No, but on that Wi-Fi, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Because nothing's happening.
Oh, let me try again. Unless mine has flipped, it might have flipped back.
I'm gonna try YouTube now.
Oh no, mine has flipped. Let me try though.
Oh, is it flipped? Sorry. No, mine says. Well, it's saying Zwift, but it's not doing anything. Unfortunately. Oh, yeah. So Joe Kelly, we're going to talk to Joe in about 3 minutes. Born in Liverpool, now lives in Chester, which is on the River Dee. Works at social care, charity, marketing and comms. Has run virtual marathons. Oh wow, like what I'm doing. Liverpool fan. Did very well last season, so probably going to do well this season. Wants to put notes about Roy Hodgson. Ah. You have notes as a Liverpool fan on our manager. I support Crystal Palace, that's right. I was editing observational comedy. Whole family are supporters, including his mum's. Oh, your mum has had a selfie with me. Okay, that's interesting. Just had a baby, 3 months old. Eliza, hello, Eliza. You won't know what's going on here. Difficult time to have a baby and keep working. Yes, I can't see the lines underneath that, Dave. I don't know if the bit in green can be done all on one line, but if you can hear me, Dave, I can't read under difficult time to have a baby. Underneath that, there's more details. I can't read it. Can you hear me, Dave?
We are struggling with yours.
Oh, right, you're struggling with it.
Eddie, I'm going to do the classic turn it on and off again with the Zwift connection, so your
Okay,
iPad will
yeah.
go down for a sec.
Don't worry, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, that will probably make no difference then. Hopefully that'll reboot it.
Ah. And Joe's wife, Laura, works in the Children's Hospice. Excellent. Excellent work. The Kelly family there. I'm going to talk to Joe in 2 minutes. I'm going to struggle on. That's been rebooted.
Yep, that should just be firing up again now. I'll see if that's made it work again.
So I've got 25 minutes to my next break. I'm looking forward to my next break. Nothing has come up yet.
Yep, no, me neither. It's just it's just fired up.
Got it. Seems to be better.
Yeah, I think that should be good now.
Okay. No. Oh. You know the clock we've got on stage
Yes.
with the digital? I think it needs to be one of those because I can hardly see this.
Okay. Yeah, like a replica. Yeah.
Yeah, just a tiny digital one. Really.
Yeah. I could tape it onto the by the monitor.
Digital one?
Yeah.
What, do you have one?
No, but I'll
Oh.
order another one.
All right. Dave, I'm about to talk to Joe. Is that?
I'll just check with Dave now.
Moving live to Zoom.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi there, Joe. And is that Laura?
Yes.
Hi
It is,
there.
yeah.
Good to see you. Thanks for calling in.
How's it going? How are your legs?
Legs tired. I think I've got DOMS, which is onset muscular annoyance. Anyway, Tim, my physio, tells me there are things that are kicking in today, but they feel leadened, whatever it is going on, whether it's lactic acid or some other thing. And yeah, so I just struggle on. It's good when talking. Talking is much better. When not talking,
Yeah.
it's just me and my legs. I don't know.
I've had that same feeling, very much in the depths of winter, doing a half marathon in around Chester, and I thought I was just gonna die, and then I had like one jelly baby, and my legs just came back to life with one jelly baby. I couldn't believe it.
A sugar rush you have there. Yeah, it's a little bit of endorphins or serotonin or whatever it is in the brain. And I was once, when I was running around the UK, and I came through Chester, and across the River Dee, am I right, the River Dee?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I turned to the camera as I was crossing the River Dee and said, in the UK we do it alphabetically. We have the River Dee here, the River E is further, the River C is back there, which is obviously not true. But, what was I going to say? So you're Liverpool, born in Liverpool and big Liverpool supporter. Congratulations on last season. This season, of course, is probably going to be similar. And Jurgen Klopp as well. I think it's beautiful. I think he's a wonderful human being. He's just, because I'm very positive on Germany as a nation since 45. They've really tried to be an exemplary nation. And he's just this, articulate guy. And he's obviously German and he's a great manager. And you've got, when was the last time you won the Premier League or the top league?
Oh, it was 1990.
1990. Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, and you just unfortunately beat my team, haven't you? Crystal Palace.
I know, and 7 goals past you guys.
Yeah,
Was,
not good.
Sorry about that, but at least he won yesterday for you.
I know.
He won 2-0 yesterday.
Yes, we're saying mentally, because I find it I can't take losing. I'm not a good loser. That's why I always win on this. You see, I'm never competing with anyone except myself. But so yeah.
Well, that was the thing that I couldn't believe, and I was saying to the guys before how much of an honour it is to speak to you, because I couldn't believe it was like over 10 years ago now when you did the marathons around the UK, and I remember watching that programme and the doctor saying you shouldn't be doing this, and you did it with an ice cream van behind you, and just think, for me, I've ran 2 marathons, one the London and one a virtual London one this year, and that was massive inspiration, and it was 6 hours my time, but it was very much a case of knowing that just getting to the end and achievement. It's not about doing a fast time or whichever. It's just getting there and
Yeah, I think
trying
just get it done, exactly as what you're saying. And if either of us are going to beat the world record, fine. And if not, I'm not that bothered about it. That's smart. I've said this before. But when you did the virtual one, did you have a treadmill? Were you on a treadmill?
I went round a forest, so a forest local to us, Delamere, and I did 12 laps of that. And at first I thought it was a great idea, thinking, I'll just do a few laps of the forest, and I calculated it as 5 laps,
right.
And then the day before realised it was 12 laps.
Oh.
So that was fun.
Yeah, that was going to be tough. And Laura, do you run as well? Do you cycle?
The most I've ever done is 5k. I'm happy with that.
That's okay.
She's there cheering me on, giving me jelly babies along the way.
That's good. Jelly babies live to melt in our mouths, I think, with a bit of chewing. So, but you stay fit and healthy, Laura, because I'm someone who says that all wild animals are fit and we need to be match fit for life. You look very fit. So do you just have enough energy in yourself that keeps you going, or do you do anything, cycling?
Yeah, I try to do something, even if it's just walking. I love a bit of yoga, so I'm trying to do that, but doing that with baby at the moment is not as easy.
Laura gave birth 3 months ago. So,
oh wow, congratulations.
It's been really well.
Thank you.
We were going to try and bring Eliza on, but she's currently fast asleep.
Right.
So we're scared that if we wake her in any way or pick her up, she'll just scream.
Yes, no, I do understand that. I do understand. But let me say, so you're a big Liverpool supporter, Joe, and Laura, are you also a football fan supporter, or are you more?
I support Liverpool. I'm not as big a fan as Joe, but I still follow it enough.
And I've been given some details about you, Joe, and you sort of wanted to compare notes on Roy Hodgson. So was that just because of the recent 7-0 win, or just generally, or what?
Yeah, a tiny bit on the 7-0 win. I thought after I'd bring it up myself, but yeah, you did it for me. But personally, I know you're saying about Klopp, but I like Hodgson as well. I think he's a good guy, and he tries his best for what it is. He always gives us all, and I think that's why he became the manager as well. He just had a bit of bad luck along the way. But I really do hope you guys do well. You've got a really good team, and I've got Zaha in my fantasy football, so every week I'm just hoping he gets more goals. But your goalkeeper as well. One week he's like the best keeper on the planet, and the next week he's just shipping goals behind, and you never know what you're going to get.
Well, I don't need to say if you put that 7 in there, but but this is the trouble. Remember Germany? I was talking about the Germany Brazil win, which was 7-1, if you remember, in the World Cup. There gets a point where, if you play football as a kid, any team sport, if you're doing badly, it can get to a bad stage where they get all the confidence in the world, they just feel they can do anything, and the team on the downside of it loses all the confidence, and they just can go to hell. So you just have to write that off and carry on, I think.
How are you finding doing the comedy as well? So 31 marathons, 31 days, 31 gigs. How's that been the last few days?
Well, it's I'm not encouraging you to spend money, but you can tune in on a certain day. You can see it. They're a little bit druggy, a little bit like, and it must be that the serotonin, this stuff in my brain and my body. I'm staggering on stage. I think I want to sit down. I want to see if I can do sit down stand up, which is a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah.
But I'm doing it now. I am talking. I'm doing some old material and some stuff about my life, which is from my biography tour. So hopefully it's entertaining, interesting, intriguing maybe, because I also explain how I got to certain places in my life. I talk about coming out, I talk about the decision to try. I'm talking about, playing in America. I started playing in America when no one was really doing, no British person was doing stand-up in America, and trying to to win America, put it that way, to get them to, and now I play all 50 states and, Madison Square Garden, Hollywood Bowl. So I love that ambition thing, because ambition doesn't have to be bad. Liverpool football team, ambition. If it was 1990, so what's that? It's almost 30 years waiting, and then
you just don't think it's going to happen, and it does. We just got to try. That's the thing. You just got to keep going at it.
And I'm also about this thing of saying this is a time when some people are saying separation, and I'm saying no, make greater connections than before. And this in the football, you've got players from so many countries in the world. So we got a German manager. In 1990, there's no way anyone in Liverpool would have said, I think we need a German manager to get us over the line. And
exactly, yeah, and it's that kind of utopia thing. That's something that I very much believe in. And like, I'm a big Trekkie. I love Star Trek, so like, I always think it's all about the world resource and not about separate countries. It's about us all working together to because even everything we buy, like, we were talking about chocolate this morning, and literally chocolate comes from one country, gets shipped to another, and then the milk comes from one place to another, and they create chocolate. It's just we love that as a nation. But I think that's one of the things that I loved about your comedy. 20 years ago, first hearing it to now is even things like as simple as going to the shop for bread. Like the bread gun, like that bit about the bread gun, the amount of times me and the mates still say now, if you go into the shop, you're gonna come back with a brown bread gun. It's just little bits like that. Just kind of go. There's some such simple ideas that you just take and then
extrapolate. Was that the murderers queuing at the petrol station?
Murderers, yeah.
Yes.
Get back! I've got my brown bread gun. Brown bread.
That was it. For people who don't understand what we're talking about, you should be able to see it somewhere online or download it. But it was basically, particularly in the older days in the UK, as you'll know, as most people in the UK will know, there'd be someone on at night and they'd just have a night hatch. And then if you're in a metropolitan city particularly, they would be like open shops, 24-hour supermarkets. But you had to talk to the guy through the little metal grill and say, I'd like some soap. Do you have any soap? And he had to go around and point at things. And you go, so that's a herring. Is that herring? Okay, herring. I'll wash myself with herring. Fine. And a gun and bananas. And the people behind you would look like the most fearsome people in the world. And then I would mime out basically murderers and people with pickaxes standing behind you. And you get very edgy because everyone's just behind you. So you start trying to be brave and yes, I'll have everything. It's a very weird sketch. It's a weird sketch, but I did like it.
No, it's just some of that stuff it sticks with you. It's funny how even just now and then randomly, like if we're talking about who's going to get in the car first, or going to play football, who's in goal, we bring up like, do you have a flag and all that type of stuff. It's, and that's the stuff that now. Even now, it's a bit jokey. You're talking about making connections and us, sadly breaking away from the EU. But it's from where we started to now where we're going. We were trying to conquer the world at one point, and then now we just don't want anything to do with anyone in the world. And it's like,
I look at it this way. I feel it's inevitable that we will join back with our continent, and I'm looking to make connections. Anyone who believes in making connections, do it, because it's a time of COVID. It's the 21st century. This is the century where we need to have families like your unit there. We want them in every part of the world being able to say hi, and we've got this going, and we've tried this, and we've been doing this for charity, and I just think that's going to be a beautiful way to go forward, rather than separate, pull back, we're better than you lot. I just don't like nationalism. We tried it in the 1930s. And it didn't work.
No, of course. I think it's just a thing that, like, for us, we love travelling. We went to Australia 2 years ago for New Year's Eve, and on the way went through China, and were able to see the Great Wall of China, and go through into different countries and just drop in, drop out. Which obviously in this climate we can't do that, but that was just kind of like the pleasure of just being able to go see another culture, be immersed in it for a couple of days, then visit somewhere else, and really just trying to just understand a bit more. And I've been watching this program called it's like Race Across the World and stuff, and it's about people making them connections and seeing humanity, and some of the charities that you're running for now, and we've donated because we just think it's absolutely fantastic, and just some of them charities are helping people grow in them countries and make them connections, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, the goodwill in the world. I'm a believer in the goodwill, in humanity. And Laura, I'm going to go back to you. So it's your first child, yeah?
Yes.
And so are you still working in the hospice? I take it you can't work in the children's hospice anymore at this point, because
No, so I was in the communications team at the children's hospice, so
right.
I thankfully was able to still work and actually work up until I gave birth, and then on maternity leave now, but still trying to keep in touch with everyone and make sure they're all doing okay, because it is such a crazy time for them all, and obviously we can only support families so much at the moment, really.
Yes. And is, for both of you, is having a kid what you thought it would be? Is it tougher? My brother says it's tougher.
Probably the bit yes and no, because you probably anticipate some of it, but you're never fully prepared for the lack of sleep that you have in those first few months.
Yeah.
But but as much as people tell you, those little moments, that first smile, that first noise, like she started babbling a lot now.
Yeah.
Not actual words, but obviously it's just the most beautiful sound in the world, and you're never fully prepared for that. As much as everyone says, oh, it's amazing, everything they do is you love. Now it's just like you can't, like, we just want to watch her all the time, and
Yeah. But you get them moments where she's staring right into your eyes as she poos on your hand through like it comes through the nappy, and you're like, oh no. And you just sat there feeling this warmth, and she just stares right at you. Every time she does it, just wants to stare right into your eyes. But it's so
but
funny.
then it's the most beautiful smile that we actually get out of it at the end.
Hey, oh, well, I still want to have kids. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. Being trans is a slightly tricky. Relationships are tricky, but I think I could make a good single-parent family, right built in with me. That's my idea. But we will see where we get to. But it's great. Some people say, we can't bring kids in. There's a thought of the world is in such a terrible condition, we can't bring kids into the world. But I think we have to, because I hope that the new generations, they do seem to be coming up more color inclusive, gender inclusive, equitable, live and let live, tolerant. We've hopefully normalized a level of tolerance and acceptability, so that people grow up and they don't go to a default thing of saying you're less than me and you are less than me. But hopefully your kid will grow up. I know, can tell them what you're saying as parents. You'll bring them up to be open-minded, to think about other people in the world, and we're all there. And I just think, this is what I'm fighting for here. And I've said this is
exactly.
the 21st century, a fair world for everyone. Everyone should have a fair chance in life. So it's brilliant what you're doing.
No, I completely believe with that, and I think that's something that we definitely want to instill on our lives. It's just that kind of thing of everyone's got a place in the world. Everyone is absolutely, their own hero of the story, and really it's not about division, and it's about trying to help everyone become the best they can be personally. And for some people that'll be being president of the world or whatever, and for others it'll be wanting to have a Christmas tree farm. Like I'd love to do. I'd love to have a Christmas tree farm. We just put ours down yesterday, but it's that then like different things that I just think that we're seeing more of that lately, and it's proud seeing that for me personally. I watch a lot of sport, and to have that come into sport now where people are more open and talking more openly about not just about colour in the games, but also about some of the women's game more across all different sports. Like I play a sport, and Laura laughs when I play it, but it's called Ultimate Frisbee, and we play. It's a mixed sport, so it's always kind of like half and half between men and women. And for us, it's not. We don't ever think about gender when we're playing. We don't think about race when we're playing. Literally, it's just always about let's just have 5 of us playing at one time against another team of 5, and it doesn't matter if it's 5 girls, 5 boys, or a mix of whoever. We just want to have fun and play together.
Well, I think in the future, I know people will go, make noise about this, but I've played on mixed football teams where the woman was the best striker, and I was saying this yesterday. I can't remember her name. It was Janine or Leslie. Get the ball to her. She had red hair, and she would just, if we got it to her feet, she'd kick it in the goal. And we just knew that's exactly what you do with any goal scorer. Just get it to the best goal scorers, and they'll get it in the net, and then you win. But the beautiful thing about football, I've always said, and this is why I think it's the game for America, which is America's about anyone can do anything, even though it's kind of in the 4th place of main sports, professional sports in America. But it's just, you could be tall, small, wide or thin, and you can be a brilliant footballer. It really doesn't matter on that genetics. It just matters on your ball skills, you'll be able to read the game, that kind of thing. And we see, and in your Liverpool team, you've got people playing from, as I mentioned before, from around the world. Every team in the Premier League has people playing from around the world. We know they're that good, and the managers are from around the world. We've got so used to that now, and it's got to be a positive thing. It's got to be positive.
Oh, definitely, and I do hope that continues and stuff, and like, you know, even, you know, Laura not being that sporty of a person, but there's different things that you get involved in as well, isn't there? And you absolutely love doing. Like this morning we've been hiking around the forest. It's a bit icy and snowy, but you know, I think the amount of people we've seen running around there and just sprinting around, even in the ice.
Yeah.
You know, some of our best friends, you know, doesn't matter what gender they are, but how fast they're going. When I was doing my marathons, having to ask people about, you know, well, genetics just goes out the window at that point. It's literally about, okay, so how do you survive the marathon? Okay, cool. So how do I get a bit faster? How do I beat that person? And I remember when I did London last year, when you could actually, well, the year before now, in 2019, and there was a guy dressed up as Big Ben in front of me at the starting line, and I thought, oh, I'm going to beat him, I'll just beat him. He was miles ahead. I didn't see him until on the telly the next day.
He was a very fast Big Ben. Yeah, it is amazing, and it's motivation. This is the thing. If you're motivated, I was saying before, anyone can do a marathon. If you're motivated to try and get some medicine that was very important, and all the cars were out, you couldn't go. You just had to walk / run, crawl. You'd get yourself there. You'd get yourself back for a loved one. So we can all do.
That was the thing. My legs went with me, and I was walking for the last kind of.
Well, that's fine.
3 miles, like 6 miles. My legs went, and Laura just every mile would run ahead.
Great.
So I could see her again and like give her a hug. Okay, as you run ahead again.
Nice to say, I was on the tube, not running, so I wasn't feeling all the time.
And because I think the wall is just psychological. It's the brain saying, stuff this for a game of soldiers. I don't want to do it anymore. Because at the end, you can speed up. Because you go, there's the end, and then suddenly this energy comes in. I want to get over the end, over the final line. But
well, I thought that on the pit, like when I was running the last kind of mile or 500 meters, I thought I was sprinting really fast. I thought I was faster than Usain Bolt. And on the pictures, it looks like I'm barely moving. On all the photos, it's like one foot slightly ahead of the other.
Yeah. I tell you, the trick is you've got to do shots that are this direction or out this direction, because the side ones, I've had. I remember tracking shots when I was running the UK and I was going very slow, and the tracking shots from the side, it looks so slow. It looks slightly better from the front.
Yeah. Have you got any plans of bringing the ice cream van into this event that you're doing now?
It would be nice. You see, the ice cream van was designed to sell T-shirts. It was offered by the ice cream van company, and they said, we'll give you some free ice cream. You can offer it, people make donations. That's how it happened. But then I started having a 99 every day. An orange, what do they call it? A cornet with a 99 flake in it, Cadbury's flake, which are just delicious. They're beyond belief. But then at the end of the marathon, you've got to end of the big event, you've got to get used to not doing that every day. So South Africa was when I was at my leanest. That was perfect. The food intake was controlled. I got very lean in South Africa. I was running in 35 degrees heat, and getting it done. Yeah, kind of weird.
Was that when you were barefoot?
Well, on the 2012, I tried the barefoot, but I was running with little South African kids in Eastern Cape. They were running on very jagged rocks and having no problem. But you need to do it for 6 months, barefoot all the time, to get your feet up to that kind of thing. Really, that's what I feel. It could be different. Someone might disagree with me, but I tried it in LA. I was living in LA. I was going around in bare feet all the time. They wouldn't let me in shops. They thought I was a bum, a hippie, you know, an old hippie, someone who's not washing and just sort of bumming around. So I got blocked there, and I just thought I can't actually do my own life without wearing shoes. So I went back to trying to do minimal, you know, as minimal as I could. But now I just get advised by Tim, and he says, wear these. And these are Wave Riders from Mizuno, and my podiatrist has also said, yes, they're good. So I go with them. So I just try and deal with all the rest of it, particularly this bit.
Yeah.
And I have to.
Oh no, that's fantastic.
I have to stop for a break now, so I'm gonna fare you well and say goodbye, guys. And I'm going to go off and have a 5 minute break.
Thanks so much, Eddie.
Thanks so much for
Good
talking to
luck.
me. Cheers, and more power to you. Have a good year. Having a 5 minute break. Full stop. Eddie. Thanks for waiting.
Eddie, we're going to go to live to Zoom.
Okay. Javier,
Hi Eddie, how you doing?
I am very good. I should say, I forgot to do an introduction to you before you came on, so could you tell the world who's listening about yourself, Javier?
Thank you so much for having me in this wonderful initiative that you are performing, and welcome to Spain. And
Yes.
You are virtually now in
Yes.
Madrid. I am in Tarragona, 1 hour to the south from Barcelona,
Very good.
and I am half Spanish and half from Nicaragua, from the Central American region.
Oh, wow.
And the reason why I'm here and you invite me here was to talk about a little bit about one of the neglected diseases
Yes.
that affects much more to the Latin American region and the Latin American people in Spain and Latin America. This Chagas disease.
Right. Now, do please explain the Chagas disease. I'm afraid, because I try and know as much as I can about the world, but it has missed my radar. Tell us all about the Chagas disease so we can know more about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you will talk later to Dr. Irene Lozada. She's a medical, I'm not a clinical. She's a clinical doctor, and she can emphasize a little bit more the scientific part of the disease. I would like to talk more on the social aspect of the disease and
Okay.
why this disease is so important to emphasize in a day like this. No? As I told you, it's one of the most neglected diseases on earth. It affects probably 75, 80 million people.
Right.
Are under risks of the disease. It is endemic in Latin America because, the vector, or what we call the vector, is an insect, a bug.
Right.
Is living in Latin America, and it can transmit the infection. It is called in many places, it has many different names. No? For instance, in Bolivia they call it la vinchuca, in Colombia pitos, in Mexico, in the United States, my favorite one is the kissing bug. The kissing bug because it bites in the skin during the night,
Right.
like kiss. Sometimes some kisses are a shit, like we say, because
Yes.
in this case, it bites your skin and it defecates on the wound,
Right.
and it is scratched, and that's the way to transmit the infection. No? And 30% of the people who get the infection can generate a serious disease, a heart disease, digestive diseases, and sometimes they can die. I mean, 7,000 people die annually, we estimate, because of this disease, but we lose many patients because it's underestimates. We don't have clear figures of how many patients, how many people are affected of this disease. The other countries beyond Latin America,
Yep.
where there are most of the patients are in the United States and in Spain, but also in many countries of Europe, like in UK or even in Asia and Africa.
God, I didn't realize it was so widespread, and it's I mean, my mind is kind of horrified that there are creatures exist that do that and take whatever they want to take and then defecate and cause us problems. It's just such a horrible thing to exist in the world.
Yeah.
But so this is part of the neglected. We were talking yesterday. It's one of the areas that we're donating money to and Make Humanity Great Again. The neglected tropical diseases, a whole lot of tropical diseases that people don't really pay attention to. Are things? I ask this to everyone. Are things getting a little better? As regards to Chagas, is there more education? Are we moving forwards, do you feel?
It's a good question, Eddie. It has a positive answer and the other side a negative answer. So I don't know how to balance that. You were talking to Taco yesterday from United to Combat NTDs. We are part of United to Combat NTDs as a Chagas Disease Coalition.
Yeah.
And I think that's common to other NTDs, no? Well, we are in the best of the moments and in the worst of the moments. In the best of the moments because we have more resources now. We have social media, we have traditional media, we have more political attention to this issue. We have people like you, for instance, without any kind of knowledge about the disease probably, but join to this kind of initiative to support this neglected disease. But at the same time, still there is a lack of political commitment and financial support for this neglected disease. And especially this year with the COVID-19, as you can imagine, all the programs, we are talking about developing countries, most of the cases. So in those countries, resources for ministries of health are very limited. And during COVID-19, more than a half of the resources dedicated to Chagas disease and other neglected disease has been dedicated to COVID-19, obviously because of the emergency. That means that after COVID-19 crisis, the situation probably that we will face will be worse than before. But since 2 years ago, due to the support and to the call of the patients, because that is the most important thing, that this call come from the people who suffer the disease, arrived to the WHO, to the World Health Organization, and finally they approved the Chagas World Day. That is a way to, to attract the attention for getting more financial and political commitment. But still today we are very far from our dream, that is to arrive at 2030, eliminating the disease, not totally maybe, but as a public health problem in the world.
Right. Well, no, I do understand what you're saying. In humanity, we do tend to go a little bit forwards and a little bit backwards. Yeah. At the same time, hopefully we can continue to go more forwards than backwards. My ambition, everyone sets targets, and my target is 21st century. Everyone should have the right to have a fair chance in life. And that doesn't even get to all the difficult work that you guys are doing with neglected tropical diseases, with getting food sharing around it. But just a fair chance in life should be a right for all 7.8 billion of us. So I'm going to keep fighting for that. And thank you so much for what you're doing. It's I take it are you a doctor? Is that your training, or is it more comms and messages?
I'm more a communication guy, yes. an advocacy worker, more than a doctor. You will talk to a doctor later, to Dr. Irene Lozado, but all my life I have been working on health issues with Doctors Without Borders, now with Chagas disease, and on all the NGOs and private company and private institutions working with us in order to try to fight against this disease with more than 100 years of solitude, that I like to say.
Well, it's excellent that you're doing communication work, because obviously I'm into communications, trying to get the word out around the world. So, brilliant. Well, we hope we can get some money going in your direction. We will get money going in your direction and try and help it. And after we get through this COVID hell, then we can keep going back and looking at Chagas. At least I now know what it is. I can tell other people what's going on with Chagas.
Absolutely. And you know what, Eddie, one of the adjectives that we normally link to Chagas disease is silence. And to fight against silence, we need to make noise and to communicate about the disease, because many people, I assure you, in Latin America don't know that they have the disease. Yes. And they can live many years, or they can live a few years without knowing why they die. Yes. So it is important that. And it's a tragedy that is invisible at the same time, because normally the disease has no clear symptoms until the situation is very bad. So it's invisible, it is a silencious killer. So the way to fight against that is the first tool that we have is communication and making awareness about it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I didn't realize it was that it doesn't actually show symptoms. Well, we've learnt a bit today. Thank you for that. We will, hopefully anyone listening can be able to pass that on. And now we know more. And we'll keep up the good work. And you do keep up everything that you're doing. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thanks for your running for this hope. Thank you.
No problem. Take care. So, thank you to Javier there. And meanwhile, we have gone through the halfway. I can't see the numbers here. Maybe I can do that. I don't know, just go do that. Oh, here we go. Running along. Thank you. Cheers. I've done 22 kilometers now, so it's about 13, just over 13 miles. And you know you can donate if you wish through that little box. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh.
So I found a website that tells you about dopamine, serotonin, endorphins, and oxytocin.
All right.
Yeah.
Are these all good things?
Yeah, it says they're the happy chemicals. And it says, if I go to serotonin, it says, I'm not quite sure. It sort of says they're different, but it doesn't totally say exactly how they're different. But it says serotonin you can get by UV rays. So UV rays promote vitamin D and serotonin production. So serotonin, and then endorphins are different. Endorphins are released in response to pain and stress and help to alleviate anxiety, right? So endorphins are to do with coping with something stressful, whereas I think serotonin you don't need a stressful thing to activate serotonin.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Apparently it says you can, reflecting on your past achievements allows your brain to relive the experience, and that can also trigger serotonin. Oh, okay.
All right.
And endorphins, it says you can release endorphins through exercise. Exercise. Laughter is one of the easiest ways to induce endorphins. There you go, exercise and laughter. There you go.
Exercise and laughter, so exercising and then doing comedy gigs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ticking all the endorphin boxes.
Yeah. Make humanity great again. It's all at eddieizzard.com. eddieizzard.com explains it all, but it's called Make Humanity Great Again. It's all written on the board there.
Oh, look at this. It says, even the anticipation and expectation of laughter, e.g. attending a comedy show, increases levels of endorphins.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so even
Thank you.
Oh, that's interesting. In aromatherapy, the smell of vanilla or lavender has been linked to the production of endorphins as well.
There we go.
Oh, and dark chocolate. There you go. And spicy foods. Yeah, there you go.
All that stuff.
All of it.
All the big thing.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So, we're on the downhill slope. 21k down. How long? 2.5 hours to go. Whew. So, Clyde Fenimore is with me. Thank you, Clyde, still with me. 2.5 marathons. I've done 2.5 marathons. Clyde Fenimore's done 2.5 marathons. There you go. That's how that works. Do you want to do a shout out and flags?
Yeah,
Well,
let
actually-
me see who's about. Maybe
Actually,
really good at flags.
I could try it. I'll try it because I got the thing in front of me.
Okay.
So Paul Deering, from the UK, Leslie Ellen, Debbie Colville, Edward Wiley, Yes, Edward Wiley, and Kozak, Jason Mitchell, Tina Beard, Guy Majeros, Clive Fenimore, oops, pressed the wrong button there. Where were we? So Yolanda Bruce, God, I keep pressing the wrong button. So I'm just scrolling down here. Leslie Allen, did I say Leslie? Victoria Cousins, Anne Kozak, Jackie Ramos, Steve Smith, Oliver Farr, Michelle Young, Adam Knopfler, Chris, Sussex Geezer, with a picture of, what's that, Boris Karloff there, Johan Nielsen, Stefan de Carrière, Matthias Tofinke, and M.E. Terrian, the Connie Z, or Connie Z if you're American. And so we've got Americans out there, and Brits and Scottish people, and there's a flag which I'm going to make a mistake on. And yeah, Sarah, I'm going to come off. You're going to look up because there's flags, and some of them are quite close. So I want you to. So I'm going to come out of here. You can go in now. Give a shout out for different countries, people from around the world.
Yeah, I'm going to get very good at flags, I think.
Yes.
Not quite there yet. Okay, I'll do a few of the ones that I instantly know. So we have Germany, Norway, Italy, Canada, Scotland. We've got Great Britain flags, USA, another Scottish flag, Belgium, I think. Yes, lots of British flags at the moment.
Oh, we're going down the flags. These are people around me.
One flag I'm not sure. Looking at. Might be Luxembourg. Couldn't quite tell the blue colour on the flag. Luxembourg, I think. Someone with a grey sort of flag with a star in the middle. That might be. I don't know if that's somebody who's not chosen a flag. Maybe
Yeah, that's a world citizen.
Ah, that's a world citizen flag. That's fun too. World citizen. There we go.
I've got Tim on Zoom for you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Eddie.
Hi, Tim. I was just thinking.
How are you? What have you been up to today?
I don't know. Went for a walk. Went for a run in the park. Just been doing this. Talking to people. Talking to very interesting people.
It's actually really good. It's kind of like, you know how everybody who does podcasts have their own little kind of thing, like Peter Crouch is very tall and Joe Rogan gets people stoned while he's talking to them, and then Brian Cox talks about things that nobody understands. And then you've got this really kind of nice podcast going on where you're running while you're doing a podcast. It's quite interesting. It's a little niche that you've got into.
Yeah. Well, I want to do a podcast, so this is my 6 hour.
Great training for it.
I know.
I thought I'd just enter into your medical discussions that you're having with Sarah.
Yes. Tell us all about all that stuff.
So basically, the DOMS that you were talking about earlier, so the delayed onset muscle soreness, essentially it's where, so every time you do any training, whether it be weightlifting, running, anything strenuous, you effectively damage muscle.
Okay.
So, and that's why we adapt, that's why we get strong, because you damage the muscle and then the body responds to that by building muscle back up. But there's an inflammatory response which goes with that. And so that's why you get the pain. So the delayed onset muscle soreness isn't a lactic acid based thing, that's actually an inflammatory response within the tissues, because effectively you've done a minor amount of damage to them. So what your body will now be doing is rebuilding those muscles, and that's why at the end of the 31 days you'll be much stronger in the legs than you were when you started.
Yep.
But, interestingly, back in the 1980s, when people were getting into bodybuilding in a big way, they started having this issue of overtraining, where people would go into the gym and do heavy duty, what we call 10 repetition maximum training regimes, and they would overtrain their muscles to the point where they'd start breaking their muscles down to a point where they got weaker rather than stronger.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so if you now look at training regimes with bodybuilders, they will do like 3 days a week on one part of the body, so they might do legs one day, then abdominals, and then arms, like in a sequence, so that they have enough adaptation and recovery time for their muscles so they don't overtrain.
Right, okay.
So, and all on your happy drugs, it's really fascinating because it's all part of our evolutionary adaptation. Sarah's quite right, the endorphins, that's the opioid-based system, so that's our natural heroin. You know, that's we get our kind of heroin boost from the endorphins. And you get those from quick bursts of aggressive activity. And in the early stages of exercises like what you're doing, that's where you get your endorphin hit, and people get addicted to that element. But you have the added bonus of not only having the heroin cupboard open.
Can we say should we say the opium cupboard rather than the heroin cupboard?
Okay, well, yeah. It's from the same plant, isn't it? Same poppy.
It just sounds a bit better. but carry on. But for the same thing.
When you start getting into, you talked about the sort of system where they kind of, the whole thing of us pursuing animals over a period of time to hunt them. So that long distance running which you're getting into, so exercising over 2.5 hours, we then open up our natural marijuana cupboard.
Oh, wow.
And we start releasing things called anandamides. And the anandamides they're the thing that stop us from getting hunger pains and just stops us from getting general body pain and gives us a feeling of euphoria to keep us going. So rather than feeling kind of, knackered and depressed, the anandamides then start lifting your mood. And that's why we saw all those brilliant things in the half-hour journey or hour journey back in the vans in South Africa within the 27. Is that for me it was my own personal comedy show with Sarah and Yvonne.
Oh yeah, after I'd finished, I would talk a lot of weird comedy rubbish in the van.
That was great. I loved it.
Yeah, I go off on one. Now, Tim, it's really good to talk to you, and I did break out. I need to have a quick loo break, actually. I've got to go to.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk to Anavav, but hopefully I'll talk to you later. Yeah, soon.
I'm coming back to you about 4:45.
Okay, that's brilliant. I'm going to jump off now. Thanks. Good to talk to you. Sarah, if you could put out a message saying, sorry guys, I have to go for another quick break.
Yep, no problem.
I've got to go to the loo. Dave, we're going to have another quick break.
I'm with you, Eddie.
Okay. I'll start it now, actually. I'll be back for... Oh. sorry.
Too much there. Can we just take that?
Yeah.
Take me through to soon, mate.
Okay. Hi there, Anubhav. How are you doing?
Hi Eddie, hello, greetings from India.
Yes, thank you. And what's you're half an hour difference, aren't you? Are you at the top of the hour, just after the top of the hour, where you are?
5:30, so it's 9 o'clock here.
9 o'clock. There you go.
Yeah.
And that's are you in Mumbai?
I'm in Calcutta with my parents.
Are you in Calcutta?
And I was going to give you company. I actually tried to go out in the streets and run along. But two things I realized. It's very hard to do Zoom in the dark. And
Yes.
I was chased by a bunch of crazy stray dogs. So I came back home.
All right, there you go. This is much easier, doing it this way. So how are things in Calcutta? How are things in India in general?
You know, it's they've just approved a couple of vaccines. They approved the AstraZeneca vaccine in India.
All right.
And I think you talked about this a lot, Eddie. You know, it's really interesting that in many ways, yeah, we're all sort of very different, but we're the last year, at least, however morbid this sounds, we're all having the same conversation.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, you've probably heard me say, 21st century, this is the coming of age of humanity. This century, next 80 years, I predict, and we'll keep predicting, we gotta make it work. We gotta start thinking as world citizens. The nationalism, that was the 1930s. I'm trying to encourage everyone to drag ourselves towards the 2030s. We gotta go forwards and not backwards. So whatever problems we're having with COVID, you guys are having with COVID, and every country in the world.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, it's you know, the stuff that you talk about, like, you know, it's been a big inspiration for me. I'll give you a very petty example. Where I am in Calcutta with my parents, there's an Airbnb right across the road,
Yep.
and there's a Portuguese. I know you ran through Portugal. You ran through Lisbon yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a couple staying there who I don't know at all. They're staying at an Airbnb, and I saw them wandering about, and they volunteer with Mother Teresa. And I saw this random Portuguese couple, and you don't see that many European people walking around in my neighborhood. And I just went up to them and I said, you know, who are you? What are you doing? Said, you know, with this Portuguese couple, we're stuck in Calcutta, our flights got cancelled, and we just invited them home for Christmas.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I told them about this thing, and I was like, and they were a bit shocked. And initially they were like, you know, are they going to murder us? What are they going to do? And then we had a lovely meet, and I was like, you know, I've been very inspired by this thing that Eddie Izzard is doing, and I don't know you, you know, maybe we had a lovely conversation. It turns out we like the same web series and hate the same things, but you know, it's like a random meeting with the Portuguese couple.
Well, this is it. I think we know throughout history this has happened. People have met up with people. Marco Polo, how many people did Marco Polo meet on his way from Italy to China and back, who he must have said, God, you're just like me. We have a similar outlook. We're trying to make connections, and we come from, and I've said this before, 20,000 people, I think it was, 20,000 humans about 200,000 years ago. Now we're 7.8 billion, and we are all the same. We're all, you know, if you cut us, do we not bleed? And we all bleed, and it's all blood, and it's all red blood as well. So, yeah. So now tell everyone about yourself. So I know that you are a stand-up comedian, but also a journalist. I take it a writer as well as a journalist. How would you define yourself?
Well, I do stand up and I write scripts. I write sitcoms for television and the web, both in India and a little bit in the United Kingdom. And I used to be a business journalist. I started my life working for Reuters, the news organization. And then I ended up writing an independent film that did quite well in India and the United States, called Loins of Punjab Presents. It was about a catering company that sponsors a singing contest in New Jersey. And that sort of started off the thing. And then the Comedy Store, whom you know well, Eddie, they opened a comedy store in Mumbai. And that's where I started doing stand-up.
Ah, right. And how was it when you first started? Was it, hopefully it was hell, well actually doesn't really matter, but most people it's tough. Was it easy? Was it not too bad? Was it your beginnings?
Well, it was very interesting. In the first early years, you know, Don Ward had a very interesting mix of English comedians flying down.
I should say that Don Ward runs the Comedy Store in London and owns that, as opposed to the Comedy Store in LA, which is a different entity. Different entities. But yeah, so he opened the one in Mumbai. Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
That's exactly right. Yeah, he opened the one in Mumbai, and he wanted to create this lovely sort of, again, similar to sort of what you talk about, which is this sort of cultural mix of international comedians coming there. We learned a lot from them. Over the years, a very sort of local scene emerged, and in 2017, when you toured, Eddie, by then there was a very vibrant local, in the local language, and I think you got to meet some of those people.
Yeah,
and we got to hang out, and
I met them, and I saw a gig where people were doing the build-ups in English and the punchlines in Hindi. Which was interesting, because obviously the local audience in Mumbai could get that, but I was left on the punchline. But it's going well. Yeah, stand up now in India.
Yeah, the vernacular language stand-up is picked up. You know, people have sort of found a voice. But I think one of the great legacies that the Comedy Store sort of left is that there is this style of Western comedy, you know, which isn't sort of like entirely driven by that commedia dell'arte kind of caricature, but by wordplay, by intelligence. That kind of stuff has crept into Hindi comedy. So you see the structure of narrative of Western comedy, but all the jokes are in Hindi, local, or in Bengali, or whatever language.
Right.
And so the local scene is thriving, but based on that very sort of Western style of comedy. So yeah, there's been a revolution. I mean, to the extent that, you know, people have ended up in prison for their views because, you know, stand-up is not a thing. People have been sued for various things because, again, it didn't exist in the culture. It suddenly sort of is a thing that showed up in India in 2010. So it's gone through a whole journey, and people have, of course, become millionaires, and that's also happened. But suddenly, you know, I mean, we had satirists for a long time, and we had poets and scriptwriters, but we never really had stand-up comedy. So it's very much, at least the rise of urban Indian stand-up comedy is a last 10-year phenomenon.
Now, there's one thing that I encourage people strongly to go and play in other countries, and I get the impression of what you're saying that everyone's tending to veer more for local languages, because how many languages are there in India, or is it too many to count?
Well, I think it's the census counts 132 official languages.
Oh wow!
But many are not spoken, many are dead, and so very sensibly, the English, who spent a little bit of time here, made English the official language in all documents and all legalese.
Right.
So it's still, you know, the official language of Indian paperwork, but the language of private communication and fights and love and all that varies state to state.
But are there some broad main ones, like you're saying Hindi is one, and what are the other main, the handful?
Yeah, so exactly. So the root of the North Indian languages, they come from Dravidian. So you got Hindi, that's sort of the main language, and it's also being pushed to be made the official language, and there's a lot of controversy around that. But in the south, you have all the Dravidian languages, entirely different alphabets. So you have Tamil, you have Malayalam, you have Kannada, you have all those languages.
Oh, wow.
Then you have Gujarati, and then you have Punjabi up north.
Punjabi. Yes.
And the northeast of India, which is near China, that you know, you've got Khasi, you've got a whole set of different languages there.
Well, I would just say, I think from what I saw, the Indian comedy performers, I just think there's going to be a lot of talent there. So even though English came as a sort of conquering language, hopefully now it's just there as a business language, as a holiday language, as a useful language, and that they keep that as part of their arsenal so that they can go abroad like you have, because you can tour the world in English. And I know this because French friends, Yassine Belouz, I know he's been about 15 countries, he's from France. I encourage him strongly to go for doing it in English up at the Edinburgh Festival where you've been, and now he can tour the world. It's just a useful language. So I just want to see Indian comedians playing the world, because I think it would be good, a healthy injection of ideas and comedy.
No, absolutely, and you've been such an encouragement that it just, for us to take these stories, you said something to me in Edinburgh, which is, the more specific a story is, the more universal it is, and sometimes I'd be scared to talk about, my grandmom or a very specific Bollywood movie, Edinburgh, I talked about a very specific Bollywood movie called Disco Dancer, and we had a long chat afterwards, and even though it was so specific in its thing, the effort was to find something universal, and that was a great little sort of chat that we had, which was really helpful. And what it's inspired me to do now is, of course, it's very interesting to play the world, but also sometimes I also love comedians in India who are able to go from one part of India to another and pick up the language of that part of India.
Yep.
So if you are a Punjabi comedian, he goes to Gujarat and he speaks Gujarati, for example.
Yes.
And just go to a place, spend a few days, see what the DNA of the place is, and and that was a big sort of help and I've been doing a bit of that in India. I mean, this year's been a disaster, but to sort of travel and not just go with like standard jokes that you can do in any Indian city, but see what that place is like. Like you often talk about when you travel to the cities that you're currently running in.
Yes, well, I do tend to mention the cities I'm running in, but I do often go, I'm kind of lazy, and I go for this, finding the universality, because if you're talking about sex in India, in Britain, in China, in Venezuela, it's the same thing. Supermarkets, cats and dogs, love affairs, politics generally, it's the same thing of this side thinks that and that, right wing and a left wing, centre. There's so many things which just match up that people can pick up on. All you got to do is explain your terms. If you're saying, if there are certain people in it, I used to talk about if I went around the world saying I was on the 159 bus and I was thinking about Edwina Currie and John Major, and I was thinking, really? And then I found a curly whirly on the floor. And then people go, what is that? But if you explain that John Major was a previous Prime Minister, he had an affair with a cabinet minister, Edwina Currie, and no one knew about this till afterwards. 159 is just the number of a bus that goes to Streatham in South London, and curly whirly is a wonderful chocolate and nougat thing from our childhood. And once you've introduced curly whirly, you can use it later in your show, saying this guy, it was a dark alley, but I reached in my pocket, I still had the curly whirly, so I hit him with the curly whirly, and he went down. The curly whirly had won. So you introduce some terms, and then you can play with them in your set. And it's just like that story. That's from dramatic story structure, not structure, but techniques of story. Whale Rider. I talk about the film Whale Rider. Do download that. Watch that New Zealand film about a modern day Maori tribe. The grandfather is old, and he knows he's going to pass away. He needs to find the new leader of the tribe from the local kids in modern day New Zealand. But his granddaughter is the obvious choice, but they have a completely sexist thing built into the tribe. No girls, no women, not allowed. And she keeps competing with the boys, showing that she's brilliant, and the boys are completely useless. And so the whole audience is going, come on, granddad, get the hang of it. And in the end, you need to watch it. With no spoilers on this, but the film Whale Rider, in the end you understand what the Whale Rider is all about. It's just beautiful. Beautiful film. But you would think, well, what's that going to do with me? But as soon as you see the story unfold, the first 20 minutes, you understand what's going on. It's a new leadership thing. They've got some old rules, and then it's all just a human story. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes, like, you know, you talk about certain things that, you know, like I grew up with a lot of these sort of merchant ivory movies that used to get played in India. And they used to sometimes show us those films in school to teach us how to speak English properly.
Right.
So there'd be like Room with a View, or, you know, all of that, Passage to India. They'd show us, well, not Passage, that was much earlier, but that whole genre of, you know, some were shot in India, very sort of colonial, very, everyone speaking very properly. And in my head, I remember as a child thinking, but the reality of India is very different. Nobody speaks like this. This is ridiculous. And then I saw I saw Dressed to Kill, where you said, you know, why are British films like that? And it was almost like, you know,
I was an Indian kid suddenly.
Yeah, I was like, I was an Indian kid in India, and I was like somebody I'd never met. You were doing a show in San Francisco. There was this connect. I was like, this is how I see the world. This makes sense. You know, somebody's talking about this.
Yeah, we took all the emotion out of things. The Victorian age, women couldn't show ankles. Ankles were deemed too sexy. In fact, the ankles of chair legs and table legs were covered up. It was such a buttoned down time, and I think it caused a lot of problems. Whether it was the Industrial Revolution and all that kind of stuff, which I find fascinating. But yes, we did used to talk like this. I mean, up until the 50s in Britain, they used to have the posh people. You had to sort of be a posh people to be an actor, and so there's obviously the people playing aristocratic roles, going, hello, well, how are you? Would you like tea? Would you like crumpets? But then even the working class people are, all right, Mrs. Yes, indeed. Yes, and they had a kind of a posh voice too, but kind of a slightly working class. It didn't make sense until the 60s changed all that. And now it's a different thing, which is good. It's good. We just, everyone should have a fair chance in life, which includes a fair chance in films, in creativity, in science, in going to the moon, and coming up with vaccines. Everyone have a fair chance. That's why.
Eddie, I know that you like history a bit, so I was doing a bit of research on the history of marathons in India, and I found this thing that might interest you. Apparently, before the official post, the post office, as we know it, was introduced, 18th century India, all the way I think up to 1910, the British government in India basically used to employ marathon runners to carry the post.
Wow!
And they were called runners, and they would take letters that needed to go from the various sort of outposts of the British Empire, so Calcutta, Delhi, Bombay, and only 50% would reach because half would be eaten by tigers and lions along the way.
Wow!
And so that they would be safe, the British came up with a system of setting up these little rest houses, and the post in India is known as dak. In the old days, it was known as dak, which is the Hindi and Bengali word for post.
Right.
And the homes were known as bungalows. And so basically the birth of the word bungalow came from the post bungalow, like basically a place for marathon runners to sleep.
Right.
As they're going carrying the post.
I didn't know that story, but I knew bungalow was a Hindi word, and I think pajamas is also, and shampoo. Shampoo,
correct.
Because when Europeans got to India, we were all dirty. We didn't used to wash at all, and you guys had it built into your religion. You had to do a lot of washing. So we got shampoo from you. There are about 5 to 10 words which are overtly in the English language and are, I think, Indian or Hindi, or at least from some Indian language. Yeah, it's great. It's good. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. I wonder why they didn't give him a horse. I wonder why they didn't give the postal people a horse. You know, because you think you want the post to get around there. Because that's what, in the West, or I think we did in Britain, you'd have horses at the different way stations, but obviously the British imperial attitude towards local Indian citizens was no horse for you, just run. which is not very good.
Exactly. I'm sure the British magistrate had a horse, just not the guy carrying the post.
Yes.
He had to run straight into a tiger. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not so good.
I think I had one last question for you. I'm just curious to know. Last year you ran across all these cities.
Yep.
And this year, there's these images of these cities around you.
Yep.
Does it feel like? I mean, you in your head, like how you've often talked about how this is much more a mental thing than a physical thing.
This feels like I need to be talking to people because there's no visual stimulus going in, and so I'm not getting any vitamin D from the rays. Even if it's a cloudy day, you'll still get vitamin D. So I need this chatting to people to keep me going because it's just tough. But the first 10, I've said it many times, the first 10 are just not fun. And it's not that they get really fun after that, but I'm basically behind you. I don't know what image you can see if you're just seeing me on Zoom, but on my screen I've got me and you, and then a big sort of map of the globe. And so that's what I feel. I keep feeling I'm talking to the world, because anyone in the world can be listening.
Yes.
EddieIzzard.com, they hit on there and they can just see the streaming thing. And that's a wonderful thing. I didn't have this on any of my marathons. I was very insular, but getting visual stimulus.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting no visual stimulus except for the conversations, and that's helping me talk and do my essential 6-hour podcast while running.
Yeah. I mean, I can see Madrid behind you. I think it's your fans are sending in photos.
Yes, it's pictures we've got of Madrid, and selfies, and people can send them in. And for tomorrow, anyone listening, if we're going to be virtually running and celebrating Rome in Italy. So if you've got pictures of Rome, then do put a hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, put Rome down so we know it's of Rome, and then send those pictures in, and they will stream behind me in a beautiful way. It's nice, I like it. I've had this idea for about 2-3 months. I was like, how can we, because we were trying to get a virtual, can we get guys to go and do the coding to make a virtual version of all the different cities we want to run in, but it's too much. Some have already been done, but to build one from scratch, tricky. So how can we do it lo-fi? And this is the lo-fi. This is the selfies and beautiful pictures. I think it was reviewed as so-so pictures, dodgy pictures, but it's good. They're selfies. It doesn't matter. People want to see reality. There are very slick TV productions, and then there's us doing what we can, running here for Madrid and Spain, and talking to you in Calcutta at this very moment.
Yeah, I mean, I've already seen Atocha at the train station. I've seen Prado. I'm getting a tour of Madrid.
Yes, you're getting to see Madrid, and we're talking to people. Now I have to talk to someone else, and at 4 p.m. I have a new guest. Hang on a sec, sir. Dr. Irene Losada is calling in from Madrid, so I'm going to salute you, say thank you, and
been a pleasure, as well as Eddie.
And we will probably call you up again to talk at other times, so you'll be another person on call. We'll talk about other things, and yeah, so if that's okay with you, I want lots of people on call around the world that I can say, now, I need to talk to someone now. And that'd be great, if you can, but if you can't, you don't worry.
I'm always in Eddie, anytime.
Okay.
The eastern part of the hemisphere is very much backing you up.
Very good. Well, you're born in India's a South Asian country? Is that, would you say South Asian? Yeah, because I was born in a West Asian country of Yemen, so we have the Asia link. I was born in Aden in Yemen.
Yeah, Aden.
Yeah. Yes. It's actually called Aden. It's called Aden, but the British wrote down the A-D-E-N, and then people looked at it probably back in London. Well, obviously Aden, let's go to Aden. But it's actually Aden. That's how all the people, big chefs are.
The one thing I'll never forget, Eddie, is we discussed this. We were both born in port cities and we both studied accounting.
Yes, exactly, counting, yes. I can, 2 and 2 is 4, 3 and 3, 7, no, 6, damn it. Yes, I do. I could do accounting, but decided not to. Anyway, I will say farewell for now. Thank you, everyone.
Farewell.
My best to
Farewell.
everyone in India. Cheers. I'm going to slow down a little bit. Just slowing down a bit. Full stop. Eddie. Okay. Yeah, just... You can come at any time. Oh, it's one of these.
It is one of these.
All right.
I'll talk to him.
I'm going to talk to Dr. Irene Losada, calling in from Madrid, expert on Chagas disease. We've just heard about Chagas disease. It's horrendous. And works for the Global Health Institute of Barcelona. Knows Javier, who I've just talked to, also works with Toko, who I talked to yesterday. Okay. This is my non-breaking break. Actually, it's quite nice. I don't actually need to stop. Stephen Roche, hi from Antibes, thank you. It's really happening. It's very difficult to eat, so. Can I get a refill on that one, you guys? Thank you.
Same again, yeah?
Yes, please. Okay, we're back. Dr. Irene. Coming on in just a moment.
Hi Eddie, taking you live to Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Dr. Irene?
Hi Eddie, how are you?
I am very good. Welcome. Buenas, as one might say.
Thank you.
So yes, so you're an expert on the Chagas disease. We've just been talking about that today with Javier. And
Yeah.
you work for the Global, I'm reading this off a list here, Global Health Institute of Barcelona. And yes, so you know about the science of this bug. I've just never heard that word. Is it, I mean, Javier was mentioning it's known as different things in different places. Is that
Right, yeah.
why I might not have known it, or is it just not really prevalent in the UK? But it wasn't on my spectrum of...
Sure enough. It's actually only prevalent in Latin America. So we
Right.
only started to know about this disease when people coming from there came to Europe or to the US or to Australia, for example.
Right.
So you'd only find the bug back there.
Right, and so I get the impression it's one of the neglected tropical diseases, and this, when did it start getting noticed? Was it only recently that people worked out that this thing was happening, or has it just been a gradual progression of people getting more aware of it?
Well, I guess the fact that we're talking about it in Europe, it's basically due to migration. I would like to say otherwise, that we were worried about it before, but sadly we started to worry about it when we had people here who came from like the early 2000s. Yep. It was in Spain. There was this big migration wave, and their physicians here started to notice that they had patients that had this disease that probably never studied it, so it started to get attention in around that time in Europe.
Right.
So it's neglected ever since, and also before that. I mean, it was first described in 1909.
Okay.
And although we do know more and more with time, there's still a lot to know, and sadly, science has not been worrying about Chagas so far.
Right.
Not so much.
And for what Javier was saying, it's very difficult to notice until you get really sick with it.
Yeah, that's it. You usually get bit by this pinchuca, how they call it, for example, in Bolivia, or kissing bug.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, this kissing bug name, it was probably given by Darwin himself, because when he was traveling with this in Latin America, he described this kind of a bug, and by description, it's probably a kissing bug. So anyhow, first you get bitten by that, and you usually get like a very mild disease, like a fever lasting 2 to 5 days. Usually when you're a child, so it's not unusual that kids get sick and then they get well and nobody knows what happened.
Yeah.
And after years and years, usually 20 to 30 years, percentage of people get either cardiac or digestive dysfunctions.
Oh wow, 20 to 30 years, that's the gestation period. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean that's hard as well, because we don't have a way of predicting who is going to get a cardiac problem or digestive problem or nothing at all. And that's one of the research lines that we have. We're working on biomarkers that could tell us if people are going to progress to this is going to progress, or whether the treatment worked or not.
Right. Right. And you mentioned, is it respiratory and heart problems are the things that come up? This 20 to 30 year thing, these are things, the symptoms that come forward. Was I right in hearing that?
Yeah, well, usually people don't get any symptom at all, or when they do, it's, the disease has already progressed a lot. So that's also something that is hard in this disease, because people don't feel sick. So, you don't go to doctor if you don't feel sick. So we have to work on the message for people who have been at risk of having this disease, that need to get checked so that we know whether they have it or not.
Oh, God. And then, you might have already said this, but is the treatment, there's only treatment when it manifests itself after this long period? That's the only time you can treat it, because no one's going to take treatment before then? Is that the case?
Well, no, actually, if we do diagnose a person before there's any organ damage, it's all the better.
Right.
So the treatment works best, and we can stop the disease from progressing. And there's also another important point for us to diagnose a person is when in pregnant women, because there's campaigns in Europe and also in endemic countries where pregnant women get checked for Chagas disease. So if they do have it, there's for me there's 3 advantages to do this screening. First, you do tell that woman that they have this disease, and you can offer treatment after they deliver and after they finish their breastfeeding. But also, there is vertical transmission of this disease, so a mother could potentially pass it on to their baby, to her baby. So if we know that this person is already infected, we can check the baby, and babies can get cured for sure.
Right.
The sooner we give the treatment, they can forget about Chagas. We treat them, and they're free of disease. And the other thing is that we put this person on follow-up, and in my experience, follow-up of Chagas disease patients saves lives.
Right.
If the person knows they have Chagas and they come every year to their checkup,
right,
we can find electric problems in the heart that, if left untreated, could lead to death. I'm thinking of like this one patient. She walked into the clinic, and we discovered this problem with her heart, and right away we scheduled her that day for a pacemaker, and while she was waiting for the pacemaker, she actually had a cardiac arrest. So
wow.
It was, she was fine. We could resuscitate her, and she got her pacemaker, and she's fine. But, if we hadn't performed that checkup, she would probably have, had that cardiac arrest in an extra hospitalier condition or place, and that has a worse outcomes.
Yes, well that's a perfect storm. Well done on saving her. So, don't want to alarm people out there, but is there any things that they should be looking out for with Chagas, or is it impossible to need to say looking for symptoms so they can say I need to go see my doctor? I think I could have Chagas.
Sure, if there's anything that looks like so that would have to do with the heart, fainting or having problems breathing or anything like that, you should see a doctor no matter what. But the thing is with Chagas that we need to know what are your risk factors, and that is having lived in any country in Latin America for a long period of time, having been born there or born to a mother who was from there. Because as I said before, you can get it from your mother. So somebody who never set foot on Latin America, but it was born to a mother from Latin America, would still have Chagas disease and not know it.
But we are getting better, yes? I mentioned this before. We do, hopefully after COVID is going away, I think was Javier saying there's going to be a Chagas Day, a day of attention? Is that
April 14th.
So what day?
April 14th.
April 14th. And is that already happening, or that's going to come soon?
Yeah, well, it's already happening. It was, I don't know how to say, it was awarded, or it was set up in like a year ago. So the first one was supposed to be last year, which was not, we couldn't celebrate anything.
Yeah.
But I guess this year we can do virtually commemorate the day and raise awareness.
Excellent. Well, very good. Great to talk to you. Thank you. Is there anything I've not covered? Because this is a window on the world here, so if you want to say anything else, do tell me. But otherwise...
Yeah. Well, I just think that I think we're making progress, that Chagas disease science is improving, and I think we're getting somewhere. There's quite a big body of researchers interested in it and working on it, and well, I just want to thank you for raising awareness about it, and hopefully help us take care of our patients by investigating more on it.
Not at all. Great to be here. So if you want to donate, eddieizzard.com, you can go there to donate from anywhere in the world, and you can help people, anyone suffering from Chagas, like Dr. Irene is working for. Thank you. Great to talk to you today.
It's up to you. Hope you do Madrid.
Cheers. Adios. So yes, if you're in the UK, you can do a simple text to like 10 to 70810, and you text the word 10 or the word 20, be the £10 or £20. That's in the UK. Oh. So. Getting tired now. 47 to go. 50.
Shall I have another look on Zwift, see who's with us?
Yeah, shall I come off the thing?
Yes, I'll have a jump on.
Okay, I'm off.
Okay. Do a little name shout out first.
Yes.
So we have 29 Zwifters nearby at the moment. So we have Monica Rutters, Claire Smallwood, Sir Chops-a-Lot, good name. Karen Abbott, Oliver Farr, Debbie Colville, Andrew Van Hoek, Jackie Ramos, Andrew Usher, Sean Hawkes, Jason Mitchell, John Hancock, Victoria Cousins, Michelle Young, Adam Koffler, Matthias Toffink, Clive Finnemore, still with us, Chris, Sussex Geezer, Dennis Pinkard, Jen, Merle Campbell, Kim Salt, BM, Becky Sanders, Alex HC, Cassandra Damastus, Kevin Van Mulder, Anthony Mastromarini, Marcus Ackerman, Mark Weiss, Justin Scott, Marino Vitko, Ed Furlong. There we go. We've got lots of people from...
Thank you to all those people running along on the Zwift app.
We've got Great Britain, we've got Germany, we've got Canada, we've got USA, we have Norway, I think we have Russia as well. And on distances, we've got, let's see, we have Oliver Farr at 29k, we've got Jackie Ramos at 14.5. We've got Jason Mitchell at 29, we've got Michelle Young at 20, Em Holmes at 12, and then everyone else in between.
Excellent. Very good. Clive's up there going for another Clive Finnemore, going for a second marathon. We got up to 32k and then we've only got 10k to go. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Anyone who wants to donate can pop down to Riverside Studios on the Thames Riverside. You can make a little donation through the window. People are doing it right now. With one of those beep boop things. Not the generic term is with your smartphone you can make a donation, let's put it that way.
Eddie, just FYI, we've just updated your monitor.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to be talking to Mary Mayland. Now, do we know what time that is going to happen? So I can't see a time on the screen.
Sorry, Eddie, I missed that.
Do we know what time, Dave, upstairs, so what time I'm talking to Mary Mayland?
Oh yes, I'll
So
have a
I
look.
can't see.
I think it's 4:30, but I will check. Yes, 4:30.
Okay. Oh. You know that thing where you do a thumbs up or round, you hit the button?
Yes.
Have you tried it recently?
Yeah, I did one a little bit. No, not very recently. Shall I have a go? I think it worked. It did the kind of spinny circle thing.
Mine didn't.
I'm going to try it now. Yes, it's done it really fast as well. Yep.
Okay, those are all big thumbs up from me. To everyone on Swift.
Oh, I haven't looked up interesting facts about Madrid today.
Yeah.
Can I have a go through?
Yeah.
This is from a site called Culture Trip. I really hope that it's correct, because I think those were my Lisbon facts yesterday as well. So here you go, 10 astounding facts you didn't know about Madrid. So, Madrid is the third biggest city in the European Union. It is home to around 8.5 million people. Yes, third in terms of peaking population numbers of the European Union. I'm not sure what peaking population numbers are though.
Been rising?
Yeah, peaking like at certain times of the year. Not sure. Yeah, not too sure on that. It is the third greatest metropolitan area of the EU. I think that's a sort of made-up title, but there you go. It's got a vast district of 5,000 plus square meters, currently housing 6.2 million people. Okay, I'm not sure what the 8.5 million was earlier, but there you go. Oh, this is interesting. Madrid is not only a city, but a state. So it is. Right. Often escaping notice is the fact that Madrid is not only the name of the world-famous capital, but also one of the 17 autonomous communities of Spain. Once these prestigious provinces were established to divide the Spanish territory into its proud historical regions in order to facilitate a centralised government. Having no true administrative power when they were classified in 1833, the communities today can be seen as politically autonomous provinces of federal states of Spain. I did not know that.
Wow.
Yeah. And Madrid lies at around 700 metres of altitude. I don't think that's high enough to cause any trouble though, is it?
No, we never got out of breath there.
Yeah. Not like when we were in Kathmandu, that was high, wasn't it?
Yeah, Addis Ababa was down.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Okay, what else? The coat of arms of Madrid, a bear and a tree, question mark. So it says these two emblematic figures represent the official coat of arms of Madrid. Apparently the bear, also adorned with the 7 stars of the zodiac sign Ursula Mayer, the Great Bear, had represented the Council of Madrid since the year 1212. The tree was added 10 years later as the symbol of a treaty which settled the ongoing dispute between the clergyman and the council over the use of the local fields and forests. It is carefully suspected, however, that the use of a strawberry tree of all trees had rather less to do with historical accuracy and more the fact that its Spanish botanical name, Madroño, sounds a lot like Madrid and Madrileño. Okay, yeah, there you go. Madrid was founded around the year 860 AC. AC. Ah, that is a new one. That's not. That's
Is that a typo?
Yeah. Unless that's a slight sort of change of acronym, or if that is an acronym, like a kind of UTC thing.
Are you on the companion app?
I am, yes. Shall I come out?
Yes, please. And it says the name Madrid might be over 2,200 years old.
Says the most ancient mention of the name Madrid is found in Arabic records. Mayrit or Magarit, I'm probably murdering that, is taken to mean place of abundant water. But its true origins remain the source of heated debates. And they think a more plausible theory, or one of the more plausible theories, is that Madrid's name actually has Roman ancestry, based on the fact that there had indeed been a Roman settlement called Matrice right at the Manzanares River over 2,200 years ago. There we are. And it became the capital of Spain in the 16th century. It says until the reign of Philip II from the royal house of Austria, the seat of the Spanish monarchy had not been permanently settled.
Right.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a break if anyone's listening. 2 minutes, a minute and a half. I'm just so tired now. Now we're going to talk to Mary Mayland, who's a board member of Covenant House. We're talking to her, I think, on day one. They help young people in 6 countries of the world, many cities, who are in a difficult place, just to put a roof over their heads for periods of time. So that'll be on the half past the hour, and on 25 past the hour, like in a minute, we're gonna have another quick break. Sorry, everyone. I'm just tired. I've just sped up because I was trying to get ahead because I took this break to me. Oh, too bad, okay. Break in 15 seconds. In 10 seconds. Thank you, someone. You said good work there. Mother McCreary. Thank you. Can you scroll down the words, please, Dave? Can't read all that. Can we do this on a loop, Sarah, or not? Well, constantly looping, at least I could... My thing is, if I don't read it once, I can read it the second time around. Keep me posted, Dave. As if Mary's like 5 minutes away, 2 minutes away, just coming on. We're just doing the technicals. It's good to know those things, please.
We're just lining her up.
Okay. So 30 seconds away or a couple of minutes away?
About 30 seconds.
Thank you. Always good to get updates. Otherwise, I feel I'm in the dark.
What do you like to zoom?
Hi, Mary.
Hi, how are you? Do I see you?
I can see you. Can you see me? Can you see it?
Oh, I see you. Are you? Oh, okay, I do see you.
Yes, I'm sort of...
Oh, okay.
I am running along. Hi.
Hi.
Running
and where
along.
are you running to today?
Where am I running through today? It's we are celebrating Madrid and Spain, and so we have pictures and selfies of people in Madrid looping around behind, as you can see. And there's the Spanish flag there, along with the EU flag and the UN flag. So we're being as global. It's Make Humanity, so we're reaching out to everyone.
Which is really great.
It's great.
Now tell me this, Mr. Izzard, how many miles are you going each day?
Well, it's in miles it's 26.2 and in kilometers it's 42.2. So I tend to run in Ks because you probably have. I know you're very much miles. You have miles in America, but I think some people are now running 5Ks, 10Ks, the Olympics, that kind of thing. So. It makes it easier. The mathematics is easier to count down 40, 20, 30, 20, 10. That's how I do it. But yeah.
And you can run and talk.
Say again?
You can run and talk?
Well, it seems not very well.
That's hard. And do you sleep at night? I'm not trying to get too personal, but I'm just trying to ask you these basic questions.
No, it's good. It's good. Not Sarah, you're going to get me some of those what are they called, homeopathic sleeping pills I find, because I find that I'm waking up because I'm ready to do this sort of emergency thing. I find that I go to bed about 10:30, 11, wake up at 12, 1, 2, 3. I keep getting ready to do things, so I would like to not wake up so much. But this does happen.
I do the same thing. You can call me when you wake up, because I'm doing the same thing.
All right.
But I'm not running when I get up.
Oh, right. No, you're not running. But tell me this. Now, you're a board member of Covenant House.
I am.
And people might not have been watching on the first day. Can you tell the great world that is listening what Covenant House does? Because you do a great job. I'd just like the world to know what it is that you guys do.
Well, it's a homeless shelter for kids that are too old to be listed as kids in the New York City system, but too young to be adults.
Right.
So they're between 16 and 20, 21, And these are kids that have had a very, very rough time, thrown out of their houses, parents in jail, very disadvantaged. And we take them in, no questions asked, and we try to do whatever we can do for them. So it's been a wonderful experience I've been on the board, I think, 8 years now.
It is a wonderful thing you do, and you're based in New York, and you mentioned New York, but there's also many cities you do in about 6 countries, I believe.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Excellent.
So it's not just New York, but it started in New York many years ago.
Well, New York,
New
York is a wonderful city. I don't know if you were born and bred in New York, but it's just such a
but
city.
I've been here for 42 years.
And were you drawn to it like a magnet? Because I was. I
Well,
had to.
father, honestly, my father's from 49th Street, and my mother is from Brooklyn.
Ah, well.
So they always had a thing about the city. Now, I'm one of 5 kids, and all 5 of us live in Manhattan.
Excellent, excellent. It is a
So we all
thriving.
moved back. Everybody moved back here, and everybody stayed here. So it's a great city. You know, we've had our share of problems of late, as you know, in England, what you guys are going through.
Yes.
And we were the epicenter, and it was not good.
Yes, it
But
wasn't.
and now we're bad again, but we're not as bad as we were, and we can handle it better, and we know what to do.
Yeah.
The same with you guys. I don't know if you were if you were over in the UK in March when it all started, or February over there.
Well, there was an
It was scary.
interesting thing that I ran. I am mirroring right now the run that I did in February. So 1st of February I ran London, 2nd of February I ran Lisbon, 3rd of February I ran Madrid, and now 1st of January is for London, 2nd of January was Lisbon, and 3rd is Madrid. So I'm repeating a run that I did before to reach out, because, you know, as you were saying, it's a tough time. It got very scary through. Well, it got more and more worrying during February as we were running through Europe. But like you probably, you didn't think it was going to turn into this world pandemic. We just thought, this is going to be a little problem, but it turned into a huge problem.
It's a huge problem, and it's still really no end in sight. I have a son in California, and he just tested positive yesterday.
Oh my God.
But he's okay. He's young, and he had a couple of minor, head cold and stuff. He thought, but he has it. But he actually had it 10 days ago, but he didn't know before Christmas. So of course he met everybody for Christmas. Everybody that ever saw him for Christmas, everybody got sick.
Oh God.
You know how it goes. It's just been terrible. But anyway, at Covenant House, we had some problems at the very beginning, but they really did such a terrific job of keeping track of it and really managing it, and it didn't turn into what it could have turned into. So
no.
Thank God.
You've had certain politicians in America doing a wonderful job, certain doing less good of a job, but we don't need to necessarily go into that. But your governor, I think, was fighting to try and get things in a good place.
He was terrific, and I am sworn off the paper now. I can't do it. I just can't read another thing about.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say no. Yeah. Your guy, Bojo.
Yeah. Well, we have these people these politicians who do things in very odd ways, and they don't seem to care about humanity, and we do care about humanity.
That's
so
right, and that's really terrific, and thank you for doing this, because it's a really great thing, and the title is very tricky too. Not tricky, it's very interesting. It's a good play on words.
Yes.
It's really, thank you for doing it.
No, exactly. Make humanity great again. People keep asking me, where did I get that from? There was I can't remember where it came to me from, but everyone seems to have worked out where it did come from. It was a different coloured hat, and it's a different colour. It's more inclusive. It's got 7.8 billion of us, and that's what I want to try and help. But there's one thing. There's a question I want to also ask you. It mentions, I've got in front of me some details about yourself. You're talking about equine therapy and pet therapy, because is that something that is in have they got that done right? Because I find that fascinating, working with horses and with pets for people who are in troubled state.
Yeah, and that's what I have. One of my closest friends, and I was just actually up there yesterday. She runs this big farm upstate, and we had the kids from Covenant House up there before the pandemic. They've been shut down since the pandemic. But it's a program that I really like to get going because these animals these horses, big and little, they have such a calming factor on these kids. And I think we just got to get, we just got to get it organized, and we got to get the program set up there. But I think it's a terrific thing for kids to do. Yeah. And it's a funny thing you should mention. So yesterday I was up there and they had this horse, which was a new horse, just came down from Canada, and it's a gypsy vanner. Do you know what a gypsy vanner is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you were in The Riches, which is one of my favorite shows, and you were a gypsy.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so in Europe, the horses that pull the Tinker's carts are called gypsy vanners.
Ah, well, I thought it might be that, but I didn't want to super guess on it, but yes.
And they're these gorgeous animals, and these horses are so good with kids and with people, and their tails are like big trains. They go way far behind them, and their manes they're beautiful. Anyway, so for the kids for Covenant House, I'd really like to see what we can get together to get them up there to do, to do therapy with the animals, to dogs alike, but this happens to be horses and one dog. But it's very helpful, and it would just make such a difference, in their lives. But anyway, one question to you. What happened to The Riches? It was my favorite show.
It was 2 seasons. I think we had an army of passionate followers and supporters, but it wasn't quite a big enough army. So that was it. They tried to work the numbers. I went down at FX to see the numbers guy, who, they say how many people are watching it on Nielsen and this and streaming, and I came out more confused than when I went in. So it was, people liked us, but not quite a big enough army, but we're sort of still beloved, but exist on. I was in a lift in an elevator with Samuel L. Jackson, who said, he said to me, "What's going to happen to your kid?" Because at the end, Noel, who played my kid, Cal, he got taken off by Jared Harris, his character, who has gone on was already doing fantastic work and was gone on to do very great work in the recent drama on HBO. What's the big in Russia, in Ukraine, the big Chernobyl?
Chernobyl?
The Chernobyl series. Jared Harris was in Chernobyl. So he was introduced as a character towards the end of us. So we loved it, and we would like to bring it back, but it's
so great.
It's floating around. A lot of seasons in America have come back. A lot of series have come back. So there's a maybe. It's never say never. It's floating out there.
They were blonde, I must say. And I told everybody, I walk my dogs in the park every morning, Central Park, and we have a big group, and I told everybody today that I was going to be talking to you, and I said, you guys have to watch this show. So everybody wrote it down. It happens to be on Hulu and Netflix, and Hulu.
Yes, Hulu.
Amazon Prime. So it's easy for everybody to access, but it was great. It was
excellent.
Really
Thank you so much. There are great fans out there, and I've said to people, it was my film school and my drama school combined into one. That's what it was. It was great.
It was really great.
John Landgraf of FX gave me the chance on that. It sort of got me to where I am. So, well, I can say more power to you. Keep doing what you're doing. Covenant House, it's great to be linked up because I want this to be, to make humanity great again, not just people in the United Kingdom who are struggling, but all around the world. And you may not know this, or you may know this, I was born in Yemen, in Aden, the city of Aden, which has a proxy civil war going on. And so I want everyone to have a fair chance in life, which is exactly what you guys are trying to do with young teenagers. So if anyone would like to donate and get some money, some of which will go to Covenant House, do go to eddieizzard.com and you can hit the donate button and boom, it all works. Thank you. Thanks very much, Mary.
Thank you very much. Thanks for doing what you're doing.
No problem. You keep doing what you're doing and we'll meet in the middle. Thanks, Mary. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Now's the kind of time I need a timber.
I have a feeling you might have one soon. I'm just checking. I think Tim's due to come on any minute.
So I've got about an hour and 10 minutes to go. Going on quite fast, faster than I have been going. So weirdly I'm speeding up just to try and get things done. To get off the treadmill quick. And Sarah, at some point I need you to get your camera, video camera, go behind and shoot my feet and send it off to the podiatrist.
Okay, I can do that now if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's got to be essentially, you know, that kind of shot he's looking for.
Yes, like he usually does. Yeah,
Yes.
got you.
Tell me when you're going to do it. Sorry?
Doing it now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Damn it! Oh. Jesus. H.
And we're just lining up Zoom now, so Tim should be with us shortly.
Eddie, we've got Tim for you coming through.
Thank you.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi, Tim.
How you doing? All right?
I'm tired.
Of course. So the legs, has the cream worked on the legs?
I suppose so.
A little bit. So Mike, you could probably be a little bit more heavy-handed with it tomorrow if you want to.
Yeah. The whole body feels tired. It's not
That's it. Well, you could always do the old with nail and eye trick and just cover your entire body in deep pink tomorrow, like he did in his flat.
The Oscar-nominated Richard E. Grant. Well done, Richard.
That's
Shout out
it.
to Richard.
So Eddie, we've got a little bit of I've got a friend of mine and someone who will relate to everything that you're doing, a guy called Dave Lowen, who goes by the name of Radio Dave Mate. And he runs the London Marathon while actually doing a radio show.
Oh, wow.
Raising money for diabetes. But I'll let him explain that more fully. But it's weird because he trained with Kat, my wife, at King's as a physio.
Right.
And but weirdly, I knew him through a girl who trains as a physio with me called Maggie. So Dave and I knew each other before I actually met Kat, which is a really weird coincidence. And in fact, Dave ended up DJing at my wedding. So he's a bit of a muso as well as a physio and as well as a runner. So there'll be lots of good stuff. So Dave, say something. You will go on screen and introduce yourself to the man.
Hi, Dave.
Eddie, good to speak to you. So yeah, as Tim said, me, Kat, and Tim. It's like an isosceles triangle, really.
Right.
So basically, good. I'm with you. You're in the last. I think you're in the last 10Ks, aren't you?
Yes. Under 10.
Fantastic. And so basically, we've got to sort of help to get you to that finishing line.
Yeah, I don't know whether you run marathons and you do a radio show at the same time, doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, I can relate to it so much, especially in that last 10K. But I must admit, it was the virtual marathon, almost like what you're doing, except I did it round Ringwood. This year, the London Marathon, as you know, was done kind of virtually.
Yeah.
And so we sort of, I had this route round Ringwood. But I was joined by sort of some family members. The radio station was kind of at a quarter point, so I passed that 4 times during the marathon, and so that helped to give me my tonic. So you've got Tim and I to give you your tonic for the last 10Ks. So I hope you're appreciative of this, Eddie.
I am not appreciative. But I do. Sorry, it's comedy. You walked into that one. I had to say that. But no, I am.
Of course.
I do appreciate it. But I want to know whether you find this thing. I find that if particularly in this situation with yourself, I don't know too well, but I know that Tim knows you, so we can just chat about anything. And I find this very useful, which I do, and Tim will back me up on this, and Dr. Gary, and Sarah. When running, just talk about anything, the world, oysters, helicopters, whatever it is. And because my brain has to formulate sentences and think of ideas and try to link things together, that's the thing that takes away the tiredness. Did you find that during the radio show?
Of course it did. The thing is with me, I was fortunate to be able to say, look, I can't really speak anymore. Let's go to a song.
Oh, right.
So I was able to bounce off of songs to be able to get any form of thought pattern back. I remembered when I had my nephews jump on board with me in the last few Ks, and normally we have a good old banter together and a good laugh. I just couldn't think of things. It was great they were there, but I wanted to say stuff, and because we had the show still going on, I just couldn't really think of anything to say. But that was when the actual London Marathon was great, because there were people around, and so I was able to sort of soak off the atmosphere there.
Right.
And that was just awesome, and Big Ben and stuff, and the Queen, bless her socks, and so it all helped. But
okay,
you're right. You find it difficult to put stuff together.
Here's a tip. and if you didn't, next time you get into that, you don't know what to say, get them to ask you questions, because I think that's the thing. So if either you two, or your good self, if you ask me questions, then I will, it forces my brain to go to this place, and I think, and Tim, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but in the trying to reach for ideas or coming up with ideas or whatever, it must fire some positive internal drug that makes me feel better. Is that right, Tim?
Well, absolutely, and I think the thing is when you're in discomfort or struggling, is that if you can, is what you call distraction therapy, is if you can think about something else, then it just, your brain doesn't register. It's actually quite interesting because when you start looking, people talk about multitasking. Because I remember going and listening to a neurophysiologist once, and it's actually, you can actually only attend to one thing at a time. You might think you're attending to various things at a time, but the brain is actually only doing one thing at any one time. And so if you're actually focusing on having a conversation and trying to formulate an answer to a question, then yeah, it makes sense that you then just, the whole leg issue then just suddenly fades into the background. So yeah, it makes perfect sense.
That is interesting. I've also found, Sarah, can you? Oh, that's okay. I've always also found that that if you're doing something like a run, like a walk, it can be a walk. Darwin had a big walk. They used to walk and kick stones to one side. Or if you're driving, probably work on a motorbike or bicycle, that you can. There's a mechanical thing going on, and so your brain is free to think up things. The brain's not allowed to go and open the fridge or answer, well, maybe answer a phone, but in a car. But it's generally you can come up with really interesting stuff in that way. I don't know if anyone's been measuring that scientifically, but the pathways are clear when you're doing something other mechanical. I think I found.
Yeah, and you know, lots of people have different things. I don't know what Dave, you can say what your strategy was, but I think I've said to you before already that, you know, Paula Radcliffe just counted. You know, she just went 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't remember whether it was 10 or whether it was 100. And she would just go, her brain, she would just count. That's all she would do through all of her marathons, is just make her brain count numbers. You know, you've got other people that, you know, they kind of focus on their breathing. It's whatever works for you, and yours is obviously, because you've got such a creative mind, you need to be thinking about stuff, you need to be talking about stuff. That's just been your strategy. That's what you found out works for you. I don't know, what worked for you, Dave?
Yeah, no, I mean, I tried counting on my first marathon and gave up after I got to 69,700,043 because it was getting a bit monotonous. But I tell you what, you're right. I go through, I think about the mates. I think about what they're doing, how they are. Kind of pray for them as well. You know, I do that. You know, you think about stuff which is kind of like an automatic, so I'm not wasting energy having to kind of think type stuff, you know? So with you, Eddie, it's funny, I was thinking, like, here's Tim and I've got this feeling that we're kind of like, it's like coming in on a Christmas dinner and there's like a turkey carcass and we're picking away some of the meat. I was thinking, if you were a turkey, Eddie, what would be your vegetables that would go with you perfectly?
This is a terrible question, Dave. I don't know how to...
That's off.
No, I reject that question. Ask me a better question.
I'm sorry.
It would only be... No, I can tell you this. Okay, with a turkey dinner, the roast potatoes are the king, closely followed by Brussels sprouts. But I will... Okay. Unfortunately, me being a turkey carcass, because you see, the turkey carcass wouldn't run so decidedly forwards. You'd find the turkey carcass would say, fuck it, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm a turkey carcass.
That's true. I'm out of the next. That's out the next door.
That is the most bizarre question that's anyone ever asked me. So, but I do. But you know, the roast potatoes. There's something about roast potatoes. They're so gorgeous, and Brussels sprouts. Some people hate them. I love them.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, you're quite a traditional man. I'm quite surprised at your answer. So that's a revelation.
No, I do. Yeah, it's. Turkeys have a rough time, and apparently turkeys are descended from dinosaurs, but obviously they weren't descended from the T-Rex. I don't think. But turkeys and chickens.
No one could ever taste them.
What, the turkey and the chicken? Apparently they come from dinosaurs, and we don't.
Is that right? A turkey?
Yeah, I think it's the leftovers from dinosaur age. There must be others out there.
Oh, okay.
I think birds are supposed to be linked.
I've just got this vision of a turkey up front with against a triceratops, about who would win.
Yeah, I think it's more, not that they were there at the same time, but more that they the big ones were blown up.
Right.
So Dave, the other thing is, I think Eddie would be interested in, is the work that you've done abroad.
Yeah, because I mean, look, both of us are physios, Eddie, and that physio hat has got it's been an incredible sort of scope. And so I wear two hats. One is I work for the NHS here, doing community physio stuff, keeping people out of the acute sector, keeping them safe at home. But then the other hat is working with I do a lot with disability inclusion work in developing countries. And so and I find that's been quite a passion and something which I value the most. It's been quite privileged to be able to go out there. I must admit, I know you've done a lot in Africa, haven't you, Eddie? I must admit, though I'm married to a South African, I hardly go to Africa as a continent. I'm missing out on like a third of the world, I think.
Yes, it's such a huge continent, isn't it? Yeah, I'm a UNICEF ambassador, so I have got out to African countries, but I think growing up, I never really thought about humanity, but the people we're talking to who are from all around the world, and they're just the same. Toko, who was is a big part of, I think she's ahead of running Combat for Uniting Against Neglected Tropical Diseases, and from Zimbabwe, and her daughter, who spent 2 years there, now growing up here, and she's talking about her daughter's horizons. We are the same people, and there's wars and separations and all this stuff over centuries upon centuries about how different we all are, but in fact we're all the same. And that's what I feel this 21st century we have to push towards. So that's why Make Humanity Great Again is here. Try and link us up, but it's fantastic you're doing that. And you say disability inclusion. Explain that more. Is that bringing disabled people into society more so they feel they can function more?
Yeah, exactly, and feel like they've got a voice and that they are a person. Eddie, heck, I've been in countries whereby they've done censuses, I don't know what the plural of census is, whereby a person with a disability isn't even counted as a person.
Oh, wow.
So a family would say, the father would say, I've got my wife and I've got my two sons, and that's it. Whereas they've got a daughter who's maybe got some kind of cerebral palsy or something at the back, sometimes chained up, I might say, which makes it even worse. And so they're not even counted as people. You've got and so inclusion in family is part of the work, as in accepting that everyone's got a right, almost like carrying on to what you were saying.
Yeah.
We're all the same, and everyone's got the same rights. Doesn't matter who you are.
A right to have a fair chance in life. Yeah, that's my worldview. Exactly. In one sentence.
Yeah. And Eddie, I mean, unless it's even worked, I didn't know I'd be working amongst the police and things in terms of them not even considering. There was a girl in Bangladesh, I think, deaf girl, who was raped. The police didn't want to know. In other words, she's not anything, so it doesn't matter. So it's things like inclusion into fair justice systems.
Yeah.
So that's another part of it. As well as into livelihoods and into education, of course,
yes.
And into society generally.
Oh, I do. There's one thing I was saying when I was working in different charities, is I do feel that people, especially people donating, above all, they would like to know that their donations will make a difference, and we do get slowly better. Sometimes quicker we get better more quickly, but people do help, and we do things hopefully are a little better than they were before. Because would that be fair to say, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more going into sort of monitoring of activities as well, and so another part of my job is actually to evaluate projects to ensure that they are sustainable, that they are fulfilling their target according to what they propose, and above all, that they are value for money as well. And
yes.
So those are, that's very valid as well. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Now, I'm going to go, Tim, yes, come in, Tim.
So I was just going to say, Dave, where do you, I mean, Eddie's obviously raising money for lots of different charities. Was that always a big issue with the organisations you were working with, was trying to get the money to actually provide this service around the world? Is that an ongoing struggle?
Always an ongoing struggle, and I was kind of upset at the fact that because Britain were pretty good at their, I think it was like 0.7% of their GDP was for external aid, and that's now kind of, we were kind of proud that we had that we kind of led the benchmark there. But I know that's been reduced of late, which is sad. But it's always an ongoing struggle. Yeah. So basically, a lot of work is project by project, and that includes the donors. And those donors could be anyone. A recent one I evaluated was one sponsored by IKEA, which was an interesting one on school kids, on education and disability, and not just disability, actually, inclusion in terms of gender, etc. And so, and that was with the internally displaced people and the refugees there in Thailand, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. So they go by project, and that's great. The only problem is obviously that funding then kind of runs out, and they've got to spend their energies trying to raise more money. Almost. There's Eddie, like the epitome of that, of like someone just spending a ton of energy raising money and raising a voice. And that is a continual thing, unfortunately, with a lot of these charities.
Yeah, it's just, well, as you say, there's a lot of things out there. Most people feel that, understandably, their lives are hard enough and they want to relax, but anyone who does get up and help, or even spends their entire life helping, that's just a wonderful thing. And I do believe, I've become a student of humanity, and I think there's always been progressive and positive people in the world, probably the same percentage over the years. Just there's obviously more people literally on the ground now, and we're gradually bringing things up. The new generation, I think. Tim, you're talking about this, your kids, and anyone who's got kids, that they grow up, they tend to be more colour inclusive, more LGBT inclusive, more women, men, equal pay, equal rights. It just, we're trying to normalise that, because that's a good and tolerant and positive thing. And we can get better, but I do think we've got to do it this century. I don't think, COVID has shown that people can do wonderful things, and people are doing horrible things as well. Certain political leaders behaving very badly, but so the best and the worst comes out in extremis, in extreme times. So,
and I agree with you, Eddie. I think it is something that we do need to do now. I think the folly of the human kind of attitude is the fact that we've got this endless timeline that we can work with, and I think we need to be careful with that. I think that we could get into real problems much quicker than we think if we don't actually start changing our attitude towards the environment, towards diversity and inclusion. It's really important. But the other thing it kind of comes to me as well, talking about the fundraising side of stuff, is when we went to South Africa and we ran around Khayelitsha, that for me was a really moving, pivotal moment in my life when we did that 10K round there. It was awesome. It was amazing. The experience was just.
The 10K round where?
Khayelitsha,
Oh yes. The township in Cape Town.
Yeah, and it was just amazing. It was shocking and moving, and just amazing. The smells, what we saw, what we heard, everything was just incredible. But it did leave me with a sense of desperation when I came back to the UK immediately after that, in terms of what can you do as an individual? But when I went and did the charity marathons, and I've got Rachel Lindley, who's one of the key members of Five Talents, who Martin and I went out to Kenya and did the marathons there, raising money for Five Talents, which are a finance organisation you were talking with yesterday. She's going to come and talk to us on Wednesday, I think, so which will be really interesting to talk to. But when one of the experiences I had with her is we went to look at one of the schools that had been built just outside of Nairobi. And it was a fabulous, fabulous place. And it was all off the back of a social worker who had met a Canadian woman who was doing her master's in Nairobi University. And she wanted to do her master's in social work, but obviously couldn't afford it. And this Canadian woman funded for her to go to Los Angeles and actually study it. So she then got her master's, and then I think she went on to then get a degree, a PhD. But she came back, and because that one act of kindness from the Canadian woman meant that she came back to Kenya and started this school, which that is now, I think, up to about 350, maybe even 500 children getting an education out of the slum of Nairobi. And that suddenly gave me, I suddenly thought, okay, you don't need to get so desperate about it. Is it that you can, instead of trying to bail out the ocean, what you do is you can personally take a bucket of water and that basically bail that bucket out with a label. And I think that comes down to every single person that's donating to you at the moment. Everyone that's giving that £10, £5, whatever it is they give, they're just helping bailing out the ocean together.
Yes, I think what you're saying is absolutely true. I find your bailing out the ocean analogy a little weird, but I think it's all good. Because I don't know where we get to. I think if it's on fire, you can put it out with the small, you can put out a bit of the fire out. Anyway, yes, we know where we're trying to get to. It's the, everyone, I had this line, everyone can do more than they think they can do. And anyone, if they give even a little amount, that just helps in a little way. Can you take the coat and the bag down to the... Not the big, not the woolly one.
To say, it's important to make sure you do channel some of those energies through established charities. One of the things I say that is because, heck, we had so many incidences. I remember being in Nepal when people were wanting to, say, donate wheelchairs, and that was it was a lovely gesture, it was a lovely heart. But unfortunately, it did a lot of damage because they were the wrong chairs that they were sort of bringing in. They hadn't thought about a customs bill of bringing those chairs in.
Right.
And so charities were sort of paying for these customs bills for wheelchairs that were not relevant and in fact stuff which couldn't be repaired. So they got sort of easily damaged and were rejected quite quickly. So as I was just a small example of the fact that it's important to channel it through proper channels, charities, and it's good to see those charities. I think one of yours is Fair Trade, isn't it, Eddie, that you're doing this
It's
for?
Fair Share, and that's for against food wastage and getting fields out to people on low incomes to kids. I think that Marcus Rashford did so fantastically, stepping in where government doesn't really want to step in. So, Fair Share is one. Unite to combat against neglected troubled diseases, as we've been talking to people today about. Covenant House in America, and Care International is one, and then there's one other that's gone out of my brain for the moment. But yes, a basket of charities. And we can share it out.
Yeah, excellent. And that's where it's good to channel it, especially through agencies that are actually in country and know the culture and know exactly how best to be more efficient with how to spend their money.
Yeah, exactly. You have to trust that charities are really trying to do their best, and especially if they're long established, do give to us, and we'll check out the charities and we'll spread it around the world.
How do you go? What's the process that you do that in? How do you work out what charities you want to report? And
Kevin Cahill used to run Sport Relief and Comic Relief, which did exactly the same thing, and people would give money in the UK for that, on that, doing comedy things, challenges, and sports challenges, and then his organisation would work out, basically charities make bids, saying please we'd like to have some money to help us, which is what we're doing. So they put in their things, and Kevin's very experienced, and he finds things, and I say that, you know, I want our reach to be international. So that's how we start. He puts out the word, charities come back, and then we take it from there.
Okay. Excellent. And the more you raise, I guess obviously that gives you a bigger scope or a bigger field that you can actually stretch out to as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, more people can get it, more organisations, more charities can get money.
Yeah. So Eddie, Dave, what made you start running marathons for charity? What was your motivation like? I remember Eddie saying to me when we first met, I was asking him, why did you choose marathons? And Eddie was saying, well, people understand marathons. They've either run a marathon or they know someone who's run a marathon. So it was something tangible that people would recognise. What made you go into that realm of lunacy?
Always had that haunt by people that I knew, mates who had done marathons. And so it has always been something which I thought I would never be able to do. Because I wasn't a runner at all. I used to I had trouble running a bath, let alone running anything else. But it just was something where I thought I would never aspire to, until my wife, who also is not a runner, but now is a runner, did the Couch to 5K. And it was something I sort of joined her in occasionally, and I thought, well, this is good. We've got up to 5Ks. This is fairly easy going. It's a nice step-by-step process. It was a good little program. So we thought, okay, let's see if we can go to the 10K. And then it was thought, well, hold on. It would be awesome if we're doing this to see whether we try and do the marathon. And if we're going to do a marathon, it's got to be the London Marathon. But also, I didn't want to just do a marathon for my own fulfillment. I thought, well, let's do it for a purpose. So I thought, okay, let's do it for a charity. So I did it for Diabetes UK, a charity which was very close to my heart. I had a brother who died from diabetes when he was 3.5. Oh yeah. And Dad died in a later stage of diabetes. And plus with my work, I deal a lot with people with complications of diabetes. And unfortunately, it's a field which is growing with regarding to these sort of communicable diseases, as it were. So and there's a lot more disability occurring. So there was that aspect. The final bit was, okay, if we are going to do it, we're going to do the marathon. If we're going to do it for a charity, let's have a bit of fun if we can try and do it. Do something a bit different and do the radio show with regarding to as I did it. So provide a bit of entertainment as well. And so and help to raise money through that means. And so that was the reason and how it all came about.
Okay. And that's interesting, Eddie, because you decided to do marathons. I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said because that reached out to people would understand it. Did you ever think you wouldn't be able to do it?
That I wouldn't be able to do it?
Yeah. You just,
no.
I'm good at it. It's no question.
And I've said this comes from coming out as TV trans back in 1985. That was so hard if you go through the mental process of who do you call, who do you do, even though there was a help group down the road from me in Highbury, Islington, London, DVTS help group, it was still, you had to go out into the wide world and exist. And I knew I had to carve a place in society for myself and help others to carve a place in society. And I knew it was, complete life-changing thing, but it was in me since I was 4 or 5, trying to express myself. So doing that incredibly hard mental thing, I used to lie on my bed and do self-analysis because I was never allowed to get for whatever reason, an appointment with a medical therapist. It all went wrong when I was at university, but I did self-analysis. I decided that shame and guilt were not part of my responsibility. This is really inside me, so I need to be honest and get the conversations going. And a lot of people have come out as trans before me, before 85, and had tough time, hellish time, created their own space. But I just thought this is my journey, I've got to do that. But having done that, I found, I talked about this thing, entrepreneurial with confidence. I built my confidence in that. You know, think what confidence you get at having stood your ground. People shout horrible things, try and fight you. You tell them to back off, or you fight them back. And then I could apply that to other things, all the creative things I've liked to do. And then finally the marathons. I did always want to be in forces when I was a kid. I never did that. I didn't know which war I would go to. I might be sent to a war, and you have to, if you're in the forces, go to the war that you're sent to fight. But I may not politically agree with it. Tricky thing. So I thought, well, I want to do this creative stuff. This is a long answer, I know. But the coming out made me think, I'll just slog my way through and do these marathons. And they won't be pretty, but I think I can do it. And I had this idea in my head that I should do it for a long time. So it wasn't a snap decision, it was a build-up. That's what happened.
And was it always a marathon, or were there things that we don't know about? Were there other things you thought, I might do that, or I might do that, and that never happened? Was it always a marathon?
The marathon is a thing. Most average people who are not runners, they know that the marathon is hard. That's it. They're not quite sure how long it is, but they know it's a bloody long distance. And as I have once had the chance to actually see the distance I ran in Belfast, running up one of the hills of Belfast. I could see back to where I started, around Newton Ards and Bangor. It's such a chunky bit of distance. And I just thought, that's it, do marathons. We were talking earlier today, Clive Tuller, whose dad, Bruce Tuller, ran across America. And he was doing 40 miles a day, 50, you know, people can do this. But I just thought a marathon a day, it grabs. And you'll know from South Africa, the double marathon was also a grabber, because it's just like having run the 25 marathons. I did a double at the last day, and that still is one of the greatest days of my life, finishing that. Do you remember the conversation at the end? Because there was I'd done 84k, which is 2 marathons, and then the Comrades Marathon, the Comrades the band, the Comrades Marathon, the great ultramarathon, tough ultramarathon run in South Africa, is 90k, changes about it, potentially 90k. So I had 6 more k to do. I'd stop the clock, and I said to you, shall I do it? And I think you say, well, it's up to you. And I was actually thinking, stuff it, I'm knackered, I've run for 11 hours and 5 minutes. And I thought, no, we've come too far, we've got to finish this. And they have a cut-off in the Comrades Marathon, which is at 12 hours. And I got it done in 11 hours and 50 minutes. That was beautiful.
Get it in, well played.
And what's amazing about that is the stop-start nature of it. You know, these are things that people see on the kind of the excerpts. The way that they did it on BBC Three was those 3-minute kind of excerpts. Is that you ran. I think we ran 48k or something like that, and then we stopped. Because of that security risk.
We had the security. People need to know this. So we were forced to stop, so I had to stop the clock. You might think that, you're going to rest, but in fact, your body sees it's up. It's worse to stop at that distance. But it's basically the security forces, the security organization, who we paid money to, who were going to protect us during it was a very heavy-duty area where carjackings happen. We were advised by our field producer that, you can't do it, you can't run it without the protection of armed guards. And they just had not turned up. So I said, stop the clock. Everyone in the minibus, just drive to Pretoria. We'll start the clock and we'll just run Pretoria until we get to the Union Buildings, to the statue of Nelson Mandela. So that's what happened. It was not fun, was it?
It was, it certainly was outside of anything that I'd ever had to do before in terms of managing an athlete. And it's really difficult because at that point we were all tired. We had all had late nights, early mornings, lack of food, lack of sleep, everything, and the whole stress of trying to get there by a certain time. So of course everybody's on tenterhooks, which doesn't make for a relaxed atmosphere at all. So
it was quite. I mean, because you had the issue quite early on, didn't you? And the first few days, that's why you had to do the double marathon, where you had some kidney issues, didn't you? It was like you had to have a day off.
In basically 2012, I tried to run it. I was on a prescription drug for just something you have for high cholesterol, I think it was. And that, with a lot of running, turns into rhabdomyolysis as a side effect, which is where you, Tim will correct me if I'm wrong here, your muscles shred into your bloodstream. And is that how it happens, Tim? And it clogs up your what does it do?
Yeah, so rhabdomyolysis is an inflammatory effect of the statin on the muscles. And when you break down the muscles, the problem is the myoglobin is a structure that goes through the kidneys and effectively blocks the kidneys up so they can't work properly.
Yeah.
So you start kidney failure.
If you get kidney failure, people might have wondered, I didn't know how it worked. Well, if one of your main body parts goes down, then they all start to go down. They need all the bits. So kidney failure equals death. So Dr. Shasha in Queenstown, Eastern Cape, a great black doctor there, and his dad worked for the World Health Organization, and he had to double check with the books. I don't think he'd seen rhabdomyolysis in his daily routines, and he checked it up and he said, yes, this is wrong, you've got to stop now. And I thought, stop for a day? And they said, no, stop. I don't know, it could be for many days. And then we had to fly down to Cape Town, and we saw professors of medicine and sports doctors, and they said, no, you've got to get it out of your system. It's in your system. So that was 2012 out the window, and then I struggled to try to come back 3 times. And then 2016 came back, and bizarrely, in 2012 I did 4 marathons, and then we had to stop. On 2016, did 4 marathons. Dr. Gary came with us, my friend, Dr. Gary, my sports doctor. He took my bloods, he was going back to England, took my bloods on the 4th marathon. And when he got the results back by email, he phoned from England and said, you got to stop now. It was almost the same situation. We were in the same place, Queenstown. But then he looked at it and said, you can restart, but slowly. So we did a walking marathon day 5, but then it went wrong again. And Tim, you took me out, and our friend the medic, he backed you up, and Sarah backed you up. I disagreed, but you guys were probably right. You said, because I was wobbling all over the place, and so we've got to get this really checked out. So we went now to East London, to a big, a much bigger city. And there we had a very cool doctor who was, and he was a black guy who was very cool, very young, with his sports Range Rover. And then there was a white matron who was very ethical and was throwing the towel at me, like, just saying, get this off, no, take this off, do this. But she was fun. And he was supposed to go home, and he said, I'll stick around because I see you're running for Madiba, for Nelson Mandela. So. In the end, he said, it's not your kidneys, it's your hydration. You got to drink more. So then we started doing that. Because I'm not good with hydration, am I, Tim?
Yeah, so you had one, and that was it. He gave you 3 litres of fluid.
3 litres, sir, can I get more of this?
3 litres of fluid, and he said that Eddie would be...
Peeing like a horse.
Peeing like a horse.
And I didn't pee once.
No, you didn't go to the toilet till about 3 or 4 in the morning, did you?
No,
this was at 7.
At all. I didn't go to pee. I didn't pee at all in the night.
Yeah.
So.
But you would have laughed. This woman that Eddie's talking about, the Matrix, she was like something out of Carry On.
She was the Afrikaans equivalent of Carry On.
I was thinking, was it like Hattie Jakes?
It was, yeah. She was kind of like Hattie Jakes, but she said, okay, now. He said, take this off because you've got to go and see the doctor this. She said, no, we've already done that. And then she said, oh, bugger. And she just threw the thing back in my face. And it wasn't, it was just kind of hysterical. But she was good. And he was great. And then he gave me the thumbs up. That was end of day 5. So I'd done 4 2/3 marathons in 6 days. That's why we were behind. And I hated the mathematics of it. 4 2/3, and then you've done 5 2/3. So, a couple of marathons later, we caught up in, where was that town we were in?
I think it was Somerset East.
Somerset East, yes. Somerset East, and we did this wonderful thing. We ran a very early marathon at absolute dawn, at first light. We got up and I ran off, and if you watch the videos, they're on Izzard.com on the marathon section. And you could see me going, I'm running, guys, I'm going. Because it was first light. You could see the light coming up. And it wasn't sunrise, it was first light. And we got the marathon done by lunchtime. And then we drove to Somerset East. And me and Tim ran the last third of a marathon, an extra third of a marathon. And that was elation. That was endorphins, serotonin, whatever it is, jumping about. And you could see me going, this is beautiful. There was wind in the face, the sun was going down, beautiful view. Oh, it felt good.
I have to say, Dave, it was one of the most beautiful runs I've ever done. It was on a ridge line on a mountainside, and the sun was just setting on the African savannah. It was magnificent.
It was just.
How would you map that out? Had you mapped that out beforehand? You were going to do that?
No, someone else had. Not me. I had to leave it to
Someone
everyone
else. Done it. So brilliant. So good choice.
That was Rick, our field producer. He worked out what to do. So once we'd done that, after 8 days, we'd done 7 marathons, and then we were always a marathon behind. So that's why we ended up with 2 marathons on the last day. Which was...
it makes a great story, doesn't it? It'd be a great box set on Netflix, wouldn't it?
Well,
to be able to watch that.
It sort of exists as a box set, but on EddieIzzard.com, go to the marathon section on the menu, and you can see all the videos from the South African one, from the February European one. You can see the stuff. It's all lined up, highlights from week 1, week 2, week 3. So it's all there for people to see. People don't necessarily know it's there.
Have they got like a Morgan Freeman kind of narrator?
No, not really. It's just us narrating it. You know, it was all, you know, just whatever we could do.
That's actually quite an interesting point, though, because it doesn't have that. It was the film crew at the time basically interviewed Eddie and anyone else who happened to be around at the time. But I can't even remember if you can hear their voices. I think the way that they edited it was such that you basically hear the people saying their information, but it's not like a documentary. It's actually a live thing. It's really good. It was history in the making, because it was BBC Three shifted from being a terrestrial channel to digital, and that was Eddie was their launching product.
Yeah.
And it was so good.
It's there for everyone to see.
Okay, so you're in Madrid there, and you've got scenes of where you would be if you're running around Madrid.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Are you familiar much with Madrid yourself, actually, Eddie? You've been there much?
Well, I've played it todo en español. Bueno, mi espectáculo todo en español. And habla un poco español, pero mi español no es fantástico. So my thing isn't great, but if you know French, mon français est pas mal du tout maintenant. And so if you've got French and English, Spanish is pretty close. You can grab it quite easily. And I feel when we tour, I will tour with Sarah, who's quite good at Spanish, although she'll deny it. And you are, aren't you? She's brave with her Spanish language.
Quite good at Spanish. I wouldn't say quite good.
Yeah, but you're better than me.
I would say a higher level of confidence than I should have.
But you're brave with it, aren't you? And so I'm just slowing down to 6.
You're right. I lived in Colombia for a year and a half.
Oh wow!
And sort of my Spanish is not brilliant. My linguistic skills are not brilliant. But I remember thinking, okay, you can get away with think of the French word and kind of Spanishize it at the end. You know, like table, you know, and etc. And you didn't have to worry too much about the masculine and feminine, which was always a pain in the neck in French.
Well, you see, I actually find ignore the masculine and feminine, and in German as well, you've got a neuter. Ignore them. Just hammer on in there. Except, I suppose, if it's bravo, brava, but you know, it's still, it's so much easier in English. My brother, who's a very strong linguist, French, German, and Spanish, pretty fluent in all of them, and diploma of translation in French, which if you imagine who takes a translation diploma, you've got to be pretty good to start off with. It's a 60%
Right,
fail.
it beats my C and O level.
Yeah, it's about 60% fail rate, but he's got that. And he believes that what happened is because the Normans came in, so Norman French was king in England, particularly, as opposed to Britain. And so that became the main language, or Latin. So it's Latin hung over from the Romans, or French. And the Anglo-Saxon English was pushed down and became a street language. So there were no rules. It's probably getting written down hardly at all, if less. And so we decided when they two merged together, I think it's after Henry IV, we just dumped a lot of things that didn't fit. You know, masculine, feminine in one, not in the other, or masculine, feminine, neutral. Let's just make it simple. Somehow, human beings just shoved it all together because there's no reason to masculinize and feminize all the words. And bizarrely in French, like maquillage is feminine, maquillage is masculine. A load of makeup words are masculine. I think rouge à lèvres is le rouge à lèvres, that's masculine. So lots of makeup words are masculine. And all the words about war, la guerre, la bataille, l'infanterie,
that's right.
They're all feminine. And so who sat down which, and I've said this to the French, pourquoi est-ce que quelqu'un a choisi et décidé ça? It's just bonkers, so it doesn't make any sense anyway. And it's
that's right. Eddie, have you read the book by David Sedaris, Being Not Pretty One Day?
No, I haven't
read that book. Oh, you've got to read it, mate. There's a fantastic bit where he struggles with that, with the French bit, and so to override it, he just buys 2 of everything. So you like 2 kilos of tomatoes and 2 CD players because he had a lot of trouble with the masculine and feminine aspect.
Yeah,
it's a great book.
This is what I did. So my most recent show, Wunderbar, I decided, because it's a time of separation and half our country is saying, let's separate, let's pull back, retreat into isolationism. I'm saying, no, let's go even stronger, make stronger connections. So I decided to develop my show, which I don't write, I workshop. I'd go to France and improvise it. So jump on stage each night and go, excellent, nous sommes ici pour faire improvisation, pourquoi pas, pourquoi pas. And why not? And I would just muck about in French like I used to do in English when I was a kid. And then I did it in German, which has got masculine, feminine, neuter. And also, it has a nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive. And I decided, stuff all the endings. I'll just approximate it all, like a child. And they're intelligent enough to work it out. That's what I thought. And it worked. It kind of worked. So that, and my self-confidence, mein Selbstvertrauen is better yet. It's now better. So, just
Wunderbar, as they say.
Exactly, that's why I call it. Wonderful.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
You've got a lot of guts, though, Eddie, to be able to, you were talking about earlier on your struggles in your youth, with regard to the sexuality bit. You've got a lot of, guts to be able to do that as a comedian. To be able to improvise like that, that is a major talent.
Well, I always wanted to do things that made me go, who the hell did that? That's impressive. Oh, that's me. Oh, well. I want to get to know you. I do know you. I kind of try and do things, calculated risks. I'm not reckless. I know me and Dr. Gary had a discussion about the double marathon, whether it's the correct thing to do. But I do calculated risks and try and push things. You have to be audacious. L'audace, toujours l'audace. Try and be as audacious as you can, and then people hopefully will notice. And you need them to notice. One, just if you're trying to build your career up in France, you hopefully want people to notice and come. But 2, hopefully you want French kids to go, an English guy is doing it in French? Well, I'm French, I can do it in English. And now the French are doing gigs in English, which is beautiful. And the Germans are doing it in English, and Spanish, and the Indians, and the Russians. So this is a wonderful thing. This was never happening before. This has happened in the last 10 years, that people have been coming in and doing comedy, and not the comedy that in my country we do this, in your country we do that, but just saying, chickens, what's going on with chickens? Les poulets, qu'est-ce qui se passe avec les poulets? Dangereux, les dinosaures, je ne suis pas sûr. I just waffle on about chickens. Donald Trump, poulet, est-ce qu'il y a une différence? Je pense que non. No real difference. So, Mr. Donald Trump and the chicken. So, you just muck about.
Yeah, that's that chap, sir, Donald Trump and the chicken.
Yeah, well, it was just, you want someone to, well, it's all being changed now. I think in a few days' time, a week or so, in America, President Biden will come in, Vice President Harris, and what a positive sign that is for the world. And also a lot of agreements that have been broken by essentially Donald Trump going, look what I've done, I've broken a lot of agreements. Those will be rejoined. And that's an interesting thing you can do with humanity. If you take Nazi Germany, I'm very positive on the Germans, I do my show in German. Jürgen Klopp, I'm giving a shout out to him nearly every day, just I think he's a decent guy, and well done Liverpool. With you on that. And I want to say that if you think about what Hitler did, he gave people permission to behave in a medieval way. Are you a psychopath? Are you a sociopath? Do you like murdering people? Rape? Is that? Well, join the Nazi Party and you can just go to town on that. He kind of said that. That's what was going on. And that's what a lot of people, or a number of people, signed up for. A number of others didn't, but they felt they had to go along with it all. Since 45, you've had Germany. They immediately bounced back to the same human rights as every other country in the developed world. They didn't have to go back in stages like deep sea divers coming up and coming up and coming up. They didn't have to go back from the medieval kind of Nazi laws to, okay, let's go to 1600s types of laws, let's go to the 1800s. They came straight back. And that's what President Biden and Vice President Harris are going to do in America. I'm sure they're going to rejoin these connections, and climate change, we can try and push to get that back on course, even though we've gone through this COVID hell. So that's a wonderful thing about positive thinking. You know, Donald Trump did lose on the popular vote. There was 2 elections he lost. He lost by 3 million to Hillary Clinton, and by about 6-7 million to President Biden. So there you go. Things can get better.
I was talking to Tim earlier on about saying I feel 2021 is the year of hope. And then he said, well, hold on, Eddie's doing the Run for Hope.
Yeah.
I was thinking, this is freaky. This is it. I think we're all together with this, Eddie. As in 2021. I mean, did you see the Viennese concert this year? The New Year's Day concert?
No, I didn't.
If you didn't,
I was running.
It was amazing because they still.
I was running on this treadmill.
I mean,
on the New Year's
Day.
Day.
Oh, wait, on the first. Oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah. But anyway,
I'm so sorry.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it.
What was amazing was you had this incredible concert, which I love each year. I always love watching. And it still went on. It still went on ahead. There was the Viennese Philharmonic Orchestra. And immediately, if you tune in, you think, oh, where are their masks and social distancing, blah, blah, blah. When you hear that they had actually
formed a bubble,
tested every day, that they'd really taken a lot of effort to keep themselves safe. Yep. They're testing daily, etc. So it could be done. And so that was the hope, the fact that you can still run the Viennese concert. It was stark to see an empty hall, this beautiful hall that was empty. I must admit, my first thought said it was, crikey, I've spent years trying to get into that thing, and then the only year I didn't apply, and there were tons of tickets available. But it was like this empty hall. It's a stark reminder of how hope. There's a hope of things still continuing on, and it was it's worth seeing it. It's a really quite an amazing event to see.
I can put another story into that story, which is about an orchestra in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg again. Second World War, they were under siege for a year and a half. So that's 12, that's 18 months. And so They found this. They found out that if you thought, my God, it's freezing, there's no food, I'll get into bed and I'll get through it that way, you died. If you got up every morning and started doing things, and you went to the library and you studied and you met people, and if the orchestra played, and it did, the Leningrad Orchestra played, and they played concerts, and those people lived. An interesting thing, a hinting from hope. A big salute to all the Russian people in the Second World War, because if anyone knows anything about World War II, which I am semi-encyclopedic on, without the Russian people, we wouldn't have won that war. And if you know, 500,000 British died, and about 500,000 Americans died, roughly, and about 26 million Russians died. And so that's one of the charities I like to give to, which is a Russian charity that helps to find people who died and fell and were covered over, but they were there, they were the fallen, and they fought with such tenacity, and they were so brilliant, the Russian people. So I salute them, and I will learn Russian, and I will do my gigs in Russian. That is a promise. I will not break.
You're not going to do your Death in Stalin impression, and just do it in American.
Do my what in Stalin?
Death in Stalin. Did you see that film, Death in Stalin?
It wasn't called Death in Stalin, you mean The Death of Stalin?
Oh, no. Death of Stalin. Sorry,
Yes.
sorry. Death in Stalin.
The Death in Stalin would be his lungs and his heart,
Yes.
liver given out. That would be a very weird film that I'm not going to see. But you know, when Stalin died, he was such a twisted person. Now, I'm saying this in the Second World War. A lot of people in Russia would have looked up to him as a strong person, but he was a weak person before the war started. But it was the Russian people that saved the day. And it was the great generals in those wars. Chermayev, Chuikov, Leningrad, the siege of Leningrad, that was the turning point. But Stalin, he engendered such a paranoid fear, a sense of that around him, that when he died, they wouldn't knock on the door. They knocked on the door and they got no response. For 2 days, he was dead, and nothing happened, which I think is covered in Armando Iannucci's film, Death of Stalin. So, yeah, no, Stalin, yeah, not the best. Russian people, fantastic, excellent, spasibo.
Very expressive language. I reckon I would like to see your concert in Russian.
Oh,
because I think you'd do it so well. Because they express themselves so. It's really kind of. You can't do it in a high voice. You can't do Russian in a high voice.
Well, you can, and I will.
You go deep. Okay. I
will do it in this voice. My voice. I'm not going to do it down here. I'm just going to do it up my voice. But you know, thank you in Russian. Spasibo. And then, thank you very much is spasibo bolshoy. Bolshoya or bolshoy. And if you think that you recognize that word bolshoy ballet is the great ballet. So spasibo bolshoy is great thanks, many thanks. Great. So that's how you can remember that one. Because it's always nice to say to anyone, muchas gracias. Well, I think mille grazie. In Italian, I think you say 1,000 thank yous, mille grazie. And, which is a thing that they say. And I've quite liked the idea of someone who hasn't done something that brave, but give them 100 thanks, or 500 thanks, you know.
Yeah, I like that. In Bangladesh, in Bangla, it's like Hazar Salam. It's like 1,000 thank yous.
Oh, right.
Not just the one. You've got 1,000 of them.
It seems they're twinned with Italy on that. Whereas we just got thanks, mate. Thanks very much.
That's right. Yeah, Tom.
Oh, God.
Hey, when do you think, where's the Russian one going to be? When are you planning that?
Well, you know me. I get there and it'll happen. It'll happen sooner rather than later. And it will happen. I can't tell you.
Is that next on the list of languages?
No, Arabic's next. Well, Spanish is next. I've got to tour Central America, South America, and Spain, and get my Spanish up to the thing, and then I think we're going to do Arabic then Russian, or it could be Russian and Arabic. But they're both vying now, born in an Arabic country. So that's what I'll do.
Yeah. Awesome. So Dave, Eddie's nearing. He's nearing the end point.
Yeah, I haven't got the thing on me. How long has he got to go?
Well, 8 minutes 30. 8 minutes 37.
Have you? Okay.
Oh, well done, mate. I mean, you're going at a pretty good pace, Eddie. You're going at a good pace.
I'm just trying to get it over with. I don't want to run this.
Yeah, that's true.
Just trying to... Also,
you just want to get Dave out of your system. Just go.
No, not you. I need you. I need you here until
no, I know.
I finish, and then
no, I'm here.
And then go. Then you
what's
can
your project, Dave? What's your next project? Are you doing London next year?
Look, London is in October, I think, and so I've got a feeling I may do 22, which is in April. I like the April one, and so possibly, I may try the Melbourne in October, but that is kind of a bit of a serious one. You know, I can't mess around in that one because there are cut-offs, as Eddie mentioned.
You should probably explain why Melbourne, because that just sounds like you randomly picked Melbourne out of the sort of.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, Melbourne is Melbourne's a second home. Eddie, I've got a dual citizenship with Australia, so I've got a place in Melbourne. Came back to England here to be near aged mums, just to sort of help out. So it's been great during this COVID time to be local. So it's been really useful.
Yes. Well, I was talking to a politician friend of mine in Melbourne this morning, first thing. So we're going to talk to her online, see how things are in Melbourne. But I like to make connections around the world because we are all one people. The astronauts said this. They go up and they look down and they said, we see no barriers. We see mountain ranges, we see rivers, but those frontiers, you have made them. So, and I'm not saying that we should take all the barriers down to change all the frontiers, but we come from just being people, human beings. So I want to make connections even stronger than before. That's what I say.
I like the talking about the astronauts. I like that bit with Armstrong, with his thumb up, and it basically obliterated Earth by his thumb. You know, and I was thinking, wow, what a perspective that is. It just puts things into perspective.
Do you mean from the film?
When he was on the moon and he put his thumb up, and basically, I think it was, I read it in one of his writings that
and the
he
Earth
did
had
that,
gone.
and saw just how obliterated the Earth just by his thumb. Just put things into perspective.
When we say obliterate, that's a strong word. I think covered up, blocked it out. Yes.
Covered up.
Yes. Because
yeah, that's right. That's true. Covered up.
Tom Hanks did that in Apollo 13 the other way round. So, yeah, but.
Well, he obliterated it.
No, he covered it up.
Covered it up.
You're going all Darth Vader on us. You're going, oh.
No, I'm not going there. I purposely didn't, even though inside my mind, when you did your tone of voice of your deep Russian bit, I did come back to that, and I think, no, I've got to take the tray and stuff out of my mind. I don't want to go there. No, that was an awesome piece, by the way, Eddie.
Desktop Canteen, yes, I'm doing a remix of it.
I loved it. I love that. It's Jeff.
Are you doing a remix of it for the live show, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm doing remix in the live show. I do a live show after this day, probably at 7 p.m. So that's why I want to...
Lovely.
It's just that nobody knows when it's actually going to arrive.
No, I don't know whether I'll do it or when it's going to come. But I have to remix it. Can you...
Pourquoi pas?
Pourquoi pas? Pourquoi the fuck pas? Why the fuck not?
The first.
Oh, God. This is tough.
Well done.
You nearly there, Eddie.
What are you sitting on kilometres, Eddie, on your screen?
Well, just over 4 minutes to finish, 41.6.
Brilliant. Number 3 in the...
And Eddie, can I just say, Eddie, you're just in time to be able to tune into the Dave Lane radio show on Forest FM at 6 o'clock. I mean, how amazing is that? It's just meant to be.
Yeah, not going to happen.
It's a pre-recorded show I've done, Eddie.
Not going to happen, sorry.
But you didn't you say, Dave, you are going to plug Eddie's efforts on your show next week?
Of course I will. Of course I will. That'll be in volume 20 next week.
Excellent.
And plug the site, of course. And
Eddie, if Dave dedicates the show next week to the Run for Hope, what would be the music you would want him to play?
Well, you could throw in Chariots of Fire, because I used to listen to that as I ran around the UK. I used to I watched the film almost every night to keep me going. And the main theme, Vangelis went to David Putnam, the producer, and said, I've got this new song for the film, new track. And he said, well, we've locked the picture, we've locked it all. And he said, but listen to this. And that was the theme. And he said, I'll put it on the titles. And that's how, which we had on our ice cream truck as well. So that was the thing. But yeah, I was following those stories. Eric Liddell, above all, Eric Liddell. What a great guy. If you don't know Scottish runner Eric Liddell, look up his history. He was a man of the Christian faith, very devout the Christian faith. I am not. I don't believe in a God, but the spirituality. I connect up with all religious people on spirituality. We just disagree upon, well, God, humanity is my God. And he was...
You're right, Eric Liddell, yeah, he went into Africa, didn't he, as a missionary? I think he died.
No, China. Yeah.
China, well done.
But he was offered, he was taken prisoner when the Japanese invaded China, and he was offered the chance to go home. He gave his place away and died in captivity. And Ian Charleston, who unfortunately died of AIDS, what a wonderful piece of acting, wonderful work. It's just Chariots of Fire, Ian Holm, beautiful Oscar-nominated.
Yes.
Yeah,
great film. Yeah, you've inspired me to go. I'll do that. I'll play that for you, mate, next Sunday. And I think I haven't seen the film for ages. I must say.
Do watch it. It's worth a rewatch because it doesn't date. It's about the 20s, so it can't really date. And so, great acting in there, and great story. They turned some of the facts around, to make the story work, but it just gets you there. And it might seem a very British story, but really it's people, human beings, challenging the elements, running against themselves about how fast can they go. And Eric Liddell, above all, played by Ian Charleston. Beautiful work. Oh, glad this bugger's over. Thank you, everyone who's watching.
Well done, Eddie.
We got 0.08 of a thing to go.
Perfect.
Nice.
Good work. Well done.
Thank you.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah.
10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8, 7, 6.
They're going.
Da 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 da. Good one, Eddie.
So just final words of encouragement, Dave, for the last.
Eddie, awesome. Good. I mean, all the best for the next. Let's not talk about the next 28. Enjoy them now. Enjoy your show as well. And thanks for letting me be a part of show 3. Thank you. And all the work you do. Well played, Eddie. And you, Tim. You're just an amazing guy as well.
No, you're very kind. Well done, Eddie. We will let you go.
Thank you, everyone.
We're...
Oh, bloody hell.